Steve, I've got to correct you from last night. You said there's no such thing as ghosts. No, there aren't. No such thing as ghosts, no such thing as poltergeists, no such thing as spooks or, phantom, nothing. Nothing at all. There is. I've even witnessed a poltergeist throwing books around a room. That's a librarian who's had a few drinks. The dog went berserk also, just barking at nothing. Dogs do that. Dogs do that. They get a bit carried away. Also, the GC, we have to mention the Gemma Collins, having tantrums on ice already. The excuses are beginning. Do you see what we're building up here? She builds up a thing, because she can't just go, I ain't doing it, because that's how she talks. She's had to think of excuses. So she didn't like the music she was coming on to. I ain't going on to that, she said. And I'm thinking, oh, it started. She sort of makes out she's something, that she isn't, really, which is a dancer on ice. So you wait and see how long she lasts. Book 9 days off work to get an 18-day holiday and get cheaper food in McDonald's. How do you get cheaper food in McDonald's? Apparently there are lots of little ways of getting all sorts of things much cheaper. Much cheaper. My friend Paul says it's freezing out here, soon be in the warm. And my friend Ian says it's freezing out here, soon be in... Oh, wait a minute, they're just retweeting me, I've just realised. But it is cold. It is bitterly cold outside here at the moment. It's not the best. Not the best. The Premier League club, who sent the England player home from the Christmas party over allegations that he'd been doing cocaine. Not really the best thing, is it? And the bungling police, who've... They managed to find a businessman's car that had been nicked by this gang, a £40,000 car. Lo and behold, they sort of brought it in, and it got nicked again by the same gang. Twice in a day. How incompetent can you be? Also, Christine McGuinness out walking by herself again. Oh, look, it's me, it's Christine McGuinness. Oh, look at me. Why don't you just go away, do us all a favour? And also, the Only Fools and Horses fans furious that the Bristol Tower block, which doubled as Nelson Mandela House, is being demolished to make way for luxury homes, as opposed to, obviously, ghastly tower block homes. And so in this particular case, it's in Bristol, by the way. It's not, I thought it was originally in London, but it's not. I know the show was set in London, in Peckham, but in fact, this block of flats that they used, and they only used it for the exterior shots, is in Bristol. So obviously, whoever owns it has decided if you sort of put up luxury homes, then you can get lots more money. Lots more money. And there is money in luxury homes, as we all know. The PC caught drink driving after the Forces Christmas party, apparently for some inexplicable reason, gets spared a ban. I mean, how can that be? How can that be? Also, happy birthday to Craig Revel Horwood and Jacob Grimm, who wrote the fairy stories, the Grimm brothers, the brothers Grimm. Hospitals brace for mayhem this weekend as the cold snap bites. And it will do. And this is known as... What was this one called? I can't remember what this is called, actually. There's a name for today. It's sort of something Friday. And we're all supposed to get a little bit sort of worried about the fact... This Sunday is the day that most people die. It's got the highest death rate this coming Sunday. So if you've got any sense, don't bother going out. It's also the last day of the Winter Wonderland. And the surprising joy of Bros, according to one of the columnists today in the papers. I thought, obviously, I've missed the point of this one, who turned out to be the missing link between David Brent and Alan Partridge. I mean, the claptrap coming from poor old Matt Goss. You have to, if you haven't seen it, do watch it. It's quite, because you'll think it's a joke. You'll seriously think it's a joke, but I promise you, it's absolutely down the line. It just proves that poor old Matt is as mad as the barrel load of frogs that we know permeate just about every person like that. The drug dealers who've impressed the judge with their spelling and grammar. That's not grammar as in grandma. It's their grammar. And he's went, oh, you're terribly, terribly good at grammar. And so I hope not to see you again, even though they had loads of drugs on them and everything else. But probably there's different rules for different people now. Had they come from a sinker state, probably it would have been completely different. Today, that's what today is. Fly Tipping Friday. The worst day of the year for people dumping rubbish. So there you go. Why dumping? Of course, the other day was the day when everybody takes everything back to the shops that you've been given for Christmas, so you can sort of get your money back or go and get somebody else's money back. That's quite a good one. And what was the other one? Oh, yes, the couple who thought they would sell their house doing it as a lottery. For 500,000 quid, they've got an indoor swimming pool. It's 6-bed, beautiful house. For 500,000 quid, you can't get a 2-bedroom flat round my way. You really can't. Very disappointing. But anyway, they've had to withdraw it. Why? Because somebody said, wait a minute, you're running a lottery here. Do you have a licence to run a lottery? Oh, no, we're sort of raising money for cancer research. And well, you can't. You have to have a licence for a lottery, so they've had to give all the money back to people. That's where people fall foul of the law. People think you could just go and sell your house that way or sort of offer it, I think, 10 quid a ticket or something. You can't do it. You can't do it. Jim the Trucker says very cold out here in Scotland. Happy New Year to you and all the tanker drivers. Woo! It's cold enough for a walking stick. I've got a walking stick at home, actually. I did it when I did my back in. I thought I'd get a walking stick. And, yeah, to be honest with you, in this dreadful weather, it really is. Cool weather, please, says Shane in Sydney. It's going to be a long, hot summer here. Have the fan going. Well, not now, have you? You got the fan going already? Good grief, honestly. Bitterly cold in London. I mean, really, my hands were so cold. I could barely undo the buttons on my jacket. I think I've just spilt tea down it this morning. I'm hoping it's going to dry properly, because I don't know if it's waterproof, this jacket. I'm having a look, actually. It doesn't say it's waterproof. Oh, it's got a little bit of might sort itself out later. We'll have to have a look at that one. I don't like... If ever I get a mark on a coat, if I've just bought a coat and I get a mark on it, I have to go and change it because it drives me mad. I keep thinking everybody else will be looking at the mark on there. And Ian, my friend, says, Matt Goss tweeted yesterday that apparently... Wait a minute, I've lost it. He was looking forward to his next Vegas shows and maybe more Bros. Oh, God, please don't bother. Please don't bother. I mean, especially after the documentary. When do we go? After the Screaming Stop's one of the best documentaries on BBC iPlayer. Oh, right, he's enjoying the praise from fans. Of course, everybody thought it was a total hilarious thing. Matt Goss, mad as a fruitcake. And there's all sort of picture. What is his hair? What is he? He says, and who knows, maybe some Bros later in the year, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. The last ones, they didn't do that many, actually. He's at the Mirage, but in a tiny, tiny little room. It's practically a cupboard. Practically a cupboard. So, you know, what's going to work here, I've got no idea. But Jane Danson says to Matt Goss at the Mirage, please, currently appearing in Coronation Street, but she's also Dancing on Ice, I think, coming up. And so she's obviously very excited by the fact that Bros might be singing their songs from 500 years ago. I don't think so. And loads of it. I know he's got loads of fans, but in this, find out where he is playing. I know he's at the Mirage, which is the one with the volcano outside, and they say he brings back the big band Glamour, which died years ago, as you all know, and it's only for much older people. But he can't do anything else because that's a bit ridiculous. So tickets we've got here. So he's not doing it every day. He's doing January 18th, 20th, 22nd, 25th, 27th, 29th at 8 p.m. And then he's doing in February, he's doing 1st, 4th, 8th, 10th, 12th, 14th, 15th, 17, 22, 24, 26 at 8 p.m. But he's not in a main, it's a little tiny room. It's a tiny room. He's live at the Mirage. The Mirage was the place which was famous for having all sorts of people there. They say the One Oak nightclub. It's got a live band and dancers. Regular starting price $30, which is about £24 or something like that. So that's quite interesting, isn't it? But it's definitely the One Oak nightclub. It's very small. It's very, very tiny. Next stop says here. There you go. You've got to be 21. How many seats are there? So that's table seating, zone 1, includes meet and greet. How much are they charging for that? They're charging $88. $88. There's not that many seats in this place, are they? Zone 3 tickets. Zone 3. That's standing. $18. Very cheap, isn't it, really? So you've got to go there. So there's booth seating. Is that 3 seats in a booth? Is that what it is? I mean, I don't know how it works there, because I'm sort of looking. It looks like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31 little booth things. And then some sort of yellow bits by the stage. And it's a very small stage. In fact, the booths look bigger than the stage. But general admission is standing room only, booth seating or table seating, which is the yellow ones right at the front of the stage. And that's meet and greet as well. But so there you go. So much smaller than the last place he was appearing at. Much smaller. But I suppose they'll sort of, I don't know what he would earn for that. I'd be fascinated to find out. That sort of thing interests me. How much money would he get per night if they've got sort of, just supposing they sell, I don't know, 100 seats a night, which I think I'd probably be pushing it a little bit. In the booths, it's $53 each, which actually could be worth it. Depends what you get for that. I suspect nothing. I don't think there's much money in it for him. I think he rents over there. I think so, anyway. Could be wrong. What do we got? We got just coming up to... what we're talking about. I'll tell you, the time checks are going out the window. It's not 7:16, it's 4:16, you fool. 4:16, so it's very early in the morning. There used to be a very famous radio presenter some years ago who constantly gave the time wrong, and I wasn't sure if he just couldn't read or he did it deliberately. I wasn't too sure, actually, and he'd sort of come on and he'd go... In fact, I think I've got a clip of it somewhere. It's 5:17. 6:17. 6:20 is the time. And he went through practically the 24-hour clock. And in the end, we sort of... And I've started doing it, which is even worse. Even worse. Poor old GC, says Sue in Anwell. She's running out of shows to do. The only thing left to be Celebrity. Don't Tell the Bride, and someone I think Arge will run away from that one. He can't run. Have you seen the size of him? No chance of him running. 2 weeks for sure on the ice, then she'll walk. I think so too. I think she'll fall over. Because they've already started filming, haven't they? And we know that the thing is speeded up. What they're doing is they're crawling like snails around the ice, and then it's sort of because they can't do it. They can't do it. Sally in Tunbridge Wells says, "Bet you can't wait to learn who the winners are of the Euro lottery." It's a young couple apparently. From, is it from Northern Ireland? I think so. But, I mean, that's the luck of the Irish. I mean, that's good, isn't it? They're debating whether they're going to do the publicity or whether they, completely go with the publicity, and that'll be happening a little bit later on today. Some of the exterior shots for Only Fools and Horses filmed on an Acton council estate, says Paul. Don't be so ridiculous. There aren't any council estates in Acton. What are you saying? Acton is a really class area. Oh, Acton. Yes, you're right. Yeah. I don't know why you'd bother doing it. All the interior shots were shot in studio, and then the very few exterior shots were sort of done all over the blooming place. But quite nice. Quite nice. Steve, I once chopped up a rat at school. Do you think that would qualify me as a brain surgeon, says Phil? I did appear on Animal Magic at Whipsnade Zoo, so I'm a celebrity. So I'm a celebrity brain surgeon. Would I qualify? Absolutely. We had a gay comedian the other day who's appearing on Five Go Camping. It seemed a little bit obvious, didn't it, really, Five Go Camping? And he said, is it a tour of gay bars and everything else? And we'd never heard of this bloke at all, except some bloke called John in Bournemouth who seems to delight by going under various different names. But don't worry, all saved, John, all saved. And he sort of thought that this comedian... Because I said we'd never heard of this comedian. And we hadn't. We asked everybody. And nobody had heard of him. And he said, well, he probably hasn't heard of you. I thought, well, I'm not appearing on a programme called Celebrity Go Camping, so more fool you. More fool you. Still in Manchester, says Spicer. It's still sub-zero, even with the sun out. My long johns are frozen solid, and my whippet refuses to leave the warmth of its bed and blanket. They always look about being a bit cold, don't they? When you see whippets going down the road, they've always got little coats on, because they have them when they sort of race whippets and stuff like that. And they look, because they're so thin. But it was a little bit this morning. My driver this morning, I think it was his sister. I think, was it his sister or sister-in-law? Anyway, she came to the magic show at the Magic Circle, loved it. And his dubious honour was, in fact, he actually chauffeured at one time, took him from wherever it was, actually, to somewhere else, Peter Andre. He had him in the car for an hour and a half, which I thought was absolutely hilarious. The very idea that somebody had Peter Andre in a car for an hour and a half. And we both agreed. Quite sweet. A little bit dim. He featured on Michael McIntyre's He can't get a gig. He now is the spare part that people laugh at. I don't think he realises, really. Much as I don't like Gemma Collins, says Adam, I've seen a few clips on Instagram of her skating. She actually looks quite good. Skating quite fast and backwards. But she is still fat. Yes, you don't lose weight like that skating. I mean, really, you don't. I promise you don't. Little Julie went to Shuffle Off to Buffalo the other day, watching 42nd Street with Joe and Michelle, from the sets to the costumes, the dancers and the fabulous Bonnie Langford, but most of all the timeless songs. We're in the money, Lullaby brought, come on along and listen to the lullaby. Shuffle Off to Buffalo and 42nd Street. You come away with a good feeling. It's a great show, isn't it? I loved it. And Will, mind your own business, Beaky. Keep it out, mate. What's it going to do with you? Amateur. And one here, nothing more wonderful than the cry of a baby. Unless, of course, it's 3 a.m, you're home alone and you don't have a baby. Thank you. The old ones are the best. Poor old Rich on his way home at the moment. He'll be going, no, there's nothing nice about the cry of a baby. There really isn't. Actually, there's a lovely clip on Is it YouTube? So some bloke, he's an old bloke, and both his dogs died. He'd had them 15 years. So for Christmas, they blindfolded him. Tempted to do the joke, then they left him. But no, and they said, hold your arms out. And they gave him a puppy. And he went, oh, it's a puppy. And then they went, wait a minute, and there's another one. They gave him 2 puppies. Gorgeous. We think they're brothers. And he burst into tears. But the dogs by that time had settled down on his lap to go to sleep. And that's sweet. I thought that was really cute, actually. It's quite nice, actually. Welsh says, locked into the spike. This weather, it's so cold, my room was a freezer when I came in. You want to come and sit in here? Don't tell me about freezers. I'm working in one, but I love it. I mean, it's fine up until about 20 to 6, and then the temperature plummets down, and we sit here. Speaking of, although I'm on my about 5th cup of tea this morning, and Actimel. I started drinking Actimel, because mainly it's just like a little strawberry yoghurt. I don't believe it does anything at all. Speaking about the weather, says Bunny, I've just rekindled my real fire. Proper coal, no kiln-dried logs in our house, settling down to listen to you with my knitting. All I can think of is 2 homeless guys who are sleeping in woods 5 minutes away from us. Spoke to them yesterday. They can't come here. My husband would kill me. But I could pay for a B&B. They aren't druggies, and they're quite smart. Your thoughts? Your business. What can I say? If I say they're 2 homeless people sleeping in woods, you don't know them. We've had this before. In fact, we met a lady a short while ago who invited somebody into a house who was homeless, and she thought she was being really good and all the rest of it. Robbed her blind. And so, it's whatever you choose to do. But just if you think your husband's going to go mad, I wouldn't bother. They won't thank you. Some people like living outdoors. Not everybody, but certainly a lot of people do. I'm trying to find the best picture of me and you from outside the magic circle. You never really keep your laughing gears still. My wedding anniversary today, 33 years, 5 kids still at home, the adult kids. That's why I'm up early listening. It's me, my time, says Bunny. We like having my time. Chris Packham, you know Chris Packham, because he does all the wildlife programmes. He said to stop people going out and hunting foxes, he will be a fox for them. They can chase him and hunt him. Quite mad, I'm afraid. I wouldn't trust hounds. I wouldn't trust hounds and things like that. That would be sort of so bad, wouldn't it, really? Also, we found a bicycle that can ask Alexa to order a takeaway during the ride home. And here we go. It's started already. She announces she's pregnant. Yes, Abby Boring Clancy is pregnant. 2 pages in the Daily Mail today on Abby Clancy and people's, baby and all the rest of it. Oh, I like that one. Did I like that? Somebody says, I just heard Steve Allen use the term sink estate. Have you heard the term sink estate before? I don't think we actually said sink estate this morning. I don't think we mentioned that. Obviously in your little tiny mind. Yeah, we call what? Yeah, we mentioned council estates, but not sink estates. Obviously, poor old Jace, you're not really the brightest penny in the box, are you? But he says, I never understood how he remembered where he was when Kennedy's assassination happened. Oh, he thinks I was born 10 years after. Oh, right, actually. He says he doesn't speak to callers. No, 40 years now, we've maintained that one. That's a brilliant one, isn't it? But never mind, lovely to have you. You'll still be here in another 2 hours' time, still listening. As far as the producer's concerned, we love you. We don't love you, but, But, no, we don't call them sink estates. We call them council estates. That's where Cheryl's family come from. They come from a council estate in Newcastle. You must have heard the term. Unless you're not that bright. Lily Allen has split from her boyfriend. I thought her boyfriend was Dave O'Brien. I had no idea that she had another boyfriend. She's done a US tour, anything to keep her out of the country after complaining about her childhood. And what was the other one, which I quite liked, actually? Oh, I liked it because we don't really know the answer to it. And this is the Chinese who've relayed these historic pictures. And I looked at them and they got clearer and clearer and clearer. And I remember thinking, it's quite boring, the other side of the moon. I'm not surprised we didn't bother with it. There's nothing going on there. Nothing at all. But I'd love to go. Wouldn't you love to go? They actually reckon by the middle of the next century... Was it the middle of the next century? Yeah. They could be cultivating vegetables up there. People could be living there as an experiment. That would be amazing. Adam says, I saw a homeless man yesterday. Didn't look like a druggie, so I decided to be kind for a McDonald's breakfast. When I gave it to him, he said, I just want money. Yeah, they do. They're not interested in the food. I mean, some of them are part of gangs that operate, and they're out there to get money. They're not remotely interested in because otherwise you could just give them food every second of the day. That would be a very easy thing to do. Freddie says, here in my lorry off to Belgium, short still on. Gemma Collins on ice. Blimey, it'll be like watching Ice Road Truckers. Yes, it will be. What were they describing her as? I think you find Torvill and Dean described her as graceful. And I said, it'll look like one of those dancing elephants off one of those Disney films. She's going to come crashing out. She's going to come crashing out, I promise you, after about week 2. Week 2. Noel in France, obviously named because you're a Christmas child, says, I so love your Spike, and being a member, we're off to Zanzibar on Tuesday, so I hope I can pick you up there. You can. Well, I believe you can. I think Zanzibar is no different from anywhere else. As long as you've got internet on your phone, you'll be absolutely fine. Imagine, though, you can go away now anywhere. I've got people all around the world listening to this programme. What do you think about the PC getting away with drink driving? Well, it seems to vary throughout the entire country. If they think that it wasn't as serious as we might think, I mean, he might have been done for drink driving, but he might have been, and I'll check it out later, only like, a little bit over, which would still be classed as drink driving, but not enough for him to lose his licence. And he's a policeman, and so, Darren was talking about being banned from doing his job over it. The law should be for all. Yes, I agree, but there are varying degrees of how drunk you are behind the wheel of a car. One here says, Steve, I don't know about council estates, but Acton has the most railway stations of any suburb in London. 7. East Acton, North Acton, West Acton, Acton Central, South Acton, then Acton Town on the District and Piccadilly lines, and Acton Main Line on the GWR Main Line to and from Paddington. It would have been 8, as Chiswick Park Station on the District Line was originally called Acton Green. Just what you wanted to know at 4:23 in the morning. Not really, but I'm quite fascinated, actually. Peter Andre, says Jackie, was on the In-Betweeners, Friends Reunited, which died, apparently. I thought it was good. I liked it. At 9 p.m. on Channel 4. That's what he was doing. He can't get arrested, though, can he? He always sort of does those things, 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. John in Bromley says, I don't know whether the other guy made an issue about sink estates. That's a definitive guide to an estate that's really run down. That's what it means. It means a run-down estate, but there you go. Anyway, 28 minutes past 4, which is good. We got the newspapers this morning, as usual, and also I loved Maria Smith's thing. I've marked you down, actually, Maria, as a troll. I wasn't aware, actually, what trolls were before, but we decided that you're one of them. And then 2 boys, David and his friend, a retired BA cabin crew, trying to get tickets for Monday. And they phoned the Leicester Square Theatre, and they've said, you might have to come down there, because there might be a couple of tickets that they might release. I have nothing to do with that, guys, so I've got no idea, I'm afraid. But very, very good luck to you for getting a ticket. But as I say, after Christmas, we've discovered 2 trolls. I discovered one in Bournemouth who's quite clearly completely off his trolley, and then we discovered this little Maria. I've never heard of such vulgarity in my life. Perhaps that's the sort of language you use, actually. Kind of sums you up. She calls herself Arty Tarty. I couldn't possibly comment. The Sun this morning, speed bumps on all roads. Do they work? They do if they're marked. If they're not marked, you're in dreadful trouble. But they think it's a very good idea to help fight, people who speed round the rat runs and all the rest of it. In London, we've got loads of rat runs. There's loads of rat runs. But everywhere you go, speed humps. I think I forget how much they cost for each one. There's obviously a response. Is there a response? Oh, right. I know. Obviously on medication, I should imagine. BBC bosses are under fire from viewers who say that Idris Elba's thriller Luther is too gruesome. 16 stabbings, 5 electrocutions, 50 gunshots, 20 punches, 11 dead bodies and 37 violent, gory incidents. Well, that's why it's called gruesome, I suppose. I mean, there's 37 violent, gory incidents in just 3 hours. Seems a lot, doesn't it? Have a check on the news. LBC News this morning at 4:30. After dear Jimmy Osmond had to pull out of his pantomime due to a stroke, Darren Day has stepped in at short notice and is working the Birmingham Hippodrome. And lots of love up there for him and the cast sort of carrying him through, which is fantastic, so well done. And what else have we got? Ben Richards has got a new website. It was interesting when people have got websites. All I write about is the fact it's absolutely freezing cold outside. Which I love, actually. I love. And somebody here, Greg, and... I love these people talking about radio. I'm always fascinated as to who they are. And then it turns out they're not even in radio. People write about... He's in Canada, incidentally, which is... I've never been to. And then I got one from Rob, who says, love your show. My wife, Fiona, used to work at the Castle... circa 76, 77, which is in Richmond in Whittaker Avenue. It's still there, the building, but it's now something completely different. She was a cashier at Cheeky Pete's. She sometimes worked in the bar between Cheeky Pete's and Brolly's, started going down there. 1974, worked with Denny and Vic, mainly on the door. Good Lord, honestly. Fantastic. And Danny says, bedtime over here in Calgary, in Canada. Isn't it Calgary famous for the Calgary Stampede? I seem to remember. I had to turn up the volume whilst listening to you because a pack of coyotes was howling outside my door. Amazing. Talking of shows, do you remember Blood Brothers, says Dan? I loved it, but not sure why it disappeared. It just ran its course. That was one of many shows that I had a quote outside of because I went to see it. I got flown to New York to go see it. Thomas in St Leonard's says, you seem even more acidic and bitter than usual. Really? Well, the producer thinks not. Obviously thinks you're listening to something else, Thomas, but there you go. It is retirement home, isn't it, St Leonard's-on-Sea? It is, it's God's waiting room, I think, together with Brighton, Hastings, and about 300 other places. But he says, more acidic and bitter. No, exactly the same as the other day, actually. Always the same. Always in a fantastic mood. Listen, you can't wipe the smile off my face in the mornings. Definitely not. Russ the Postie, he says, cultivating vegetables on the moon is so Gemma Collins. Yes. He's in Southend going back to work. A lot of people have gone back to work, haven't they? What do I do now? Friday, yeah, most people who go back to work today, all the shops, everything should be back open because we've had loads of closed shops. And then Monday, I think it's all absolutely back to normal. Well, I think it's all back to normal. I wouldn't like to say that it is, just in case there's some businesses. And I'm assuming the kids go back to school on Monday. Rich, who is a friend of mine, he's the new father. Ruben, his son, had his immunisations yesterday, so not expecting much sleep. 3 jabs in the leg. Ooh. God, how was that for you or him? Proper cranky yesterday, shattered. Night shifts and newborns is hard work. Yes, absolutely. He's just celebrated 10 years at Global. Well, there you go. He's done very, very well. The ship patrolling the channel, Steve, is called HMS Mersey. Must be a right old tub. Lovely lunch at Gordon's Wine Bar, says little Julie. Yes, Gordon's Wine Bar is very famous. You ever been to Gordon's Wine Bar? You go down Villiers Street, and at the bottom on the left-hand side, it's like stepping into Dickensian London. It really is. You can sit outside by the Watergate. Highly recommended. We had a lovely cheese platter with assorted pickles. Oh, that sounds quite nice. I could eat that now, actually. Definitely eat it. David Beckham has been accused of double standards. I don't know what this one's about. Oh, this is over his sister's baby. And apparently, you know, his sister has said to the father of the baby, "You're not seeing the baby," and all this kind of thing. And Dave Beckham, who, as I say, wouldn't know one end of the righteous if you sort of place them down on him, has sort of said, "Oh," and all the rest of it. And yet he was allowed to see the baby, but the father wasn't for some inexplicable reason. But that's family disputes. We love them. Hip hop star and fashion designer ASAP Barry. He went into court covered up the other day. We'd never heard of him either. Never heard of him. His real name is Jabari Shelton. I mean, it's a bit camp, isn't it, to call yourself ASAP Bari. Well, I don't know what I mean. Everybody calls himself different names if they're rappers. Anyway, he got fined £4,000 the other day. £4,000. Why? He admitted a sex attack on a woman. He was filmed slapping her bottom at an East London hotel. He pleaded guilty to sexual assault. He lives in Clapton. He was told he has shown a very unpleasant attitude. And the judge says, "You say you were angry, but there's no need to ever be so abusive and humiliating to a female." He's also got to pay her £2,500 compensation plus £2,500 court costs. So it's £5,000 That's just under £10,000. That's a lot. Won't do that again, will you? Adam in Brighton says, Brighton, God's waiting room. How dare you? Well, it is, isn't it? That's where people go to die. You sit in a bus shelter, you'll be chatting away to the person next to you. Turned out they died last Tuesday. That's what it's like. Hastings is the same, but I quite have a soft spot for Hastings. I quite have a soft spot for Brighton, because I've got friends who live down there. Regarding speed bumps, says Riz, on all the roads, surely there's so many potholes on the road, now you'd be daft to speed in the first place. Also, where does the money suddenly appear to do this, when the potholes have been getting worse for years? The speed bumps surely uses loads more tarmac to build. Why not fill the holes first? No, because what the speed bumps do is slow you down. They're not bothered about the holes in the road. It's very expensive to do that, and councils will hold off for as long as possible. As long as possible. I think we should start suing local councils. If they don't fill in a pothole and our car falls into it and does damage to the wheels or the brakes or something else, we should get compensation. Yes, cyclists get killed by potholes, the producer points out. Why? Because he's a cyclist. Steve, you sound great. The bloke who said you sounded bitter sounds like a right numpty. Not fully there, I don't think. Bless him. But I get a lot of that in the morning. It's in between me and Matron coming round giving medication. So I kind of get them to go. They managed to grab hold of the radio. Always hilarious. What do we got here? Girls, twice as likely to get depression with social media. I've often said, I remember we see celebrities on this programme, quite a lot actually. And they're always talking about, trolls. I said, all you have to do is ban them. You just click on a little thing, mute them. They don't know. They're simpletons. It'll keep going for ages and ages before they suddenly realise. Declan Donnelly has thanked TV's super vet for saving his dachshund. Do you call them dachshund, dashhounds? I don't know what you call them. Dachshunds, I thought. Dachshunds. But anyway, the I'm a Celebrity host rushed Rocky to see Noel Fitzpatrick after the silly sausage hurt his back. Was it a freebie, Declan? I wonder why you didn't use your local vet. I don't know how close Noel is to you, but apparently it's interesting because Dec told his 2.8 million Instagram fans, another thank you to this legend, to the amazing staff. We never fail to be impressed by the kindness and care shown by all your heroes. He previously thanked him after a 2017 visit to his Surrey clinic, which is amazing because he doesn't live in Surrey. He lives in Chiswick. Wouldn't you use a local one? It's a freebie. It's got to be, isn't it? And he went there after he featured in a Channel 4 series since 2014. But, as I say, that's what it is in the business. It's like sort of somebody going to see, I don't know, Cheryl or something, saying, have you got any advice about hair extensions? Yeah, don't ever have them. It'll rip your hair out by the roots. Ollie Murs would be great in movies, they've said. I don't think so. They've been saying that for years and years and years, and it hasn't quite gone anywhere, has it? Although I'm sure you might better do something. I watched Lady Gaga the other... Good one? I watched Lady Gaga... Go on. I watched Lady Gaga in... what was she on? Ellen DeGeneres' show, and she said, what do I call you? Do I call you whatever her real name is, or do I call you Lady, or do I call you Gaga? And she said, I like people to call me Lady. And you think, are you mad? Apparently she's in Vegas. The show's going really, really well and very nice, and Ellen was over her like a rash, which she would be. Because she's had lots of hits, and she's very nice. HMS Mersey has to remain in port because somebody's nicked the anchors. That is outrageous. That's the old gag about visiting, Glasgow. You only go there to see who's got your hubcaps. In the days when cars had hubcaps. They don't have hubcaps now. So you couldn't ever nick an anchor, could you? I don't think so. I don't think that would be possible. But, of course, there was the joke about was it the Liverpudlian motor racing team who could actually get a car in off the grid, respray it, put a brand new engine in, completely rebadge it and do it all in about 10 minutes. It was that dreadful joke, wasn't it? But I'm still going with the luck of the Irish. I don't care what anybody says. Somebody over there has won £115 million. That's what you call very, very lucky. That's what you call... It's like somebody said to a winner once, they said, what is it? How did you get the winning numbers? I said, I don't know, we just put lucky dip down and they just came up. Because I think you stand as much chance winning on a lucky dip as you do on anything else. But I'm considering investing in premium bonds. Because apparently if you invest a large sum, then you might sort of stand a chance of seeing it. And my financial advisor has said, why don't you get some premium bonds? You can always, if you don't want to do them, you just cash them back in again. So it's could be quite interesting. We'll have to wait and see. I saw Blood Brothers in Weymouth starring Lynn Paul. I'm sure it's touring again, says little Julie. Tell me it's not true. Say it's just a... All very sad. Very, very sad. I think my quote for Blood Brothers was, see it once, you'll be queuing to return. I think it was something like that. Paul says, I thought my road was bad. Is that because of the potholes and everything else? Poor soul. Recently, Steve, I bought a sandwich from Waitrose for a homeless man who was sitting outside the supermarket. He said he was vegetarian and didn't eat meat, and would I mind changing it? Julie trotted back into the shop, saw the manager, explained the circumstances, who very kindly allowed me to change the sandwich for an appropriate one. Oh, that's good, isn't it, really? But the trouble is, if every single person bought them a sandwich, they're going to be as big as houses. Looking forward to listening to you in Oz at the end of the month. They're in the midst of a heat wave. Some places have reached almost 50 degrees. You wouldn't like it at all. No, I wouldn't. I absolutely wouldn't. I can't do heat. I can probably do cold a lot better than I can do heat, and I'm not particularly brilliant in the cold. 500,000 working households spend more than half their income on rent. I don't know how people afford it. I really don't. I've always said to people, if they live at home with their parents, stay there. Stay there as long as you can. Because once you go outside... I remember the first time I moved away from home and got my first place. I had a rented place, and then I bought a place with the help of my parents. And I suddenly realised that all the things you took for granted at home, like bleach, washing up liquid, rubber gloves, and all those sort of things, you have to buy yourself. They don't just materialise, although my parents did give me sort of a box of things to start with, and a slow cooker, and then you'd go out and fill up with tins in the cupboard and stuff like that. But you've got to buy everything. You've got to buy saucepans, the whole lot. It's very, very expensive. Everybody's going, oh, it's fantastic. You've got your own place, you can live in London, and you go, yeah, but unfortunately, it costs money. Costs money, it really does. Today, the worst day of the year for fly tipping. This is due to the disruption of Christmas and the New Year bin collections. Well, I mean, we must have the best bin men going, because ours have already been emptied. In fact, I think we've been emptied twice since we had Christmas. So I'm just checking, actually. Oh, mark the pockets. I threw tea down it, but I don't know whether or not it's going to come out later. Perhaps nobody will notice on my coat. It's 14 minutes to 5. Morning, everybody. I thought that. I wasn't sure whether I was right or not. I did think that. Although we found something else. Oh, sorry, I'm talking to myself here. We found something else about somebody else here. I found out some which I think you might know already, but it just came back into my mind again. Anyway, where are we? The amount of people being let off court cases at the moment. And this is two cannabis dealers. This is students, Luke Rance and Brandon Kerrison. What sort of name is that? It's the name of cannabis dealers. They were caught smoking a sploof, and a search of one of their homes revealed a stash of cannabis worth 1,200 quid. When police examined their mobile phones, they found well-written text messages relating to their drug deals. The judge, David Hale, said the grammar and punctuation in the messages was of a much higher standard than normally seen from dealers. And he said he didn't want to fetter the prospects of them either man by sending them to jail, so he handed them community orders for 100 hours of unpaid work. Kerrison was studying a course in construction, that's putting bricks on top of each other, and aspiring actor Rance was due to start a degree. That'll come back to haunt you in years to come, sonny boy. The Swansea Crown Court prosecutor, Tom Scapens, said Rance would buy drugs in bulk and pass them on to Kerrison, who would deal them off to contacts. But the judge said, I hope the court never sees you again. Don't worry, their names will crop up again, I promise you. Once they've been there and they've earned the money. They had a bloke on the television the other day. It was one of these Australian... Have you seen the Australian police programmes? They're way too polite. They're way too polite. Hello? Oh, sorry. Hi, you all right? You know, as you ploughed through somebody's front garden. And, are you okay? Anything you want to talk to us about? And this woman in the car who was off her face on the little gas canisters, she had hundreds of empty ones in her bag. I mean, hundreds. And she went, no, I just want to go home. But apparently in Australia there's no law against the little gas canisters. So they just let her go home. They let her go home. But they're always polite. Oh, would you like to come down to the police station and then we can, you know, do a blood test or something? Well, our Aussie's not like that at all. Mind you, our police aren't like that either. They go there, they wrestle you to the ground, your hands are behind you. Put your hands behind your back. I can't. I've dislocated my shoulder. Put them behind your back. It's hurting. It's always good, though, isn't it? I always like that things for a laugh. Kevin says, when I first left home, I got my first flat, 20 quid a week, and it was great to have my own privacy. I had a bedsit. Well, it was a 2-room bedsit, shared toilet, but everything else was fine. And I think I paid £100 a month to start with. And then it gradually... It's still there. There's obviously still people renting. I'd love to go back and see it, just out of curiosity. Sorry, I used to live here years ago. I should imagine the bloke who owns it must be long since dead, because it was donkeys years ago. Donkeys years ago. I always wondered how on earth people afforded to buy places and to... And to actually furnish them or everything else. But it turns out that if people are renting, you generally do it with a few other people. And... it was, lovely. Matthew went into a chain hotel in Twickenham. I've been in both of them, actually. Both of them? One of them. We've only got one. And he said, a dirty room, no soap and freezing cold water. Don't think so. Our one's perfect. Absolutely perfect. Anyway, and he said the only place, it was the most ghastly experience. No, they've got standards on that one. Oh, I must tell you. Who told me this story the other day? Oh, that's right. A friend of mine, he got off the train one stop after he should have got off. So, hypothetically, he should have got off at Richmond, but he got off at Twickenham. When he gets off at Twickenham, the bloke on the station says, you've got to pay extra. And so he said, what for? I said, because you got off after your station. That's £1.50. So he's actually quite... Well, I'll tell you now, he works for a big organisation. That's all I'll tell you. And so he said, £1.50. He said, yeah, because you got off at the station after. So anyway, he paid the £1.50. Made a note of the guy's number, wrote to South Western Rail. Turns out the bloke nicked the money. He didn't put it through. He kept it. He's just been disciplined. So, always worth writing to people. Always worth writing. Steve, the sandwich incident, living rough on the streets with food fads. How does that work? I don't know. Well, if you're vegetarian, you're not going to want to eat meat. But most of them want cash. Although we did notice the other day there's normally a woman who sleeps in the doorway of the Garrick Theatre. She wasn't there. I think when the temperature plummets, I think it's a case of go and find somewhere that's a bit warmer. Richard says, I'd like to issue a warning about speed humps, the type you straddle. I was appalled to discover my tyres had worn on the inside, which was invisible to normal observation. Having to replace 4 tyres, plus correcting the trafficking, which was expensive, and should not have been necessary with normal wear. Lastly, it's illegal to drive a car that is not in a roadworthy condition. Thus, it is perverse for the authorities to damage people's cars in this way. Don't you, every time I go and get a new tyre, which is once in a blue moon, I get them to move, well, the garage does, get them to move all the tyres all round. So, in other words, they actually take all 4. They don't just replace a tyre. Do they charge? I've never been charged for that. I just buy the one tyre and then they move them automatically, because I threaten basically to expose them on the radio if they don't do it. No, they don't know what I do, actually. But it's interesting that, you're supposed to move them round, because my tyres sometimes wear on the inside, and mine are like 250, 300 quid a throw. I used to love it when I used to see the adverts on the television. 4 tyre, £60 each. I think, where? Not for a thing like mine. No chance. I'd love it if it was. Make it so much easier. This poor boy is a schoolboy, thought to have a cold, fighting for his life after being diagnosed with swine flu. He's only 15. He's been in a coma since Christmas Day. I'm not sure if it's an induced coma. His cold worsened to a suspected kidney infection, but was diagnosed with severe pneumonia and sepsis. I keep hearing that word, sepsis. I don't know what it is, but I keep hearing it. And my friend Paul's got the cough from hell. So we had to call into the chemist the other day to pick up some cough mixture, tickly cough mix, all this sort of stuff. And then there was a woman in America, and she won... What did she win on the lottery? She was on Ellen DeGeneres' show. $178 million. She always bought a ticket at the end of each month. She's unemployed. She's a single mother, and she bought it and she won. Because somebody said, "Have you checked?" They said the ticket was bought in Illinois. So she checked, and it was so-and-so. What was the Powerball? 4. What does yours say? 4. And then it says jackpot. So she thought it was a mistake. So she went back and checked it again, and then realised it wasn't a mistake, but her friend was reading her the numbers over the phone. So she said, come over, drive very slowly. Very slowly. And so she brought the thing over, she photographed the ticket, and she won 178 million. Out of a jackpot, I think, of 700 million. That's an awful lot of money. That is an awful lot of money. It really is. What else do we have? What else do we have today? Oh, we did poor David, desperate for tickets. And Vicky said, happy and healthy new year. You mentioned earlier in the show about some guy dying in Coronation Street you've never heard of. I know, there's loads of people I've never heard of. It was Lewis, Audrey Roberts' partner, played by Nigel Havers. But he's not really dead because he's in the Palladium pantomime. I know, she said, because I saw him. Also came to your show at the Magic Circle. Was hoping to see you at the bar during the break to say hello, but you'd vanished. Well, yes, I appear outside at the end of the show and stood out there for, I think, Vicky, about 20 minutes. 20 minutes, half an hour, something like that. And people were taking photographs of the boot of the car just to show how full it was. I couldn't believe that people actually wanted to take photos of the boot of the car. People say, go on, because it was parked outside, and then somebody said, go on, show us the boot of the car. And I remember thinking, oh, it's particularly full at the moment. So I opened it anyway. People went, you're joking. It really is full up to the top. It's great. I bought some fruitcake in today, but it's not just any old fruit, and I've already had some bits of it. I found this the other day. Where's it gone to? I'm not really I'm not a fruitcake person. This comes in a tin, okay, and it was reduced. And why does it come in a tin? It's vintage fruitcake. Wait for this one. It says, deliciously luxurious fruitcake, bursting with port and cognac-soaked currants and flame raisins, matured for 12 months to marry our festive flavours to create mellow succulence. Fruitcake, all right, it just tastes like fruitcake. But it's, I couldn't taste the port in, because it's part of their Christmas range. They reduce all their Christmas range. It's not because it's running out. It keeps going to the 21st of this month, so we might have to consume it this morning. But I have already had a few little bits out. It's very nice. It's very nice. And I quite like the idea of a fruitcake in a tin, even though it's possibly the smallest tin I've ever seen for a fruitcake. But I got sent some other things as well, very nice, from Bendy Cocoa, which was very nice indeed. And so Diane down there sent in some of these hand-painted French macarons. And they're very... Did you see them out on the desk? They're very nice. These are... What did the newsreader... What did Josh say they were? They're not peanut butter, probably caramel or something like that. He said they were very sweet. I said, well, they would be. They're made of sugar. He doesn't get out much. Bless his heart. Daily Star today... Mange 2, Rodney. Mange 2. Only Fools and Horses fans furious. Nelson Mandela House is going to be flattened to make way for yuppie flats. Do you know, I haven't had the word, or heard the word yuppie, for years and years. Do you remember years ago there was that bloke when you know, phones, mobile phones. I remember the Sun newspaper and all the other ones, they were going, oh, yuppies have got mobile phones and all the rest of it. And the some bloke gets on a train and goes, yeah, okay, yeah, you know, because nobody speaks like that on the train, not on any of the trains I've ever been on. And somebody said to me, is that one of those new mobile phones? And they were speeding through the Kent countryside, and he said, yeah. He said, it is. Can I have a look at it? Yeah, of course you... Proudly, he's picked it up, threw it out the window. Because it was only yuppies who had mobile phones. Now, you get little children walking down the street, and they've got yuppie phones. But I've never heard it described as being yuppies. And yuppie flats, what does that mean? Very expensive flats that poor people can't afford. You know, and what do you call poor people? See, this is what I always find very amazing nowadays. I always think to myself, so you get poor people. Who would be poor people? What, sort of like market traders? Have you seen how much market traders make? Not everybody, but I tell you, there's some very, very successful market traders. You know, so bricklayers. Are you kidding? Bricklayers are earning some of the top money in the country. Oh, a boiler repairman. Have you seen how much they charge for a call-out? There's no such thing as poor people anymore. You know, the only people who are poor are probably people who work in shops and probably work in retail where, you know, it's not your business. And so you just get you get paid the money. I've done retail. You don't make a lot of money in it, but it's very satisfying. I always thought so. Bunny says, I missed the boot of your car experience, but I did see a massive bottle of water on the back seat. Stalker alert. Yes, and also I have a Bentley Bear sitting on the back seat as well, which my brother and his girlfriend bought ages ago. Perdita says, we finally got a date for the UK premiere of our remake of Magnum P.I. It's going to be shown on the 16th of January, Sky 1, 9 p.m. Would love to know if your listeners like it. There you go. So she wants to know. So you can. Steve, if you miss your station by one stop, would you not have to go one stop back? You can't without going through the barriers. You can't go back onto the... I've tried that before. I overslept one morning on the train, got there, and I thought, I'll just cross over. No, you've got to sign out and then sign in again. They've got you by the short and what's-its. So that's why. So it doesn't work, Alan. It doesn't work. It was this sort of, if you miss... Oh, music. The orchestra's back in again. I'm so pleased. Coming up, the news. What have I done with it? I don't know what I've done with everything now. I keep Alan's early breakfast. This is Friday. This is the 4th of January. This is the end of the week, and it's the end of your holiday. Unless, of course, you're one of those people who's been back all over Christmas. And lots of people worked over the Christmas period. It's becoming quite the norm. Years ago, it wasn't quite the norm, and people they had to be persuaded. Would you like to work Christmas? Not really. Double money? Then that went out the window. And then it sort of gradually sort of crept back in again. And some people are very relaxed about, how much they work. And to be honest with you, I've always thought working over the festive season is lovely. It's always really nice. It never bothers me in the slightest. They always sort of... Yes, if you can choose. I think at one time we used to have a thing that if you worked Christmas, you could be off New Year's Eve. And still the same thing, is it? And it never makes any difference to me because it seems to fit in with my lifestyle. So when people say, I remember somebody saying in Marks and Spencer's the other day, are you back at work? I said, yeah, I worked all over. They went, what, Christmas Day? And I went, yeah. Christmas Day, Boxing Day, New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, makes no difference at all. I'm more than happy to let other people go out and have the time of their life. But for, I think, my entire working existence, I don't think... the producer says, were you ever tempted to not turn up? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I always think that if you're scheduled to do something and you're booked for it, then absolutely what you have to do is, it doesn't matter where you are. If I was stuck in the Cairngorms or something like that, and somebody said, but you're supposed to be working, I would move heaven and hell to make sure that I got there. Because otherwise it inconveniences other people, doesn't it? And other people then go, oh, all right, so I'll cover for you. Well, that's very nice. Very nice to do. But no, I think we have a duty to... And also, I like my job. Some people hate their jobs, don't they? We had that thing the other day on the programme, which I think said, what was it? 2/3 of people, if they could wave the magic wand, they would change their job. And I thought, why would you want to change a job that you love? Why would you want to change a job that you love? When you've sort of been doing it as long as some of the people on LBC have been doing it for, I find it absolutely amazing. That sort of anybody would not like it. That's what we do. You do that. Donnie says, are you still wearing a new pair of socks each day? Yep. Haven't changed at all, I'm afraid. I remember when mobile phones started, says Jan, we called them poser phones, due to the type of people wanting to be seen and heard using one. Well, because they were so expensive. My first mobile phone was £1,500, which in those days was a fortune. Nowadays, you can spend that on an Apple phone, can't you? Some of these sophisticated things. So, no, the original phone, for me, looked like a field telephone. But I loved it. And it became tax deductible. And but it was just totally impractical. When they brought out, I remember seeing somebody with the Mars bar phone, and Sony brought out the Mars bar phone, and I remember thinking, I'd love one of those. And I never managed to get one at all. Now, of course, I've got little tiny miniature phones, and I've got my sort of normal phone. And I'm quite happy. And we take it for granted, don't we? You take a digital phone at home for granted, whereas years ago, you said, hang on a sec, you'd have to go and sit in a freezing cold hallway to answer the telephone. That was the only way you could do it. Things have changed. Lara says, for your information, sepsis is blood poisoning, usually caused by a serious infection in the body. This weekend is going to be a very busy time for hospitals and for nurses, because it's traditionally on record as the weekend that people start falling ill. You know why? Don't want to go to work on Monday. People start falling sick. And as I say, my friend Paul, he's got this sickening cough at the moment, which I've had before. This year, touch wood, I've not had a flu jab, which is a bit naughty. I should have had a flu jab, but to be honest with you, I've managed to get through. I've worked with people, had a little bit of a cough occasionally, but I've worked with loads of people who've come in with coughs and colds, and I've been immune from it. So now whether or not next year I'll have the flu jab and that will just top me up, I don't know, because I haven't had the flu jab this year and I haven't caught anything. And I've sat with people. I sat with Dave, who sets up the breakfast show for Nick Ferrari, and he had a terrible cold. I mean, really dreadful. And various other people who sat there go, oh, I don't feel at all well. And I've always thought I'm very susceptible to actually, picking up people's colds. But I didn't have the flu jab, and everybody's saying, oh, you're going to get a cold. Nothing. Mind you, I have wrapped up, I have worn a scarf, and I have made sure that that I don't go out in the cold. I could quite happily just sit in the warm. It doesn't bother me in the slightest. Today the only thing I've got to do today. What have I got to do today? The only thing I've got to do today, because I had lunch out yesterday, and we went to a garden centre. Paul and I go to this garden centre, and I had a pulled ham and chicken pie, which was delicious with mashed potato, and he had the fish and chips, but we were both stuffed after Christmas, which didn't sort of help. So consequently, we sort of did that. Then we had a little bit of wandering about shopping, and then his cough got worse, so he dropped me off at home, and then he went to the chemist to go and brace it, because he's working. In fact, he's probably just finished, actually. Probably just finished. I think he starts at 10 or 12. Whatever it is, it's a fairly late shift. Pounding the news beat, as they say. Iceman, Steve, you couldn't write this. Waited 2 months for a hospital appointment for today, and they've called me to cancel as the consultant has rang in sick. You never think about that, do we? I had to change my Burns appointment, so I've got the new appointment, and because over Christmas it's trying to fit everything in, but making sure that you don't completely exhaust yourself, because if you exhaust yourself, then your immune system is low, and then you're prone to picking up the coughs and colds and sneezes and everything else. Maynard's Pink Port at Aldi. Do you know, I'm trying to remember if I've been to an Aldi. I'm trying to think if I've been to one. What I want, because I had it at Winter Wonderland, I had a Glühwein, and I think you can buy mulled wine in bottles. It's already mixed. You just pour it into a saucepan. But I want, how much booze has it got in it? Because I love a mulled wine. I do. Iceland, do they? Oh, Iceland. I wonder if they do it in Marks and Spencer's. Mulled wine. I just quite fancy the idea today, because it's so cold and it's very warming. When I've been out on the slopes skiing, I've always had a mulled wine and a hot sausage. Can't beat it, can you, really? And Max says, I put on a clean pair of socks every day, and by the end of the week, I can't get my shoes on. Ta-da! My God, I tell you, there's a comic genius disappearing slowly. Whitten. And Steve, Mum was out shopping. Young bloke ran past her. $2 $50 notes fell out of his back pocket. She caught up to him, gave them back. He snatched them. Not a thank you. I'd have kept them. I'm sorry. I'd have gone, did you just drop something? I'd have asked. I'd have sort of seen what their attitude was. I'm sorry, did you just drop anything? No. Thank you. I'd have walked away. You always tell people to have the flu jab, says Debbie. Of course, especially elderly people. I'm in high-risk category. I'm one of those who gets it free. I'm high risk. I'm diabetic, so I get high-risk thing. But I haven't had it this year. I haven't had it, and it hasn't seemed to have made any difference. Well, I mean, I say it hasn't seemed to have made any difference. UKIP have denied making efforts to make Tommy Robinson its leader. And also shopping. Here he is, John Collins. John Collins is a tea leaf. He was part of the £14 million Hatton heist. I don't think they've actually found everything from that, have they yet? And he was sent home for Christmas after doing just 3 years behind bars. You know, I tell you, if anybody says to you, crime doesn't pay, bloody well does in this country, I tell you. How could you get 3 years for a 14? They haven't found half of it. And he was the ringleader. And then he goes back to his council house. Obviously not a very successful crook at all, really. He was portrayed in the film with Michael Caine and Jim Broadbent. And there he was. 2 members of the gang were given 6 and 7 years respectively. I mean, it's just ridiculous, isn't it? The only ringleader still locked up is Danny Jones. Terry Perkins died in Belmarsh. Basil the Ghost, the gingerwig technical brains, was dubbed the Ghost after vanishing afterwards. And also Brian Reeder, freed in July after serving half his 6-year term. What's the point of them saying? Because I've never quite understood this. OK, you go to prison for 6 years. Because you don't go to prison for 6 years. Why don't they say you go to prison for 3 years and then you'll be out in a year? Because that's how they go, for good behaviour. You think, what, he hasn't nicked anything inside? Is that how it works? Because I've never heard anything so stupid in my entire life. So 14 million quid, somebody's sitting on it, literally. And they sort of send these people out. You can go home for Christmas. Why? Because he's old and he might die. Phew, dear. Julie says Marks do mulled wine. Oh. And Caroline in Sunningdale says the same. And Lee says, I had a Chinese soup last night. It was very heavy. I think it was 1 ton. Oh, God, honestly. Make a mental note. Don't let him through ever again. He's quite mad. And somebody else was sort of telling me about, yes, you can get mulled wine in Marks. Which one is the best, though? Which one would be the best mulled wine? I don't know. Could you drink it for breakfast? Could you have mulled... No. Oh, look at that. No, you couldn't do that. I bet if you were stuck in the Cairngorms, it was blowing a blizzard outside, and all you've got is some mulled wine, and you get up early in the morning, and there's nothing, and you go, oh, we won't touch it, it's mulled wine, you little liars. With some water, you'd have to go down to the creek or something like that. They had a piece on the television the other day, and it was about somebody who lives in 17 miles inside the Arctic Circle. It is like freezing. So in other words, if you kill a rabbit, if you're lucky enough to get a jackrabbit, you leave it outside for an hour, it's rigid, it's frozen solid, so you can keep your fish, keep everything like that. And I was sort of watching it thinking, these are the people who live to the extreme. If you don't go out there on a daily basis to get wood, you are going to freeze to death. And I was sort of thinking, but it just looks so idyllic. When we went to see Father Christmas in Lapland, inside the Arctic Circle, it was just the most magical place. And then all I kept thinking about was, it's so cold. They have snow for 6 months of the year. Paul says, avoid coughs and sneezes by wearing a vest and sensible pants. Depends. If you wear pants and a vest, do you tuck your vest in your pants? You know when you're little, your mum tucks your vest into your pants, and so you've got bits of it hanging around all the outside. And I remember thinking that was quite normal. And then I can remember the day I ditched wearing pants. Sorry, ditched wearing the vest. Never ditched wearing pants. But they used to be chill-proof. Or Airtex. Airtex pants had holes in it. Did they do them for girls too? They were all full of holes and everything else. Stephen, IKEA do a fantastic mulled wine. I'm not going to IKEA. You won't get me in IKEA. Far too many people. I can't cope with crowds. I'm really bad. Anna and Andy says, listening in Muscat, Oman. Hot. Up into the mountains tomorrow, but Wi-Fi here is great. Yeah. It is good, isn't it, when you think that we're in London and you're in Oman? And you could, I mean, how fantastic is that? I was still getting excited yesterday. Every time I turned on the television and they showed you pictures of the moon and the Chinese space, and I remember thinking, this is even more fantastic than I want to. And so all of the experts were dragged out. So what does this mean? What will they do with it? You know, is it a space race? It turns out the Germans were in on this one as well. One part of their actual craft that landed was German. So now you know, it's all good news. 5:15 is, what are you... this was something kind of unusual. What are you training to be?
I'm training to do the 11:52.
Oh, what, really? Yeah. Good move. Anyway, so, no, seriously, I mean that in a nice way. Oh, bless him, he's gone off in tears now. That's all we need. He's crying. Actually, I did know a presenter once who used to make the team cry. Because when they used to do phone-ins on his... not from this station, another station. And they used to do phone-ins, and if they didn't get enough people up on he'd start shouting at the person doing the phones. And it was really quite dreadful, actually, I heard. Of course, I never had that kind of thing at all. Dean is in Tring, which I believe is in Hertfordshire, which sounds quite nice. He says, I've been a diabetic 30 years, first year without the flu jab, fingers times nothing. Fingers, jab, are people doing predictive text and it doesn't come up? I get the same from Jamie Oliver. Sorry to name drop. But nothing previous years had dreadful flus and colds. Well, same for me. I mean, I've had the thing in previous years, and every year I've come down with either the blooming cough or the blooming cold, and you feel awful. You don't feel as though you've got any energy. My friend Paul got up the other day because he's working overnights. And he said, I didn't have the energy to get out of bed. He said, I didn't get out of bed till about 12 o'clock. He said, because you wake up and you think, I just don't want to do anything. Don't want to do anything at all. But he has a little dinky house. And I'm only telling you this because I was saying to him, I said, I bet that stays warm really quite nicely. He said, it does. How many radiators has he got? And he has a boiler, little boiler. How many radiators does he have in his house? One. He's got one radiator. It's like a little house. It's like sort of, it's for sort of the borrowers. And he's got one radiator, and that heats the upstairs and the downstairs. Mind you, I used to have that in a house I had years ago. It was a terrace, mid-terrace. And it was the one radiator, which was in the hall downstairs, at the bottom of the stairs. That heated the upstairs. Amazing, isn't it? Make your own mulled wine. It's easy, says Mike. He says, cheap red plonk, orange juice, cinnamon, a few cloves, brown sugar and a healthy slug of port. Warm it up, drink it, lie down. Well, you can buy a little bag. I bought bags before, and I think it just says Glühwein on it. And it's a bag of all the herbs and spices. You drop it in there so it's not messy. Don't want to get messiness afterwards. Mulled wine from Lidl is excellent, says Amanda. They're a German company, so they get the mix right. And Halford, who's the number 29 bus driver. Oh, you're the 29 bus driver. I'm just around the corner in Northumberland Avenue. I bought mulled wine in Asda. I just feel like, not at this precise moment, but I just feel like a bit of mulled wine. I don't know why. It's odd that, isn't it? I don't normally get sort of those sort of cravings. I don't get cravings for alcohol, but I just feel like some mulled wine at the moment. Getting your bins emptied regularly shouldn't actually be too much to ask, but at the moment, people have started throwing their Christmas trees out. Now, some councils do the recycling of the trees. They come around, they've got a machine, they shove it in, and it comes out as all bits and pieces. It mulches it up, and then they can use it on the council garden. It's a brilliant idea. So our council does that. But our binmen are excellent. They used to be bad. Then they changed the contractor, because when they were doing stuff, if people put glasses and bottles in their bin liners, it would be crushed by the machine, so they would drive out, leaving a pile of glass all over the floor. Now, they're really good. Mainly because we got them on CCTV, and if they left any glass on the floor, I'd be going, excuse me. It's like when you see broken bottles on the pavement, you watch the street cleaners, and you think, sweep it, there's dogs going to be walking over this. You know, little children might fall over. It's very dangerous. Why do we love musicals? I don't know. It used to be said if you like musicals, you're gay. I hate them. And so it's a case of, in the soundtracks, movies dominate the album charts. And all sorts of things, like, you know, from 1952... I'm singing in the rain. 42nd Street, 1933. Come on along and listen to. Seven Brides for Seven Brothers. Lovely show, lovely show. The family of backwoodsmen who kidnap local girls in order to marry them. Russ Tamblyn plays Keel's younger brother and also appears in West Side Story. My Fair Lady. My Fair Lady. Love it, love it, love it, love it. It was Rex Harrison teaching the Cockney flower girl how to talk proper. West Side Story, 1961. Natalie Wood. Starred in Stephen Sondheim and Leonard Bernstein's reimagining of Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet. Top Hat, Fred Astaire and Ginger Rogers, top form there. High Society, with Frank Sinatra and Bing Crosby hitting all the right notes. Cabaret, and that was Liza Minnelli at her formidable best. In fact, I think she made a career on that. Mary Poppins, practically perfect in every way, alongside Dick Van Dyke. A magical family fantasy from 1964. I will get round to seeing the new one, I promise you I will. And Grease from 1978. There's just something about it. By the way, she's still alive, as indeed is he, but people spread rumours on the internet. Sad, trolling sort of people who aren't, in fact, the full ticket. The Boss, in keeping with our courts in this country, this is the boss of a £60 million cocaine smuggling empire, has been ordered to pay back just £1 million. This bloke was jailed for 18 years... in 2017, brought back to court for a confiscation hearing. He shipped drugs to the UK from Spain for 20 years. Police found accounting notes on supplying cocaine weighing a tonne and valued at £59 million. The judge told him, I'm satisfied that your benefit of criminal conduct is £2 million and that an amount owed is £1 million. Failure to pay will mean 7 years in jail. So included in that is his share of a property firm, 640,000. Honestly, these judges, where do they get them from? And so he's in prison for 18 years. All you have to pay back is £1 million. There you go. There you go. Typing up the Luther ends. I do like Idris Elba. There's something about him. I think he's a very genuine sort of person. And here's one. Now, we've had this before, and unfortunately, I have to stand away from it, because this is a widow blasted by friends and family for going on a date 8 weeks after her husband died. Now, we had this with Simon Thomas. He's going out with somebody a year after his wife died, quite tragically. And again, people were saying, isn't this too early? Isn't it too early? You know, what sort of relationship do they have? I mean, in this particular case, it's nothing to do with us. It doesn't matter whether, you know, she's been hated for dating 8 weeks after her husband died. You know, what's she supposed to do? Sit there and sort of do the sackcloth and ashes? I feel quite sorry for these people. Natalie Drury, who's since married a new partner, said people told her she was disrespecting Tim, who died in January 2015. She said she had been grieving since the diagnosis. She said, I just went out and enjoyed myself. I couldn't sit home alone crying. People are so quick to judge. I'm with her on this one. Why would you sit there? Simon Thomas says exactly the same. Why would you want to sit there being thoroughly miserable if somebody can give you back a little bit of what, you know, and can help you through it? Why not? Goodness sake, honestly. People avoid you when a loved one dies. She says you feel very isolated. They do. Mind you, I spoke to somebody who was a radio presenter, and they went to live in a village. Because they were a single woman, they got pillowed. Nobody wanted to invite them round in case they hit on their husbands. What's the matter with people now? And out of interest, why don't you have a Facebook profile? What for? I've never done Facebook or anything. Like, I don't do Instagram either. I don't do any of those sort of things. The only thing I do is Twitter. That's the only one I do. It's because it keeps it simple, doesn't it? Bunny says 26 radiators, 2 boilers and 2 log burners. Toasty. Yes, that'd be like sitting on the fire, wouldn't it? Nina in Brixton says, back from a lovely hot holiday in Thailand and full of cold. The car heating wouldn't work. Had to hot-foot it to the Land Rover dealership pronto. I am freezing. I think the last caller meant fingers crossed. Thank you. So there's always somebody who has to explain it to me. And the flu jab protects you from flu, not coughs and colds, and not all flu types either, says Chris. Whatever it is, I haven't had it. I had the flu jab and pneumonia won. All is fine, says Debbie. And Donny says, cracked open a bottle of the Taylor's late bottle vintage port last night. Delicious. I used to buy a bottle of that for my accountant every year. 99-year port. I think it was 90. Yeah, whatever it was 99. And you can get some really old ports. And he was a bit of an expert on port. Cheryl, not really an expert on anything, least of all dancing, but she pranked Victoria Beckham. Victoria didn't get the joke. I shouldn't imagine Victoria even understood who she was. But the former Girls Aloud star, she wasn't a star, she was just one of Girls Aloud, is a guest on Michael McIntyre's big show. Have you noticed how they're dropping names in? They need publicity for it, so they're going, oh, and she does this really, really funny thing. She takes part in his send to all stunt and hands over her phone so the comic can send a cheeky text to everybody in the contacts list. I mean, why she would have Victoria Beckham's phone number, I've got no idea. What on earth has Victoria Beckham got in contact with Cheryl What's-Her-Face? They knew each other during the 2006 World Cup. Oh, right, because they were both wags. What? And Victoria stupidly gave her telephone number out to that chav. God, blimey. Let's call her. Why, it's me. Cheryl. Cheryl Call. Tweedy? Cheryl Tweedy. Married, got babby? Yeah? Is that Victoria? Oh, Harper. Hi, Harper. Is Mummy there? Can you imagine the conversation, can't you? But Michael's message invited them to pose naked for an art class as Cheryl had taken up painting as a hobby. Well, she's got nothing else going on in her life, has she? However, po-faced Posh Spice was the only celebrity who failed to find it funny and sent back a curt text that read simply, pardon? Yes, because she won't have sent it back. That would have been sent back by somebody else. You don't think she's honestly going to reply to somebody? Definitely not. Tanker driver Phil says, I buy Glühwein from Aldi or Lidl. It's beautiful, but it's a German drink, so they should know. The presenter you mentioned in the first hour, who was terrible at giving time checks, was Jack DeManio. I think he was on the Home Service. I think you might be right. It could have been Jack DeManio. That was in the days when, you know, people became famous for making mistakes. You know, which is quite an easy thing to do nowadays. Howard says, I've contacted the Seismic Monitoring Centre in America to advise them, if they pick up any readings in the UK, to ignore them. It will be the JC falling over again on the ice. Apparently she's going to be so graceful. I don't think so. Slightly misquoting Fletcher, it's called glue wine, on account of the fact you're stuck on the bog for hours afterwards, says Dallas. Good wine spoiled. Oh, no, the good wine spoiled was the rubbish that the French try and pass off on us when we do the Beaujolais Nouveau. Beaujolais rubbish. Thank you very much indeed. I've tried it. Ghastly. In fact, you know, that's the sort of thing you can probably clean cars with. Elephants and sun bears love Christmas trees. So the local zoo, Steve, are asking for them. That's nice. That's good. Wayne says, who would be your dream in-conversation celebrity? All of them. All of them that I've talked to so far. They're all my dream celebrity. Somebody wrote, oh, this is the one here. I'll have to do it after news. It's so funny because it's from Maria again. Poor soul, honestly. Poor Maria. She's suffering from loneliness, and so we're going to try and make sure that people. Normal to be this happy at this time of the morning. I'm quite sure people sort of think, are you sure he's not on drugs or something? How can you be this cheerful? And the answer is because they're a very happy little team. They're very easily pleased. They've been telling me jokes during the ad breaks, and I've been telling them home truths, and it always works. Does he cry? Oh, bless him, honestly. It's so funny, yeah. Mainly because I'm a little bit disappointed that we haven't seen all the Christmas presents, because we've seen that jumper 3 times since Christmas. I mean, there's a limit to how many times you can wear it. But the trouble is, I remember when I first moved up to London, I didn't have any money. I mean, I really didn't have any money. I was resorted to sort of getting milk off the milkman and then not paying for it and hiding. So I didn't have to pay things, so I could keep it going until I got some money. It was really difficult. And I remember there was a girl in one of the discos that I was working at, and I used to wear these things, and she said, I'm going to take you out shopping. I went, OK. So she took me out shopping, And she bought me all these bright clothes, like bright red trousers, bright yellow jumper. I was wearing a bright yellow jumper as a DJ. And then she bought me all these other things. I mean, I thought there was probably a hidden agenda or something. But anyway, she bought me all these clothes, and then I had to wear. Dale was exactly the same. I'd go round to Dale's place, and he would have all his clothes and because he'd have new clothes for the new series, then all of a sudden he'd be getting rid of all the old clothes. And who was the recipient of the clothes? Moi. I got loads. I would go away with sometimes 3 bin liners full of clothes. So I'd get in and I'd be walking uphill to the television to try and work out what I got. I got everything from suits to ties to handmade shirts to, just everything you can think of. And he'd always like to see me wearing it. So he'd always say, try that on, try that shirt on, see what that looks like. Because we were roughly, at some point, and it was a very brief point, we were the same size. Then gradually I sort of moved away and he sort of disappeared. And it wasn't the same. Big fan, says Rob, the courier of Krabby's mulled wine, full of flavour, and once drunk, all you can do is sit down and smile. You drink that much of it? Is that how easy it is to drink, actually? So anyway, so this one here, what is this, actually? Oh, this is Maria. Poor old Maria, honestly. I do feel sorry for you, Maria, because I'm going to use your letter on my my Monday evening show. I'm going to read it out, which I thought you'd like, actually. And she says here, what did she say, actually? He was talking about celebrities who probably refused him an interview. No? What? He says, I've already done Victoria Beckham, can't help that, because her family, big fan of the programmes. And, in fact, if you read all the tweets and Twitter, Maria, I don't know whether or not you're able to do that, but you can see, it's really embarrassing. We do have the biggest audience at this time of the morning. Can't help it. It's just the way life works out. Some people don't have them, and I do. But, no, I've never lost an interview. Never lost an interview. I wouldn't be remotely interested in talking to Jordan. Wouldn't be remotely interested in talking to Peter Andre. There's loads of... I wouldn't be interested in talking to Gemma Collins. So, unfortunately, your argument falls apart. But never mind, it's nice for you to have a little opinion. You must be very lonely, but, we've always got LBC, haven't we? So you can always listen to this. Mulled cider is amazing, says Elaine. Mulled cider. What did I see? Some lovely flavours. It sounds quite nice, actually. They were doing a thing in Country Life of all these different companies that have opened up with all these different smoothies you can get. Some of them sounded absolutely fantastic. Judith says, I was watching Heartbeat on ITV3. It was an episode called Dirty Somebody, and the love interest of one of the main characters was a vet, played by, guess you're right, Super Vet. It was definitely Noel Patrick. He looked very groomed. I thought you had to be a member of the Actors Union. No, not at all. No. It's like, to be a magician, you don't have to be a member of the Magic Circle, but, most people are. And no, you don't need to be a member of Equity to be him. You can get a job. If he's playing himself... He's playing himself. He's not playing somebody else who isn't a vet. So that's how he would be allowed to do it. And so, can you tell us something exciting coming up in the world of entertainment? Is that for me? Oh, right. Oh, did I mention this the other day? I can't remember if I mentioned it. Because LBC and its sister stations from Global are coming together again to bring you the Global Awards 2019. With very.co.uk. There are performances on the night from Little Mix and Lang Lang and others. Voting is now... I'm ad-libbing around this now. I'm getting better at this one. Voting is now opened for the full list of nominees, and to vote, download the Global Player app or go to lbc.co.uk. The Global Awards with very.co.uk. It's Thursday, the 7th of March, 2019, with LBC. It'll be... I got my dinner jacket out the other day, because I wore it the other day, only the trousers I wore, when somebody wrote in and said I looked scruffy, perhaps they could have done with an iron. I thought, they've just come from the dry cleaners, but obviously she wasn't aware of that. And also, they were totally crease-proof. They don't crease. They don't crease. I spent a lot of money on that. Steve, I've just been out in the garden with the dog, and you're right. It's freezing. I agree. It is very cold out there this morning. In fact, actually, it was so cold yesterday, I seriously thought, but I knew that we didn't have it on the cards for snow. Although the sky did look as if it might have gone a little bit. Just got off the phone, says Kevin, with a family member who lives in Melbourne, Australia. I told them how cold it is here, and they said, well, it's 109 degrees, 60 Fahrenheit. I said, good luck. I know. We've already heard that it's very hot over there at the moment. It's dreadful, isn't it? Well, I mean, it's nice if you like that kind. I would feel really uncomfortable. It's like whenever you go to Gatwick Airport, hilarious, and you go there and you're meeting people off a flight, and the people get off and they've come from a summer holiday, so they turn up wearing shorts and flip-flops, and we're all here wrapped up with coats and scarves and all the rest of it. So always try and check with the folks back home exactly what it's going to be like. A war hero scooped a lot of money from a £1 Irish lotto bet. Father of two, Gary Beck, 61. That's a war hero. 60. I mean, 61. I mean, that doesn't seem very old to me to be a war veteran. Anyway, he now plans to upgrade his Jaguar. He won 150,000 quid. He says, I went mental. He's a former Royal Navy electrician. He switched to Betfred in the Irish Lotto last November during a Remembrance Day pilgrimage where he served, and he served in the Navy for 13 years. So he bought his ticket for £1, and he scooped 150,000 quid, which, to be honest with you, is good in anybody's books. It seriously is. I think 150,000. I hope we all must have done the other day, didn't we? When that bloke won that money and his wife, they won the money, and we're going, oh, how lovely. 115 million pounds. You know, I wouldn't want to win that. And you think, yes, you would. So everybody fantasises over it. But if truth be known, if you won 200,000 or 250,000, you could make that work for you quite easily. Quite easily. You know, provided you didn't have debts as long as your arm, you know, you should be okay, I think. What are we doing? This time next year, there'll be billionaires. This is Nelson Mandela House. As I say, it was never used for the interior shots or anything like that. They just used it for the outside. And a lot of people have said that it's a piece of British TV history. It should be said. I'm sorry, you can't save a block of flats. It's absolutely not physically possible. You might better sort of save a house or something like that. You can't save a block of flats. They're worth a small fortune. I mean, who goes there? I've never been there. I have been to Bristol, but never been there at all. 20-6. Aside from the occasional polite exchanges with shop assistants, I'm unable to get out and socialise, so I love being part of the Spike, Steve. I'm grateful when you share my messages to my fellow audience members, for I enjoy the community spirit. That's what happens whenever you go to any events from LBC. If you've listened to this programme before, you've got things in common with other people who've listened. Nobody cares about the people who sort of write you a diatribe of sort of, oh, I don't like you because of that. Well, don't listen. Try and be an adult, you know. I would find it quite disappointing that somebody, you know, would sort of write something because they don't like you. It's like, I don't like things on the television, but I don't write to them. You know, why would I want to write to somebody and tell them something? And I suppose the argument could be, well, why are you talking about them? Because I get paid. I get paid for this. This is not a freebie job, I have to tell you. Flipping channels yesterday, I spotted Patrick Moore on Emmerdale. Looks exactly the same as he did donkeys years ago. He's 80. Yes, television's very forgiving. Very, very forgiving. I know, because we only have to look at Steve Dixon at Sky to realise that television is very forgiving. We don't know. We can't work out whether the teeth are 3 shades lighter or 4 shades. It's all very confusing. But people look good. There's great pressure on people who appear on television to look good. Some people don't bother. But some people bother, and that's what makes it work. So here she is, Christine Show-Off McGuinness. Appears rather top-heavy. I mean, it's just, she must say, all right, I'm going for a walk down the street now. Where's the photographer? OK, I'll look sideways now. I mean, it's just so stagey. It's so embarrassing. But there again, as I say, the stench of the word desperate appears all over the place. Freezing, you say, says Alexander. Check my place out. Oh, that's nice. That's a lot of snow. Where is that, Alexander? Where is that place? It sounds wonderful. Oh, you write Russian. Are you Russian? You must be. And you write Russian. How fantastic. Good Lord. He just sent me in a picture of what his place looks like, and it's called snow. It's called a lot of snow. A lot of snow, and a river that looks like that is a river, isn't it? I wouldn't fancy crossing it because it looks a bit dangerous, but the road looks a bit dangerous. But by God, that's quite some picture. It's quite some picture. Quite beautiful in a way, but it looks to me, anywhere where they've got fast-running rivers, no thank you very much. I don't trust anything like that. But they've got that barrier in there, presumably because cars skid off the road. It's lovely. Very nice. Thank you for that. Very wide, that river. What is the river? Tell me what the name of the river is. I need to know. I want to sort of fill people in on what it is, and they can check it out as well. Also, bosses have bagged a year's pay already. How does that work out? They're pocketing 133 times more in pay than the average worker. Well, that's why they're the bosses. I never complained about it. It would never interest me what bosses earn. I've never thought about it. You know, as long as you've got enough for your own needs, should be fine, shouldn't it? So today, Fly Tipping Friday, if you've just joined us. That's where people go out and get rid of all the rubbish. And here's a strong man. He's called George King. He's on a crane, 328 feet up in the air, and he is hanging on just by his hands. It makes him happy. He lives in Stratford. He says, climbing gives me an overwhelming sense of accomplishment, and so he's doing pull-ups on a crane 328 foot up in the air. What would happen if your hand slipped? Because he's literally, he's got no sort of safety. Oh, God, it makes me feel ill. He's literally doing pull-ups on a bar of the crane, just with his hands. Well, I mean, oh, God, the more I think about it, the worse it is. Dreadful. Absolutely. That is terrible. That is terrible. Why would you want to... And then somebody's taken a picture of you and you go, no, I couldn't... You imagine if all of a sudden you went, I think I'm slipping. Because there's nothing for him to fall to apart from the ground. God, truth, honestly. Does frighten me. The Mail we'll come to in a moment, because everybody's talking about Billy Connolly. And even Jan Moyer says Billy Connolly... Because he said the other day, he said, I'm feeling I'm coming to the end of my life. And, you know, it's just the way it goes. I'm not frightened about it. And Jan says, even in your darkest days, you're still a lighthouse of joy. He is. He's that sort of person. I think he'll probably joke to the end. He really will. Liz in Kent says it's Cairngorms with an R, not Cairngorms. Cairngorms. Well, it's Cairngorms. Yeah, Cairngorms? Cairngorms. Scottish boy says you can say anything you like. He doesn't care. Not going to change anything, is it? You don't care. You're not going to worry about... No, he doesn't care. So there you go. He doesn't care about things like that. More on the Daleks who cannot rescue Doctor Who. Of course they can. We love the Daleks in Doctor Who. And a nice picture here of Naomi Wilkinson. Whoever she is, I've got no idea. I go through the Daily Star and I never understand what they're talking about, actually, half the time. Because I don't know who these people are. But she's obviously an actress. She must be. She's standing in front of a board that talks about Academy Children's Awards, so she must be somebody very... He's in Moscow, is Alexander. He's in Moscow. He's doing his morning walk. Isn't it funny? There's nobody there, Alexander. Don't you think this is hilarious? That we're here in London, in the middle of London, in Leicester Square, and you're on the Moscow River. The river is called the Moscow River, and he's doing it... There's nobody there. Nobody. It is completely deserted. How lovely. Mind you, I nearly got a oh, all of a sudden the snow's vanished. This is some miracle. So you can go cycling. It's amazing, isn't it? I nearly went to Moscow years ago. I nearly went to Russia. There was a cruise ship and they offered me a cruise, you know, to do a travel piece on it. And I went, yeah. And so, but just before, about a week before we were doing it, they went bust. So we never got to actually go there. But I bet a lot of people, actually, Alexander, probably listen to the radio overseas to learn English. I've had loads of people saying they always listen to, not necessarily for this programme. Holly says, interesting you're thinking about getting some more premium bonds. I recently shut down a stocks and shares ISA after 8 years of increasing nicely. It suddenly took a dip. You see, now I was told about this. When I put money into ISAs years and years ago, somebody said to me, it will go down. It will go down. Don't panic. Don't panic. Stick with it and it goes back up again. And in fact, strangely enough, my investments, they do go up. I haven't lost anything. I had a month where it went static, but now it's building nicely. I was the first thing I turned to. I don't understand the rest of it. I just turned to the page of what's it worth at the moment. Dallas says, please explain to Scottish Boy that cairn is the Gaelic word for Yeah, he's very angry now, Dallas, I'm afraid. So Cairngorms, Rocky Mountains. He doesn't live there. He lives in Aberdeen, and he doesn't go back. Don't be hurt. Seriously, no, it doesn't matter. Honestly, listen. Oh God, he's making all sorts of threats now and everything else. Oh Lord, what have you done? What have you done? He's Scottish, but really, he's sort of part. You're not all Scottish, are you? Oh, he's going off on one at the moment. What other nationality are you? You're not all Scottish, are you? Armenian. I mean, I don't know anything about Armenia. Have you been there? You know, isn't that funny you've never been? How can you be half Armenian? Is your father Armenian? Oh, right. How lovely. I wanted to be sort of Neanderthal or something like that. I wanted to belong to something else, actually. I was never sure. You know, when they sort of say, so it's like all these people who've got heritage, and, religion and stuff. I don't have anything like that. I feel a bit disappointed. I'm assuming I must have come over in a longboat some years ago. Well, not me personally, but relatives. It's the only way. Women's daftest excuses not to have sex. Sorry to mention it at 10 to 6 in the morning, but it does apply. Not in front of the cat is apparently a fairly popular one. Also, I've just fake tanned. One admitted telling her guy... No, I can't say that. It's a rude word at this time. I know it's the official word, but I can't use it. Somebody said that she would feign an upset tummy and sit in the bathroom for 20 minutes and make truly alarming noises. Oh, not sure about that, actually. Excuses for having sex. It used to be, would you like sex tonight? I've got a headache. Until eventually, on the Friday, the bloke went, take that. She went, what is it? He said, it's an Anadin. Now go upstairs. Never happens like that, does it, really? Although there will be people propping up bars over this weekend. Although, remember what I've told you? Please, please, please remember this is a 6-week month before you get paid again. It's going to drag out. It's only the 4th of January, and already I've spoken to people who are getting a bit short in the Reddies department. And also, if you've got any HMV vouchers, go and spend them, please, as quickly as possible, just in case. I say just in case HMV decides to close the doors because it's not been a very good Christmas for them and it doesn't sound like it's going to be a particularly good New Year. Why? Because you don't need to buy music. You can stream it now. It's so much easier. So much easier. So that's what you've got to do. If you've got the check, you might have some old HMV vouchers. I never got things like that as a child. For Christmas, I never got anything like that at all. But I know they're very popular. You just pop it in an envelope, don't you? Happy Christmas, and here's a £20 vouchers. You go in there and you think, you got quite a lot of choice. You can get, I think, 3 DVDs for a tenner or 2 for a tenner. And a friend of mine watches them a couple of times and then gives them away to the charity shop. I don't. I keep all my DVDs. I've still got all my videos. I've got video collections. It's not normal, is it? I'm a hoarder. The newsreader, Josh, he said to me, are you very tidy at home? Oh, no. No, not at all. I am a hoarder. I'm loath to throw anything out. I lost batteries the other day because I bought the bubble gun thing from the Winter Wonderland, and I thought I'd bring it in and show it to my friend Rich, and then I thought, where the batteries gone to? So I'm going to have to go today when I get home to go and get some AA batteries, because I appear to have run out. I've got the AAA and the D cells and the 9-volt batteries and all the other ones, but I've run out of AA batteries. So I'll go and get those, and then should be quite nice, actually. Right. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. And there's one here saying, always listen to the programme, and I've told all my friends at the same time. It's exactly the same, actually, as poor old, who was it? Oh, Maria, who seems to think she speaks for loads of other people, whereas, in fact, I think not, Maria, eh? I think not. Anyway, no doubt you'll be podcasting this programme later, because that's what you do. And I did thank Diane, didn't I, for sending in these hand-painted French macarons. And she's got macaron tower cupcakes. They sound quite nice, don't they? I've got them here. It's a little red box. Very nicely done. Thank you very much indeed. 7 minutes to 6. Why did I not pick that paper up? I picked it up and put it back down again, which is a bit silly. And this is James. This is James Middleton, who has met a French city worker, and they're now kissing. He's 31. He's the Duchess of Cambridge's brother, and he was kissing Elise Thevenet during his New Year's family getaway to the island of St Bart's. Unfortunately, they had to suffer with Spencer Matthews as well, who's become so low rent. Grace says, I made some delicious turkey soup yesterday and brought some strawberries for breakfast. Can't have been British. They must have come in from Egypt. I don't think you do British strawberries at the moment, do we? Where would they be coming from? Middle of winter? I don't think so, unless you've saved them. But leftover turkey from Christmas, made a turkey soup. Is that... He loves turkey. I know, he loves turkey. You like turkey soup, don't you, being a vegetarian? And an episcopal person, which means I don't know what it is. Don't look like that, honestly. You've got one of those faces on that looks like you should be on the Muppet Show with Stadler and Waldorf sitting in the blooming box. Boo! Boo! They were dreadful. They were terrible. Boo! That's what he's like. Seriously, I mean, after Dallas took him to task for Cairngorms, I mean, oh dear, I tell you, he's gone completely round the barmy. I mean, only a short while ago, he was holding up something. He said, what do you think that is? I said, no idea. He said, it's a banana. And he was like, what are you showing it to me for? I've got no idea. I'm a radio presenter. I don't know anything about fruit and veg. It's just a dead banana. I do like bananas. And it shrunk, didn't it? I didn't know that bananas shrank after these. That must have been there for days. Days and days. He found it the other... because he started ferreting around, you know. Sometimes he finds the odd coin. Because Holland and Barrett have got that thing now. I've never taken advantage of it because I don't do that sort of thing. But they sort of... you buy one item, you get the second one for a penny or something. And I remember thinking, well, how many of these tablets are people getting through? Then they were telling me that Manuka honey, very good for burns, but not necessarily good for other things. Well, it's worked for me, thank you very much indeed. Chirpy broadcaster Giles Brandreth, disclosing how his wife Michelle tires of his obsession with obscure English words, tweets, "Wife, are you going in to see Jeremy Vine looking like that? Me? It's a radio programme. I'm not..." I can't say it. I'm no prick me dainty. And that's an old-fashioned word for dandy. A prick me dainty. Have you ever heard of such? I've never heard of that before. But apparently, Giles, doesn't long-suffering Michelle deserve our sympathy? I love talking to Giles Brandreth because he's always such good value. I can't tell you how old he is because I don't know. But he's like Roy Hudd. They've just got endless stories. And Giles is always very sweet, very sweet. But a prick me dainty. Prick me dainty, sorry. So now you know. So if anybody says he's 70, is he? He's a very good 70. So if anybody ever says to Scottish boy, "You're a prick me dainty," it means he's a dandy. Or not, as the case may be. But that's what it means. I wonder if they've got different... they must have different things. There must be... Is there... like the Welsh have got their own language and the Irish have got language. Do the Scottish have a language? Gaelic. Does that... don't look like that. I've never been up there. I've never spoken Gaelic. Do you speak Gaelic? No. Does nobody speak it anymore? Oh. I think that's a shame, really. I love a language. Love a language. But I'd like to... I'm not bothered about speaking Welsh. But I like listening to it as a language if people are singing. 1.1% of the Scottish population speak Gaelic. Don't you think maybe you should learn something for the year? Give yourself a bit of a purpose in life? You know, sort of... well, it's not useful, but it's just nice to do, to sort of hang on to your heritage. I'm sort of trying to, you know, I think that'd be quite nice. Obviously not. That's gone down like a lead balloon this morning. Can you imagine, you know, oh, your heritage and all the rest of it. What heritage? You know, all that kind of stuff. He's not even been to Armenia. Have you? Perhaps you should go. Perhaps you should go on holiday. You should really go to discover what your family roots are. You must have family over there, mustn't you? Yeah, you must go and see them. What sort of business would they be in? Are they farming or something? I don't know what they do in Armenia. Any that have gone, lived there, went back quite recently. Oh, your family escaped. Wow. Oh, you've got to go back. Oh, you should make that your sort of... We'll help you. And, yeah, you should definitely go back. That's quite exciting. I like that. It's like, I want to go back to Hong Kong. Just to, you know, have a look at the places that we went to and see how much it's changed since the 1960s. What do we got here? Oxford Street terror plotter, known risk for 10 years. Pledging allegiance. And also, rocket fuel blood pressure pills recalled. And roll up for the unseen magical mystery snaps. The PC caught drink driving. I have to bring you this story for the simple reason that he was breathalyzed by officers. Oh, actually, he was a little bit over the top than I thought. He's ex-British Transport Police, allowed to keep his driving licence. He was almost twice the drink-drive limit. Arrested, taken to police cells. He'd just finished his training, finished a gross misconduct, blah, blah, blah. But he'd resigned from his new career before it had even begun after being told nobody had ever kept their jobs after being charged with such an offence. Mr. Pearce, his name is, PC Andrew Pearce. And he was, I think, 61 milligrams of alcohol per 100 millilitres of breath. The legal limit is 35, so that's not our Andrew Pearce. No, just in case you thought poor Andrew Pearce has been... I don't think Andrew Pearce drives. I've just got a sneaking feeling, somewhere in the back of my mind, Andrew Pearce doesn't drive. I don't know why I know that. Not sure. Does Eddie Mayer drive? Isn't it funny you don't think... It's like I don't really think even of Dave O'Brien driving. I know Nick drives. Has Dave got like a Volvo? Well, he's got so many children, honestly. It's like the child catcher in Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. But, and so Pearce, not our Andrew Pearce, he got 10 penalty points and fined him 120 quid with 30 quid court costs. But he says, I give you credit for your guilty plea. Well, it was twice the legal limit. People always tell the truth. Have you had a drink? Had a skimful. You know, that people never lie when they're on drink or drugs, are they? Anyway, news coming up very, very shortly. This will be this programme has whizzed through this morning. What's gone on today? We've got so many texts and emails to get through, and we will do in the hour just after 6 o'clock. Because I got another text from Jamie Oliver yesterday, getting quite panicky over doing canapes. for my show until I had to tell him. Luckily for him, he's away on Monday, which is good. The surprising joy of Bros, who turned out to be the missing link between David... Morning every Friday. I know we've made it through the week, and you're sort of thinking to yourself, but wait a minute, we're still on holiday. Some people are. Some people are still on holiday. So Monday will be the day that you go back, which is probably, if it's school, parents must be crawling up walls, I should imagine, at the moment, going, when will they ever go back to school? The idea is you try and get them back into school as quickly as possible, anything for a bit of a rest. And then the kids can show off to all the other kids at school, look, I got these trainers, I got this, I got that, I've had my teeth whitened, I've had a new perm, I bought some... And some people are wearing watches. It's so funny, we're so taken by Sky every day, because we have it here, because just in case anything happens, you can get it up fairly quickly. And bless his heart, Steve Dixon has obviously got a new watch, because we hadn't noticed up until about a week ago. And now every time we sit, it's almost like he's pulled the cuffs back to show you it. And then the other day, he was almost sort of prominently displaying it. And I was thinking to myself, it's quite a big watch, actually, whereas most sort of gentlemen's watches are generally sort of quite slim. But that's not very big. That's just a small little watch. Mine's only small. Mine's small. But it's a Raymond Weil watch, very expensive. And I know. But every time we watch Steve Dixon on the television, I have to laugh, because we all sit there and go, look, he's showing his watch again. So it's either a Christmas present from a loved one, or his parents bought it for him, or he's bought it for himself. Either way, we're totally taken with it. We're totally taken. Steve, in Ireland, some speak Gaelic. It is pronounced Gaelic in certain... You can pronounce Gaelic, Gaelic, it makes no difference. It's like... what's the other word that we always have trouble with on the programme? Cairngorms. If only to annoy poor... What are you eating now? Back on the biscuits again, are you? Like those biscuits? Why have you not tried the fruitcake? That's very expensive fruitcake. That is seriously expensive fruitcake. Sorry, what's the matter? I don't do... It's got... The alcohol is negligible. You're not going to get drunk on a piece of fruitcake. He said, it's got alcohol in it. I've never known you turn down alcohol. Oh, sorry, I didn't realise you'd given up alcohol as well as meat. Or is that a bit lax? It's a case of I've given up alcohol till I get to the pub this evening. That'll be the thing, because Friday night... There you go, see. Oh, right. You are going to the pub this evening. Oh, God, honestly. I'm so glad I'm staying in. I work for the London Borough of Hackney, says Jim. We get paid on the 15th of every month. It's really good, because I do all my Christmas shopping after the 15th of December. Then it's not too long till after Christmas you get paid again. Yeah, 15th. I've heard of people getting paid on the 15th. We get paid 25th of the month, or the nearest Friday, apparently. Mike says, I've still got some videos, but no VHS player. Oh, I've got VHS players. I've got a double player as well. Giles Brandford says, Chris is 17, was born in Germany. Was he? Good Lord. We booked him once as an after-dinner speaker, and as you say, very good value. Oh, he's brilliant. He's brilliant. There are quite a number of people who are very good at doing after-dinner speaking. And Carl says, I'm new to your show, and we're just wondering how on earth do you speak so splendidly for 3 hours non-stop? Money. That's what I do for a living. My granddad used to be able to do that, but after all, I realised he was just saying the same three things in a loop. How he met my gran, how he suffered from bunions, and how my gran soothed his bunions. That's the trouble, you see. Of course, he wasn't equipped with newspapers, which I am. And also because we have televisions, and we have radio, and we have stories, and so there's all sorts of things to talk about. I've got 4 pages of stories which we put together at the beginning of the programme. I go through the newspapers, find, a few stories. Normally, I do two pages of stories, or maybe 3. 4 today. 4 today. Absolutely unbelievable. Luck of the Irish was my top story. The winners have been revealed. They're from Northern Ireland, and later on today, Camelot will no doubt introduce you to them. And they're going to be quite charming. Quite charming. Of course they are. They've won £115 million. Hospitals brace for mayhem this weekend. The cold snap will bite, and it is cold out there. And so you have to check. If you've got elderly people who live next door to you, you have checked on them if they've got soup and stuff like that, to drink in the... Because a good cup of soup can last quite a while, actually, for an elderly person. And to make sure they've got heating and stuff like that, that's something you can do. It'd be a nice thing to do. China's population has shrunk for the first time in 7 decades. In 70, first time it's shrunk. I wonder why. No. They're currently showing Wild China on the television at the moment as a repeat programme, and I bought the box set, and I loved it. I love the music and everything about it. Very, very drawn to China. The bicycle that can ask Alexa to order a takeaway during the ride home. Can we do anything by ourselves now without technology? Because we love Alexa, Oh, no, I don't know. There's no point. Lexa's now burst into life. 2 pages on Abby Clancy being pregnant again. How boring. This is going to be so tedious. Honestly, we go, oh, look, she's pregnant. Ruby. Gatwick and Heathrow spend millions to beat the drone menace. Somebody was saying the other day, we don't think it was the police drones, we think it was a bird. Well, holding a light. No, it was definitely a drone. It was definitely a drone or some sort of little thing that whizzes up in the air. Whether or not it was the police one remains to be seen, because I think it was the police one, and they're too embarrassed to tell you. Can you imagine? There'd be some old Herbert in a police station near Gatwick going, oh, God, I'm so sorry. Do you think there's any chance of them finding out? No, laddie, no chance of them finding out at all. We just deny it. And that's what they did. They denied it, and then people said, oh, so you spent all this time and effort looking for a drone that didn't actually exist, because it was your own. And they didn't find out till afterwards, and somebody went, where is it? Back in the station cupboard, Sarge, and that's it. But, no, definitely not birds, unless they've started learning how to hold lights between their beaks. Happy birthday. Craig Revel Horwood celebrates his birthday today. Not everybody's favourite person. I like him. I like him for his honesty. I hate it when they tell fibs to people. And also the hip-hop star and fashion designer, who nobody's ever heard of, called ASAP Barry, fined £4,000 after admitting a sex attack on a woman. Not very good, is it? Also, all over the internet, how to get cheap meals from McDonald's, based on the new McDonald's thing. I was looking through this morning as I was coming in. Actually, as I was coming in, I was sort of looking at it, thinking, that's interesting, isn't it? McDonald's meals. Where did I find it? Oh no, I can't have been. No, I know where it is. And I was looking at it, thinking, what? You can get cheap McDonald's meals? Is that possible? And the answer is, yes, you can. You can, but when you do it on their board that you touch, which has got more germs on it than you can shake a stick at. We've told you about that before. But it was very interesting. Find it on the internet, and you'll be sitting down, writing it up, going, are you serious? What you can actually get, and it's involves something like, if you assemble your own burger, you can get something that's like a Big Mac without a couple of ingredients, and it's about half the price, because you make it yourself. So go to the internet, because I looked at it earlier on. Also, Lisa Armstrong offers support to Bake Off's Candice after she gets trolled. For what reason, I've got no idea. And that's Lisa Armstrong, who was Ant's other half. But so she's offered her support to Candice Brown following her appearance on the show. This is the one who told us she wasn't remotely interested in being in show business, and since then she's inflicted herself on us, and she turned up in another programme. And then they all come up with things that they've been suffering with since childhood. Honestly, I feel like sort of bringing up whooping cough and mumps, stuff like that. James Argent's weight loss inspired by Gemma Collins? Absolutely not. He's exactly the same size. He's huge. He's absolutely enormous. I mean, even he must look at himself. And she's not lost the weight that you think she has, because it turned out the photographs we were all looking at were taken more than a year ago. AJ Pritchard and his brother Curtis revealed the reason they think they were attacked. And they were beaten up by a group of men, leaving both them injured. AJ got bruising to the face. He thinks jealousy. I would have put it down to jealousy as well. People see and they go, oh, you're on the television, are you? Think you're clever? Oh, God, honestly. But as AJ and Curtis have now revealed, well, probably now worked out, there's some very stupid people allowed in clubs. And once they've had a few bevies, they're not very pleasant people. But it makes it difficult if you're famous to go out somewhere. I can remember going into a nightclub years and years ago, and there was a member of Monty Python in there. It was the gay one, whose name I can't remember now, actually. Graham Chapman. And he was in there, and the DJ spotted him and went, Graham Chapman's here this evening. He turned around, walked right out the door. He didn't even stay. But there you go. Oh, yeah, McDonald's hikes prices as it adds bacon double cheeseburger to its menu. I love the way they call it bacon, because it must be a certain sort of bacon. It never looks like the bacon I have at all. They do that thing which goes into a pita bread, and it's a piece of cheese and some bacon. It's the dullest thing you've ever had, but obviously the Americans like it, so we have to suffer with it as well. And I remember thinking, what sort of bacon is this? Because it looks like it's obviously cooked within an inch of its life. Poor thing. TV pal of Meghan Markle says she's not the sort of person you can be friends with. I should imagine she's feeling, as all the other people have done in the royal family, quite isolated, because nobody talks to you. I mean, what do you think her and Harry are talking? It's all right when they're dating. Now they're married. Now they're stuck there. Neither of them do anything. He faffs around with his charity, but that doesn't take up every day of the week. What does he do the rest of the time? Nothing, because the younger members of the royal family are bone idle, I'm afraid, which is not good. And what else was I trying to find? There was something else, actually, I was trying to find. Oh, yes, cricket. They think, actually, the summer of 2019 is going to be as unique as the World Cup shifts the Ashes series from centre stage. So, you know, I like to be up to date with all the sporting headlines. And Apple's China warning deflects deeper problems for the firm. They've lost a fortune, about a third, I think. And also, the price of a typical Manhattan apartment, should you be thinking of going, has fallen below $1 million for the first time in 3 years. Whoopee! Oh, can I have some water? Thank you. I'd ask, you know, if it's going. As long as there's some in the taps, I'm quite happy. And apparently, the astronauts have revealed... Guess what they've done from space? They called 911 from space. They said it's surprisingly easy. They got through. Nobody's going to believe it, are they? So where are you? Well, we're about 2.5 million miles above your head, I suppose. I love it, actually. I love things like that. Snoop Dogg wants to adopt a dog named Snoop after a sad video of the pup being abandoned goes viral. Why do people abandon dogs? What is the matter with these people? And they've got an egg roll eating squirrel on the internet, which is quite nice. I quite like that. And what was the other one that I liked as well? New Housewives of New Jersey. An absence of malice. They're the most boring out of all of them, I'm afraid. And then another couple here, having a child, they say, we pray our child isn't born with my deformities, because the husband has deformities. But, I mean, just have a child, I would think would be quite nice. And Elizabeth Hurley kicks off 2019 with a photo of her in a bikini. Whoa. And Billie Piper gave birth. Did you know that? I didn't even know she was in a relationship. But she gave birth the other day to a baby girl with Tribes rocker Johnny Lloyd. What's that? What's Tribes? Is that a group or something? Or we don't know. Oops. So anyway, thank you very much. Cheers. Nothing at all. Like he's mute. Seriously, honestly. Makes you wonder whether you're talking to yourself half the time. Also,
To disrupt the flow of the show.
I'm not talking to you now. I was talking to you a minute ago. Don't come back in and think this is about you. Typical, isn't it? All the time, typical. What did he say? I didn't know what he said because I talked all over him. Something about disrupting the flow of the show. Yes, which he did by coming back in again. Boo! Boo you! And we're late for the news as well. We're all in trouble now. 6 in wrap up warm. You're going to wrap up very warm because it's very cold out there. And this weekend it's going to be even colder. Another one here says, I listened to a discussion on how to identify pushy, ignorant, traffic light and queue jumping drivers. I was going to suggest, says Steve, a mandatory sign on the car, but alas, it's already there. It says Audi and BMW. Isn't it? Why is it that Audi, well, no, more specifically, BMW drivers get such a raw deal? Everybody thinks they're driven by the most ghastly people. I mean, isn't it the case that you drive a BMW if you can't afford a Lexus? Isn't that how it works? You know, people sort of say you're driving this because it's a poor man's whatever. The ones that I laugh at are the ones with the blacked out windows. You can see it's not factory fitted, so they've had a film put over it. If I was a police officer, sorry, let me pull in, thank you. Right, we're peeling that off now, and it peels off really easily. And then I've seen a programme on the television where somebody pimps your car, where they cover it with the same sort of thing as the black film, only in different bright fluorescent colours, and they do the whole car. And I thought that'd be quite nice. But then you'd have to tell DVLA, the colour of my car has now changed. It used to be grey, now it's bright purple or something. The motorway will close. This is a stretch, 30-mile stretch, I think, of the one of the motorways in this country. This is the M1. Will close to avoid disturbing endangered dormice who are hibernating. Oh, I think that's good. Don't you think that's cute? Not if you're driving along the motorway, you won't be thinking. But dormice are so sweet, and they are hibernating at the moment, and they want to get home, I should imagine. Linda says, how does it feel to have a fan page? I have no idea. I don't know. I've never seen it. So I don't know anything about things like... I never quite understand why sort of... I mean, you know, LBC's loyalty with its audience is well known within the industry, that people listen longer to this station and they have more of an affinity because they've been listening for years and years. And then you get sort of somebody sort of like the one we had this morning, whose name I've completely forgotten again because it's instantly forgettable, who sort of goes, oh, and you don't take any calls. You think, no, but we've still got the biggest audience. You know, that's what it's about. It's about personality. Every presenter is different. Otherwise, it'd all be so boring. Can you imagine if you had a station where it was all what we call beige? No, you've got to have everybody different. So I'm different from Dave O'Brien, who's different from Ian Dale, who's different from Eddie Mayer, who's different from Sheila. Everybody's different, and that's why people are employed for it. If you don't like a particular person, go listen to something else. Doesn't make any difference to me. I couldn't care less. I don't actually get sort of paid by how many people I've got, which is a shame. Steve, I work as traffic management supervisor. Yes, we all look out for Audi drivers. They had a great programme on the telly the other day. What was it? It was another one of these. Oh, they were watching a gang. 5 pickpockets. And they followed them. And I think they were in, I can't remember. Let's say Ramsgate. Okay, let's say Ramsgate for the purposes of this programme. And they'd seen them arrive on the train. And they were flagged up. They went, sorry, 5 Eastern European people get off a train. And they had to identify them to the ground crew who didn't know what they were looking at. And they went, and they were watching as this bloke goes up behind this woman. She's got a bag over her shoulder. He manages with one move to open the bag, which is on a zip, and then they're inside somewhere. I'll tell you where they were. They were inside the museum down at 222B Baker Street, Sherlock Holmes, and he was pickpocketing in there. He was pickpocketing inside the place. And literally, then once he went in, he picked out the thing, and he tried it a second time. But the second time he did it to a Japanese woman, and she cornered him. And all the Japanese tourists on her thing surrounded him. He was a thief. So you've got to watch it. If you've got a bag with a zip on it, make sure the zip is at your end of the body. Don't put it at the back. I saw somebody, who was it the other day? Oh, Scottish boy. In his back pocket, his phone. You know, the easiest place to pinch a phone from, the easiest place to get it. All they do is they just sort of bump into you. You go, oh, like that. They've taken it. It's gone. You imagine how ruined your life would be if you lost your telephone. Imagine. You wouldn't have... It would completely change your life. You'd be even more, distraught about things, not worrying about cairngorms. Yeah, well, there's no money in your wallet. We've seen your wallet. What would you lose in there? You just lose a wallet. Oh, ID, you can always replace that, but you can't replace all your contacts, can you? And also, it then means people would have my number, and I wouldn't be very keen about that idea. God knows what I'd get. Imagine if people had my private number. You put it up on the Steve Allen appreciation page. So bitter. I wonder where he learnt that from. He's only been on the programme a few weeks. Already, he's learnt bitterness. Which I quite like. Excuse me, I've just had a... I think I'm drinking too much tea. I can't remember how much tea you're supposed to drink a day, but I like it, actually. Steve, being in the magic circle, says Carl, what's one of your favourite tricks that's been shown on television? I was always impressed with David Copperfield, where the buzzsaw exploded and sliced him in half. How do you do that? Oh, of course I wouldn't tell anybody. You won't find magicians do that. You do get rather stupid people on YouTube. They'll sort of do it, and then they go, oh, this is how it's done. And you sort of think, oh, that's guaranteed. Dan says, used to having the windows tinted on my old car. I was stopped by the police. I can guarantee it's not easy to peel off. If you have your car vinyl wrapped, the DVLA don't need to be notified of a colour change, as it's not permanent. But how would they find somebody if they were looking for somebody? So this is the car number. It's supposed to be a grey BMW, and I'm looking at a purple BMW. You'd have to have that changed. If I had my car sprayed a different colour, I mean, that wouldn't be permanent either. That could be something I would just change on a whim. See, people drive BMW so they don't have to use indicators. BMWs don't have any. Oh, I thought it was James O'Brien, not Dave. I don't think so. No, it's Dave. And somebody says, why do you keep mentioning Dave O'Brien instead of James? Says Mariusz. Well, it's a stage name. His real name's Dave. Everybody knows that round here. I've been saying it for ages and ages. I don't know why people have then just cottoned onto it. It's one of those sort of things, isn't it? It's like, my real name's Ethel, but we don't use it on the programme. Just not necessary. There's an artist called Rebecca Nowell. I'd never heard of her either, but if you're a Star Wars fan, you're going to like her. She's turned her globe-shaped drinks cabinet, you know how fashionable they were, into the Death Star. And that apparently gives her the front page of a few papers. Also, the killers of the murdered journalist Jamal Khashoggi face beheading. Now, you remember the story of the man who goes in to go and get his visa changed and doesn't come out again. Well, certainly not in one piece. So they're thinking that he was executed in there, and they put him into various bags and all the rest of it. And then they implied that the leader of the country was in some way responsible for it. He then had to deny it and say there was nothing. So then they found these other people who they say are responsible. And so now what they're saying is they could be beheaded. I mean, to be honest with you, something somewhere stinks something rotten, isn't it? Also, here's a cheery story. This Sunday, apart from the fact I'm going to be here, because I'm here every weekend, have been for years and years, Saturday morning, between 5 and 6, Best of Steve Allen, which is currently being assembled at the moment with loving care and attention. And then between 6 and 7, it's In Conversation. And this week on In Conversation, you can enjoy the delights again of Nish Kumar, who was really super, really, really super, and also Sally Field. So that's tomorrow. Good, isn't it? And then I'm back here on Sunday morning. So for those people who have no idea where I am over the weekend, I'm here, OK? But here's a cheery story. This Sunday is the day that you're most likely to die. Hurrah! Indeed. Hurrah! And the reason that they tell you that is because according to statistics, and according to all the hospitals they've asked, they've had more people dying on this particular day. So this coming Sunday is the day that traditionally you're most likely to die. I don't get it either. I mean, I wonder why. What would be significant about this Sunday? Also, the ferry company. Remember the ferry? Oh, you'll like this. You know this one, because if you heard Dave's programme yesterday, he was doing this one. He was doing the ferry company with no ferries. They've copied and pasted their terms and conditions from a takeaway firm. A takeaway firm. I mean, seriously. They're not the brightest pennies in the box. So this was the ferry company. So do you have any ferries? No, we don't have any ferries at the moment. It's like a radio station with no presenters. Oh, wait a minute, I think we got those. But the terms and conditions come from a takeaway firm. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. This is classic. This is classic. People absolutely love things like this. They really do. What was the other one? Friday. The Speedboat Fugitive. We did that yesterday. The police haven't got a clue where he is. Marvellous, isn't it, really? Absolutely marvellous. Chris Packham, which we did at the beginning of the programme, says that the hunts can chase him instead of foxes. I don't know. Even if he ran, would the hounds attack him? Because I don't know how it works. They do this thing called first blood, don't they, where the hounds are trained to kill the fox, but then the moment the hound loses the scent or loses working in a pack, they kill it. Because they won't have a dog that upsets the rest of it. They have to work together as a pack. Don't ask me how I know this. Probably because I've read Country Life over many, many years. Lee says, I'm driving up the M1. I can hear a squeak. Could it be a dormouse? Well, I shouldn't think so, not unless it's been trapped under the wheel. We did that before, didn't we? Wasn't there something where we had to get some animal from one side of the road to the other? So they built a tunnel under the motorway to get sort of 3, whatever they were, very small things. For a so-called normal person, the limit, says Monica, of caffeine per day is around 400 milligrams, so you're safe with about 6 to 8 teas, especially that your tolerance for caffeine grows with usage. See, the fact I do 2 cups of coffee in the morning, and then I come in here and I don't drink coffee in here. I did try some the other day, but mainly a cup of tea, and they've started putting out, they're really nice actually, these Thai food tea bags. I've never had Thai food tea bags, and they're really nice. It's a really nice cup of tea. I don't like something too strong. Normally I do that girly stuff. That stuff that you get English breakfast tea, and then you get Earl Grey, and then you get Lady Grey and Lady Jane Grey, and so it goes on. Quick check on the news headlines for you this morning, if you've just woken up. It's 26 minutes to 7. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's LBC. It's nice to be company. Welcome along to January. Welcome along to Friday, end of the week. And welcome along to the number 4. Nick Ferrari at 7. The Defence Secretary says the Royal Navy will be patrolling the Channel to prevent migrant crossings from taking place, but only if the Home Office pays for it. Nick will be speaking to a former security minister to find out what the government should be doing. I don't think we're going to get any more people coming across the Channel. They've arrested 2 people in Manchester, Liverpool. So I don't think anybody else will be risking it. Doesn't take them long to find out. Who did you pay your money to? That bloke there. Nick will also be finding out about the charge handed to the son of the radical cleric Abu Hamza and why US politics has experienced such a radical shift in the last few hours. Plus, he'll be asking if you think ex-convicts should be made to declare their criminal history when applying for work. All of that and more with Nick Ferrari at breakfast this morning from 7 right here on LBC. Having told you this Sunday is the day that most people die, well, not most people, otherwise I'd be sitting here talking to nobody, but poor Patricia in Wallington says, thanks, I'm going to hospital this Sunday. Change it, Monday? Something like that. Sue Ann in Stotwell says, I've never had the flu jab, I've been lucky, chronic bad back, but due to travel, Monday, a Warner's break, so total rest. Oh, mind you, if you've got a chronic bad back, you don't know whether to lie down, stand up, kneel. Oh, it's ghastly, isn't it? Ghastly. Holly says, being early for a hospital physio appointment yesterday, I went to their cafeteria for a coffee. It was hot, wet and brown, but utterly tasteless and zero caffeine. An expensive way to warm my hands. Businesses should realise if they serve up rubbish, they won't get repeat custom. But the trouble is they don't care, because there's loads of you in hospitals, aren't they? I mean, I've been to the canteen in the hospital where I go to for the burns, and it's an ever-changing... It's only the staff that you see there all the time, because you recognise them by their clothing. Blimey, Steve, this cold weather makes the water so freezing when you're cleaning your gnashers in the morning. You need that toothpaste that sort of stops sensitive teeth, doesn't it? It's like eating an ice lolly. Hate it. And Veronica says, I've got all my residents in the care home where I work, listening to every morning, and they love it. Well, that's good. That's good, because we love people in care homes. We like people who work in care homes, because we think they're the salt of the earth. We think they're absolutely wonderful. You're very dedicated. What else we got in the paper? There was somebody's birthday. Oh, that's right. We were celebrating Craig Revel Horwood's birthday. Everybody's going, we hate him. And I'm going, yeah, I think he's great. Hal Packham, I've just been reading it again, actually, and I'm none the wiser on Chris Packham, who wants to be the Hunt's first human quarry. He suggested that he run through Hampshire's New Forest, pursued by hunting hounds and riders, rather than have them following a pre-laid scent. So it's this sort of drag thing. He said, the law is constantly contravened. Foxes are being torn to pieces in people's front gardens, and pets are being chased. Yes. A New Forest hound spokesman said, we thank Chris Packham for his offer of being hunted by the New Forest hounds, but we don't think it would be practical. Why not? He's made the offer. Go on, go for it. Go for it. I mean, to be honest with you, if people are on horseback, he couldn't outrun people on horseback, I don't think. A couple of the papers full of a guy called Eddie Davenport. Eddie Davenport is a convicted con man. That's all I'll tell you. You can read all about this dull little person. You know, if you want to, he's in some of the papers for today. I think he's just come out of prison, actually only a short while ago, for fraud. So they've got this bicycle. How much is this bicycle here? 1,500 quid. And all it's got is, excuse me, a touch screen with a sat-nav on it. Well, why don't you just pull into the side of the road if you're on your bicycle and use your telephone? I don't quite see the purpose of that. Hunt admits that Syria's brutal dictator Bashar al-Assad will stay in power for a while. We seem to have members of his family, don't we, really? Olivia Newton-John saying that she's not dead, which I'm pleased to report to you, because we're very pleased about that. And for the second day running, we found somebody else who steals from the firm where they worked. This is an accountant. £400,000 from her bosses to fund a gambling addiction worth £1.2 million. This is Kathleen Weir, 40. She took money from her building company employers over 7 years and blew it on horse racing and football bets. In 2 years, she made 8,000 bets through Ladbrokes, Sky Bet, William Hill, and all the other ones. She made transactions from the firm. She used 9 different bank accounts and in 2 surnames to stash the stolen cash. It took police 2 years to prove that she'd hidden transactions worth $209,000 and cash cheques worth nearly $200,000, paying them into her own account. She pleaded guilty. She was jailed for 5 years. Thieving little so-and-so. Honestly. So she took $400,000 from her bosses. But she was spending it like there was no tomorrow. So anyway, 5 years in prison, because that probably means 2.5, doesn't it now? Or perhaps she's out this weekend. I don't know. Patricia may have a hospital appointment on Sunday, says Dan, but at least if she's going to die, she's in the right place. Well, that doesn't make her feel any better, does it? Pauline says, I get to test out, because I love this weather, my Montclair coat. Best coat for the cold ever. And I can watch the freezing Egypt still wearing shorts in Exeter. Well, we've got people around my way wearing shorts. My postman, bless his heart, is about the fittest person you'll ever meet. He's always wearing shorts. Always wearing shorts. Also, what was the other one here? Don't use the doctor to prove how right on you are. Billy, this is Jan Moyer writing in the Daily Mail today. She's a big fan of Billy Connolly. She says, all my life I've got sick. The flu, pneumonia, various things, and they all went away. This isn't getting away. This is getting worse, says Billy Connolly. But he did say the other day that he doesn't mind dying. He's been diagnosed with Parkinson's and prostate cancer on the same day in 2013. on the same day, but he's frailer in many ways, but still thinking positively. And the final curtain, as Jan Moyer writes, hasn't quite fallen yet, but he remains as inspirational as ever. Because that's what you can do. I was watching a thing the other day, and it was sort of people facing the end of life, and it was a husband and wife in hospital, and he thought he was going to go home. And it was basically the premise of, how do you tell somebody something? You don't fib to them. You have to tell them, listen, maybe it's not good that you go and do so-and-so. Stay in here for a few days. And they were quite right in all the cases, because they know the signs. I've said before, with my mother's cancer and probably with everybody else's cancer, and you say, how long have they got? And they say, well, how long's a piece of string? They go through various stages, things will happen, and then we'll have a clearer indication. So it will get to the end, and they will know that, you know, this person might not make it through the night because they've gone into this particular sort of series of things that happen. And that happened with I think my brother's first wife's mother. And they said she won't make Christmas Day. And she didn't. She died Christmas Eve. But they knew about it. They could tell. And so this programme was very helpful, because we're rubbish in this country. We don't do these kind of things. But dealing with this woman and this man, and they said five days after they'd sort of said, you're not going to be going out to a hospice. We'll look after you here. Don't worry. He died. It was done beautifully. And then there's another woman she'd been to a euthanasia place, which took 5 minutes for it to act. She has to hold the drink. They gave her this drink, and the man said, do you still want to go ahead with it? She said, absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt, I want to go through with it. She'd had enough. She was in lots and lots of pain. And he said, well, I'm giving you the opportunity. If you don't, you know, her family were there. And so she drank this drink. And he said, you know, when you feel a bit tired, which you will do, let me know and we'll lie you down and everything else. And so that's what happened. And literally within 5 minutes, she'd passed. And the family they were actually delighted. They were actually delighted because she'd had exactly what she wanted at the end. That's what they said. That's what she wanted. She didn't want it to be any other way. Unloved, broke, sick, hounded by ex-wives and forced to tour tiny UK venues. But as a brilliant new movie reveals, Laurel and Hardy's humbling swan song was the moment they became true friends. Because they did tour over here. I think they played the Kilburn Empire. I have a sneaking feeling they played. So Stan and Ollie, the film, opens January the 11th. You're not going to be disappointed. They're going to look exactly like them, as you probably know. Star signs today. They now got, as opposed to Jonathan Caner, who died, they've now got Oscar Caner. Nothing like keeping something going. I always read it, but it never makes any sense at all to me. I'm completely at a loss as to why anybody ever reads their star signs. Because you could write just about anything, couldn't you, on there? And it wouldn't make any difference. Steve Carell he's such a clever man. We had him on In Conversation last year. Very clever man, very clever. Because he did Despicable Me. He did that, and he's done just tons of other things. Also, the Bright New Hopes. The Bright New Hopes. You know, can't even say it now. Fresh-faced singers set for stardom. Sam Fender is a classic heartland rocker, and he's playing Gorilla in Manchester, Feb the 25th. Freya Ridings, you won't have heard of any of these people, I shouldn't think. Mahalia, Tom Walker, a singer-songwriter. Jade Bird, backwards soprano, putting a homespun slant on classic Americana. Sam Henshaw, soul man with gospel leanings. He's a Londoner. Grace Carter, grew up in Brighton, fan of Lauryn Hill. And Lewis Capaldi, the boy next door with loads of charm. If you like Ed Sheeran or George Ezra, you're going to be liking him. So a few names there that we threw in, so we can actually come back and say to you in a year's time, we told you that they were going to be big celebrities, and they're now selling around the world, and I think they will. Also, 5 dates for this year for the theatre. 9 to 5, the musical. It's got Brian Connolly in it. We love Brian Connolly. So also got Louise Redknapp, Amber Davis. What for? I can't imagine, if it's the one we're thinking of. Also, All About Eve. This one should do very well, very well. Also, Only Fools and Horses. They've got Paul Whitehouse starring as Peckham's favourite granddad. Tom Bennett in the David Jason role of Del Boy, and Ryan Hutton playing Nicholas Lyndhurst. Previewing from Feb the 9th. Opens February the 19th. Theatre Royal in the Haymarket, which is just over the road from Phantom of the Opera. Betrayal, Tom Hiddleston, Penelope Wilton and Michael Gambon and All My Sons, Colin Morgan and Jenna Coleman. So some shows there that you need to book. 10 to 7, nice heavy company, and I'll tell you in a moment what's happening with the best of Steve Allen. And Steve, advice, please. What are your tips for getting out from under a warm duvet on these cold mornings? Illness. Illness is my advice. Feign illness. Because it's mind you, once you're up, it's fine. Once you're up. And I tell you what's very good for you, cold water splashed on your face is a very good thing. It's good for your skin, good for everything. The worst thing is, of course, sleeping with the central heating on. That's not good for you. But once you're I'm the same. Once you're under the duvet, it's nice and warm and cosy, and you don't want to get out, do you? And you go, I don't really want to do this. But once you're up, you're fine. It should be great. Front pages. It's romance, James Middleton and Elise Thevenet. Obviously, they've got some photographer with her, and he's desperately suffering from a dearth of exposure. Needs a decent haircut, though. She speaks French. I don't know whether that's a plus point nowadays. She works in the city. The speedboat fugitive, the police haven't got a clue where he's gone to. I mean, seriously incompetent. Officials failed to confiscate his passport, the police admitted. So they reckon he's gone abroad. They don't know where he is. They don't know about secret bank accounts. They know nothing. He's on the run from a 6-year prison sentence. I mean, when they catch him, and they will eventually catch him, something will happen. Somebody will dob him in, for a reward or something. And then they'll just add it onto his sentence, and we'll just throw away the key with him being in there. But he's also using taxpayers' money to fund his lawyers through legal aid. Well, surely his lawyers know where he is. I mean, how difficult can that be? I mean, I think we just use excuses, don't we? It goes, not too sure about that. Sales slump in the next stores, prompting a fresh call to reform the business rates. They've got to look at the high street. This year they've got to look at it. No more silly faffing arounds with, it'll sort itself out. It won't sort itself out. You're going to see some big names crash this year. I promise you, there's going to be some high street names that will be going, wow. Because the sales were empty. Because the British public are a bit bored with sales. You can buy it cheaper online. You can get it delivered to your door. You don't need to go and park the car or do anything at all. Councils don't want you to go out shopping in the high street. That's why they make it practically impossible for you to park anywhere. Oh, you can park for up to 2 hours. Who wants to park for up to 2 hours? Monica says heating set to start 15 minutes before the alarm clock is perfect. Yeah, we used to do that years and years ago. But now I bounce out of bed. It's easier to bounce out of bed. Quickly throw yourself in the bathroom. Mange 2, Rodney. Only Fulton Horses fans furious. Nelson Mandela House in Bristol is going to be pulled down, they reckon, to make way for yuppie flats. I didn't know Bristol had any yuppies, but apparently if they have, that's where... one fan fumed it should be a listed building. Don't be so stupid. Don't be so stupid. You can't list a block of flats like that. Not when somebody owns it and they go, list it so that 3 people a year can go round and go, oh, look, that was the exterior of Nelson Mandela House. That would be ridiculous. Daily Mirror, Olivia, who says I'm dying? I know. It'll be some buffoon on the internet. You know what these little trolleys are like. Plus shopping at his local store, freed villain of the £14 million Hatton heist. This is John Collins. He's 190 or something. Plus the son of... which Nick Ferrari is going to be talking about, the son of jailed hook-handed preacher Abu Hamza has been arrested over the murder of a doorman. How lovely. Honestly, what a charming family they must be. What a charming family. And so he's quizzed on sex party murder. Do you know, strangely enough, and this seems odd, doesn't it, really? When we parked to go to Winter Wonderland the other day, I parked in Mount Street, which is literally, we came out and we had to walk round the police car, and I didn't equate the police car sitting there. They had the tape up and everything else. And we walked round it. And I remember looking at the policeman because it just looked like maybe a car had gone into a building. And that was where this happened. Gemma Collins, you remember Gemma, 37, not really with a career going anywhere at all. She threatened to walk out of Dancing on Ice when they told her first dance would be a song by the Venga Boys. And she went, is this a joke? No, I'm leaving the show. Goodbye. Go now. Go now. Go on, go. But, of course, she won't, because I reckon in the contract she's got to do at least 2 weeks to try and keep... because there's nobody else on the show who is remotely interesting. Who in God's name cares about Brian McFadden, for goodness sake? I mean, dear Lord, he was a has-been years ago. But Gemma Collins threatened to walk out, and it's a cheesy hit. We like to party. I've never... We like to... I don't know, I might know what it is, actually. She said, I'm not coming out to that. You do what you're told, dear. Do what you're told. Otherwise, if you don't do what you're told, you're out. But, of course, we all know she's not going to complete the course. It's just when she's going to be out of the programme. Is this the Venga Boys? So we know... Oh, I think I do know this. Ready? Woo. Hit me. Get me down. What a hit Friday we're having. What a hit Friday. It's very repetitive. Oh. Very repetitive. Bit like Gemma Collins, really, isn't it? So, and is this it? I quite like the Venga Boys. I don't know anything about them, but I quite like this. Woo! Oh, sorry. Got a bit carried away there. Oh, felt like I was auditioning for something. Lovely. That's what she's coming out to dance to. What's she going to do? She's going to go fun for... It doesn't really sound like a sort of song to come out on ice dancing, does it? Very catchy. Don't let it be said that we're not trendy on this programme. Thank you very much indeed. Greece star Olivia on health fears. Rumours of my death have been greatly exaggerated. Absolutely. And Jennifer Hudson, thrilled to return to The Voice. Good. 2 in 5 of you bought Duff Goods in 2018. What are Duff Goods? Is that fake goods? Oh, it doesn't work. Oh dear, I hate things like that. Hate things like that. The Sun on the front page. The Premier Club sent England ace home after Christmas party Coke binge. What, you've got football players who are doing coke... Well, how stupid of me. Of course they're doing cocaine. Lots of people do cocaine. Does it affect your work, though? I mean, I don't know, because I'm that naive when it comes to these sort of drugs. I mean, does it make you a better footballer? Is it like sort of drinking alcohol and make people think it makes you a more exciting person? Except if you're Katie Price, in which case you're not an exciting person at all. Not really. But I don't know what cocaine does for you. Would it make you a better footballer? I don't know. Are there any drugs that you could... You might as well just say, whenever they sort of test people for the Olympics, why don't they just have an Olympics where it's all drugs? And that way, you know, if you've got better drugs than somebody else, you're going to win the race, aren't you? Or the Tour de France. Oh, yes. Oh, that sounds familiar, doesn't it? Good heavens above. Also, lovely to see you. This is model Louisiane Lopilato. Oh, right. Her husband is Michael Bublé. So there you go. So I should have learned how to pronounce her name, because we love Michael Bublé. The Daily Express, hate cleric Hamza's son held on gun charges. Scandal of cheap phone calls for prisoners. Oh, God, I tell you, it's all happening there, isn't it? New mum Pippa's bikini body. Really tacky. So they're in a remote place on holiday, but there's a photographer with them. How set up does that sound? Front page of the Telegraph, most Tory members would back no deal. Beatle gets by with a little help from a trend. Paul McCartney's released a song using auto-tune, after claiming the Beatles would have used the technology had it been available to them. Auto-tune is where you can make singers who aren't very good sound very good, because it goes through a machine which pitches them at the right level. It's very clever, but it's just a computer program. Lots of people use it. I could name you groups until the cows come home who've used auto-tune. The Guardian, Steve Coogan says, maybe I've just got flabby and middle-aged. I don't think he has. He's in this new film, Laurel and Hardy, isn't he? Oh, he looks sensational. Also, police put 1,000 officers on standby for Brexit chaos in Northern Ireland. Also, how protein became an obsession. Many Britons now see it as an elixir, but at the bidding of major companies, they may be feeding a need that doesn't really exist. Touchdown, the Chinese... It looks amazing. Seriously, it looks absolutely stunning. And the Times this morning... £200,000 protecting the welfare of the hate preacher Abu Qatada since he was deported to Jordan in 2013. Apparently, Theresa May, when she was Home Secretary, the government's paid for the cleric to have appointments with human rights workers and doctors for 3 years. God, we are simple, aren't we, honestly? Doctors tell parents to cut children's screen time. Apparently, watch too much television. It makes you depressed. I know, I've seen some right rubbish programmes. Right rubbish. And Paul Whelan, who was arrested as a suspected spy in Moscow last Friday, has dual US and British citizenship. The Foreign Office has requested consular access. What will that mean? What will that mean? It tells you it's the end of the programme. Thank you very much indeed for your... Somebody goes into the Savoy for dinner and decides to order a bottle of wine. 1,750 quid's worth of a bottle of wine. That, to me, is a very expensive bottle of wine. And then tries to snip out without paying. Gets caught. In court. Found guilty. Sentenced next week. Also, I don't know if you've seen all these pictures of guardsmen, people in the forces, and they've got them down as snowflakes. I don't know. I can't quite get why they would. I think what they're basically saying is they don't want snowflakes in the army. What they want are sort of, butch soldiers. And so consequently, this poor bloke, he's in the poster campaign. He didn't want to be in it. Although he must have signed a waiver or something. But anyway, he's decided to quit the army in disgust at being called a snowflake. I can imagine. A sushi king must be in Japan, mustn't it? That's where they eat the most sushi, I think. Pays for one bluefin tuna, £2.5 million. £2.5 million, a small fortune. But nothing. I've often said to you that if you want to make a lot of money nowadays, you become a tuna fisherman. Because you go out there, one boat haul can be worth at least 10 to 20 million. Because tuna fetch vast prices. So what they do is they corral them, and then they put them into a big net in the middle of the ocean, and they go back and just keep taking them out and all over, because they're huge. Why they're in such small tins, we've never quite worked out. What was the other one? Noel Edmonds wants to move to New Zealand. Jamie Oliver has splashed out £6 million on a right nice house. My sort of house completely. This is a real cracking house, it really is. And has the Queen handed Meghan Markle the perfect role as patron of the National Theatre? I mean, surely some sort of joke, isn't it, really? Is she up to the stand? Has she only been in Suits? I don't mind her marrying Harry. I'm not particularly bothered about things like that. I'm just a bit worried that patron of the National Theatre. Should that be somebody who's actually been in the theatre, not somebody who's done sort of some tiddly role in Suits? And they go, oh, it's Meghan Markle, famous for Suits, and that's about it. So, Beatrice and her new love spotted for the first time on the same island that he proposed to his previous wife. Because he's already been married before. What is it with the royal family and this sort of dissecting of it? People now divorced. We thought it was bad enough with Wallis Simpson. Meghan Markle, she's been round the block a few times. And then there is a story on the front of the paper. You would be shocked, wouldn't you? There's a husband and wife on the front page of one of the papers today. And the reason they're on the front page of the papers is because she tricked him into believing that their 3 children were his. For years. For years, she tricked him into believing that the children were his. He thought they were his. They weren't. They weren't. So she's been forced to pay him £250,000 for somebody else's children. Must be a little bit worrying, wasn't it, really? Bella Remberg left £50,000 in her will, and she left some to I think it was a cat or a dog home, something like that, which is lovely. And the airline, I did the story about 4 days ago. This is Virgin in Australia, I think. They left a family's pet dog to die. It was one of those French bulldogs, and I don't know if you're aware, but French bulldogs have trouble breathing, and they've got all sorts of problems. And you have to make sure they get plenty of water, because their respiratory system is different from other dogs. So this one was taken and was transported. They were just flying into country, and they didn't give it enough water, and then they left it out on the tarmac in the heat. I mean, more stupid, you'd be hard pushed. But anyway, the poor thing died. I also didn't see Dancing on Ice, which I'm assuming started last night. I didn't see it. To be honest with you, I've got better things. I was cutting my toenails, I think. And I decided it was far more entertaining to watch me trying to get me... What? I don't know, I haven't seen it, so I don't know. It's the Gemma Collins, yes. Actually, no, wait a minute. Today's Sunday, so it must be on today, mustn't it? I keep thinking today's... I don't know what I'm thinking, yesterday. So, apparently, she's already had a little bit of a Queenie fit. But there again, that's it. She does look like bad drag. And you see it, whichever way you look at it. I've seen, Courtney Act is better looking than Gemma Collins, and he's a bloke. And so they've sort of got her on there. Loads of talk, but very little action. Very little action. So we're not expecting a great thing. She'll probably fall over a couple of times and then, and we'll be able to get rid of her, because then we can get proper people who are into it. It's always the people who seriously believe that they are celebrities. Brian McFadden is on the programme. He obviously quite clearly believes in his delusional little mind that he's a celebrity, because it's called Celebrity Dancing on Ice. The celebrity lineup. And you look at, you think, you're not a celebrity. You're just an ex-member of a little boy band, which you left ages ago. However, I did have to watch it again the other day, and I don't know why I did. It's only because the producer said that he was going to watch it, and it's the Bros documentary. After the screaming stopped, or something like whatever it is, and you do think it's a David Brent spoof production. You can't believe it's absolutely genuine, but it is absolutely genuine. Matt as we all know, is slightly left of centre. I think he's sort of fallen off the rest of the world because the language was atrocious. I mean, every other word was an F word. At one point, he says to his brother, F you, and walks out the door. This is while they're waiting to go on television. There's obviously something the matter with him. Anyway, they do the little show, and the latest we hear, they're thinking of doing another one at the end of this year. Oh, God. But perhaps just one would be enough, actually. But what they need is new material. You can't keep recycling the old stuff, can you? Drop the boy, you know, it's all the same old stuff, isn't it? What was it? What was the other one I quite liked? Oh, the BBC ditching the AD, the Anno Domini, in a question over Christians. I don't think we should complain bitterly, actually. Always you complain about things like that. Why is it that sort of companies are anti-Christian? I can't understand it at all. It's not good. As I say, Noel Edmonds wants to move to New Zealand. This is after he had an experience on the I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, and he was voted out. And consequently, he's decided he's going to sell up and move to New Zealand. That'd be the last place I'd want to go. You don't want to go to New Zealand. I mean, absolutely. It rains you think it rains here? Rains worse than New Zealand. And also the convict who preyed on female prisoners begs for cash to have a sex change. I mean, because he's in a men's prison, because he's a bloke, but he said, no, I want to trans into a woman. Well, he's already got, you know, all sorts of main sort of problems going on, and that's why they moved him back again. Robbie Williams looking to swing with Hollywood royalty with a new album. Not another blooming swing album, please. It's the cheap way out, isn't it? She gets too hungry for dinner at 8. No, come on, give us some new music, mate. Answer, you've dried up. There is no new music, there is no nothing, but he's having to hand dig a swimming pool at his house. John says, please don't compare Gemma Collins to Courtney Act. Courtney's talented. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely, I totally agree. I think Courtney Act is stunning. I defy any bloke who didn't know that Courtney Act was a bloke to sort of, I mean, just looks amazing. Just looks amazing. Of course, the only person who didn't like him, that was who's that little short, fun, little Widdicombe. She didn't really take to that, the idea of blokes cross-dressing, mainly because, as a bloke, he looked better as a woman than she does. You know, which don't take too much, does it, really? Let's face it, you're never going to look at Anne Widdecombe again. The only time she perked up was when one of the girls did her hair on the bed. I remember thinking that was slightly peculiar. You know, perhaps she can't do her. She looks like she's let herself go. She really does. And once, you know, I mean, I tried that a few times ago. It doesn't. Steve, you've been the voice of Christmas. Yes. I don't seem to have been off the radio in Christmas time. I don't think so. I don't think there's been... I think if there was a day when I wasn't on, I apologise, because I'm supposed to be on every day. It's in the contract. You know, let's use Steve Allen. Let's have in conversations. Let's have... And tomorrow's going to be a very busy day. A very busy day. So I work today. Got to take the trees down at home, of which we have 3. So they're coming down today. Then I shall sort all my stuff out for tomorrow. Because tomorrow I'm coming in the morning. I'll do a programme tomorrow morning between 4 and 7. I have to think what time I'm on tomorrow morning. I don't know where I am at the moment, which is probably the same as every other radio presenter. And then I go home for a little rest. Then at 4:30 a car picks me up, brings me back here. And then I have to go and do my show at the Leicester Square Theatre, because we've sold out, so we've got that tomorrow to do. And then at 9 o'clock, a car will then take me home. I shall then attempt to stand in a bucket of cold water for about an hour and a half, get myself ready and come back into work again, which is a shame because I had so many things to do on the Tuesday, but of course I can't because I'm just going to be completely zonked out. I did something a few years back when I got an award from a company, which was very nice. And then I came in here and I had 2 interviews to do, and I was falling asleep. I've never fallen asleep on an interview before. Billy Connolly has said of his death, it doesn't frighten me, and it's an adventure. Well, it's an adventure depending on whether you sort of worry where you go afterwards. You know, if you think that you die and you go to heaven, whatever heaven is, I don't know if heaven is lots of bright lights or if we're all sitting on clouds, because it's going to be bloody crowded up there, isn't it? You've got Genghis Khan, there's going to be all these murderers and everybody else. They're all going to be, excuse me, Steve Allen. Oh, I never liked you. Why not Genghis? You always looked all right to me. Hannibal will be up there, Elephant, there'll be all sorts of people. Heaven is going to be really, really crowded. You know, there's going to be a queue for getting in the pearly gates. It'll be worse, you know, than it was getting into Winter Wonderland the other day. You have to queue there while they inspect everything. As if you're going to go there. They should have 2 queues at Winter Wonderland. One for people who haven't got anything with them, and one for people who've got buggy. There was some poor bloke in a wheelchair, one of those motorised wheelchairs. They searched all over it. You think he's in a wheelchair, for goodness sake? Honestly, a little bit of decorum, please. If anything on this planet is close to extinction, it's the blue tuna. Yet the Japanese seem intent on wiping them out. Well, I mean, they're put it this way, they're currently killing whales left, right and centre, aren't they? We've got whales going off. But it's not half as bad. And we never seem to make such a big deal about it. The Japanese kill whales because they eat them, although I'm led to believe not everybody in the country eats whale. I've never seen it on sale here. I don't know what our laws are. We can eat dog, but we can't eat whale. Eating dog, apparently, is okay. And I was sort of thinking to myself, and yet nobody has ever criticised the residents of the Faroe Islands who massacre whales in their hundreds. They drive them into shore, and children and adults hack them to pieces. The sea runs red with their blood. And yet nobody's ever taken them because they go, oh, well, they need that to survive. And you go, it's just mass slaughter. I mean, it really is disgusting to watch. If you've never seen it or you didn't know about it, check it out on the internet. It's awful. We got the papers, that dreadful story about that poor man stabbed to death on a train. We don't know the full story of it, but I'm sure we will. It would have been his birthday on Saturday, so he didn't get to open his presents. A lovely father, and nobody knows what went on. His family have said that he was always ready to help. Lee Pomeroy was his name, and his 14-year-old son was yards away in the next carriage. I don't know. It's something that's not quite right about that story. I don't like it at all. I don't like the idea that, you know, we're only just into the new year and already somebody has been stabbed to death on a train. There was a woman who was murdered in Hackney by strangulation, I think. And this is the beginning of the year. The beginning of the year. It's absolutely dreadful. And also we've got another ultimate body plan. Now, I don't know about you, but I'm fairly happy with the way my body's turned out. Doesn't work for everybody. Obviously, some people's bodies are they're in denial. I don't want to make a big deal about it, but, you know, I think you know when it's all gone wrong if you take all your clothes off and you stand in front of a mirror and you just let yourself go. That's when you realise that it doesn't look good. You know, I wasn't talking to you. Why do you think I was talking to you? Honestly, it's not always about you. Good Lord. I mean, if the cap fits. No, I mean, it's, you know, I think the trouble is men sort of hold their stomach in and so, oh, looks okay. No, obviously, you can't. Can you? You can't anymore. It's like a sort of a shelf over the toy shop. You know, it doesn't look good, does it? You know, and I'm sort of one of these people, but I've decided that I'm not going to take any notice of third-rate Z-list celebrities. If I want a diet, I'll go to the doctor. And, here we go again. We've got this strawberry blonde thing going on. I've got a friend of mine, actually, and I used to say to him, I think you're lovely ginger. And he went, I'm not ginger. And I went, what do you think you are? And he went, strawberry blonde. I said, you're not strawberry blonde. Don't be so ridiculous. There is no... It absolutely is ginger. It's ginger. Whether you like... Why are you denying the ginger? A ginger tinge? Listen, I'm looking at your beard. That's ginger. It's ginger. You see? I'll rest my case. You can't have different hair all over the place, can you? I shouldn't think. Let's not go down that route, shall we? Going down a bit of a cul-de-sac there. But no, if you've got a ginger beard coming out, you're ginger. You know, I was platinum when I was born, and then it gradually darkens and changes, and then I used to lighten it. And then I got to the stage where there was no point in lightening it because there wasn't any hair. But no, you should be proud of being ginger. You know, and obviously it doesn't... You've obviously got something against the ginger. What is it about ginger? But you are ginger. Look at the colour of your beard. Look at it. I can see from here. And I've had my cataracts done. So I know about these sort of... Honestly, it's outrageous. Like this. What did you think, Henry, your colouring was? What do you call that? Chestnut. Yeah, chestnut, auburn. Just brown. Dark brown. All right. I don't know. It's difficult to tell. What did it say on the bottle? Did it say sort of dark brown or, you know, chestnut? Autumn golds, autumnal gold. You could have a rinse put through it, couldn't you, really? You know, a lot of men dye their hair now and put sort of different colours in. You'd never dye it ginger, though, would you? If you're thinking of having hair dye, I don't know why it is people are against ginger. I love ginger. I think it's great. Red hair, that's quite nice, very attractive. Titian sort of thing. But I love it. I'm not ginger. And yet you look at his beard, that is seriously coming through ginger. If you don't want people to think that, you'll have to start shaving your beard in the morning, but it's too time-consuming, when it probably takes you about a year to grow anything like that. You see, I need to shave every day. It's very tedious, but I can't do it wet. I can only do it dry. I've tried doing wet before, and you end up cutting yourself to pieces. My father used to do it, and I used to watch in the bathroom, and he'd sort of get his little brush out and go... Just look a bit like Father Christmas, and then sort of shave it and do the thing in the basin. And I used to think, that's good, but I never inherited that. The only thing I inherited from my father is I tried to smoke a pipe once. My father used to smoke a pipe. Loads of people in the RAF and the forces smoke pipes. Don't ask me why. And so I tried it. What a boring existence that was. Smoke it. You have to keep lighting it. It goes out every so often. So you're constantly with the lighter over the top of it. So I tried it a few times. I look stupid. Stupid with a pipe. I can't smoke cigars. Well, I don't smoke anyway, but I couldn't, when I was smoking, smoke cigars. Don't know why. Because I thought you don't actually inhale the cigarette smoke. Paul says, so producer off to Malta. Beautiful country, my second home. Spend loads of time there. English speaking, drive on the left, easy country to enjoy. He's been there before. He went there, I think, last year. I think he met somebody. And he's obviously going back, you know, to sort of he's got a huge suitcase. I don't know what he's got in it. I was tempted to have a quick look earlier on to see how many changes of clothes he's got. But it must be. It's real. I know, I watched him trying to lift it, and I remember thinking, he's only going for a few days. Which is interesting, isn't it? When I go on holiday, I just go with a small carrier bag. Don't need anything else. You just need... Malta he's going, yeah. But you don't need... When you go on holiday, it's like people pack loads of pairs of socks. What for? You're never going to wear them. You're never going to wear socks, are you? You're either going to wear flip-flops or sandals or something like that. All you need is a spare pair of pants, some T-shirts, some shirts, and one decent pair of trousers. For me, then the next thing that fills up the suitcase is the bathroom. Because we've got to have shampoo. I've got to take the shaver, got to take the charger, got to take moisturiser, you've got to take aftershave, that's 5 items already, got to take insulin, got to take needles, got to take all the tablets. I tell you, before you know where you are, the bathroom has got a separate case. You know, so when you go through and you put it on the little... And you could see them looking at it going, oh, my God, how ill is this person? And the answer is obviously quite ill, because you've got to take enough tablets to last, and you've got to take your prescription with you in case you fall ill, and they've got to know what you're taking. In between that, you've got to take the case to put the insulin in, which you freeze, and then it keeps the insulin cold. I mean, it's just a nightmare. So clothes are sort of superfluous to me. I might as well go on a nudist holiday. Although, actually, to be honest with you, I don't really think a nudist holiday would actually work out for me. Could you please explain, says Anish, how the Japanese sushi tycoon, who paid $2.5 million for that giant tuna, will make a profit out of it? Because it sells for a huge amount of money. Huge amount of money. Tuna, and this is bluefin tuna. So, A, it's rare, B, it's enormous, and it will go for huge amounts of money. And also, it's the fact that he's so rich, he can afford... It doesn't make any difference whether he makes a profit out of it. He will make a profit, because people want to eat bluefin tuna, and they will pay the premium. So that's why. That's why. So that's it. So have you seen the size of tuna? This thing will be like 5 foot, 6 foot long. They're huge fish. That's why I used to laugh. People think tuna are little tiddly things, but they're not. They're absolutely enormous. You'd be hard pushed to actually lift one up, I think. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. In Peter Pan, the author J.M. Barrie calls death an awfully big adventure. Good for the big yet. Oh, I'm sure if anybody will have a bit of a day out, I would think Billy Connolly will. He's still with us. It's not that he's actually sort of gone yet at all. He's just saying that he feels he's on the way out. Mind you, we all feel like that sometimes. You wake up in the morning and you sort of go, oh, I feel a bit achy this morning. Just a little bit, you know, not sort of terribly achy. But I brought bags in today and bits and pieces. I'm walking up the road and some homeless people yelled out, all right, mate, Happy New Year. And I thought perhaps they thought I was homeless. I don't know, because I'm walking up the street with myself looking a bit like a bag lady, dragging myself up the road. And when they went, all right, mate, Happy New Year. And I went, like that, because I thought that's what you do. You don't want to engage in conversation with people, do you? What was the other one which I quite liked, actually? I quite like what do I like? Dancing on Ice, that's tonight. Cops quizzing Beckham's sister. This is over an alleged assault. It's on the front page of one of the papers today. The buy-to-let fraudster. I always love it when fraudsters get turned over. This one's been told to repay £3.5 million, which is good news. You can win Fred Dibner's home for a tenner. Do you know Fred Dibner? He was the steeplejack, and he was from a different era. He'd been married, I think, twice before. He was apparently a little bit difficult, but I thought his programmes were excellent. I loved it when he went to Buckingham Palace on a steamroller. He went on a steamroller. It was just fantastic. And when he died, I think the wife that he was married to sold everything, and they turned it into a Fred Dibner museum, which was a museum of, you know, steam engine stuff like. Well, it's closed. So now the house is up for sale, but you can win it for a tenner. They're gonna sort of raffle it. And it's only worth about $500,000, going to prove, as far as I'm concerned, that the further up the country you go, the cheaper the property becomes. They had one the other day. Do you remember the couple who were trying to sell their house, again, by doing it as a lottery, but the lottery people came down and said, well, excuse me, you need a licence for this. You can't just start selling something for a tenner. You know, you need, there are guidelines. So they withdrew it from the market. They were going to pay some money to Cancer Research, I think. And that house is worth 500,000. Up there, you've got 6 bedrooms, 5 bathrooms, barns, land, a swimming pool for 500,000. God, blimey, can't even buy a 2-bedroom flat round my way. It's ridiculous. Out in Wallington, I mean, you know, sort of property prices go a little bit cheaper, but not much. Everything, it's not uncommon to pay, you know, 850,000 for a terrace house. Richmond, tiny terrace houses go for about 800,000. You know, which years ago would have gone for like a few hundred quid. It's ridiculous. Millions in New Malden's just gone down, hasn't it? I'd heard that the bottom had dropped out of the market. Well, you haven't got a place there. If you know, you could live there, couldn't you? Well, you do live there. Mummy and Daddy live there. You have your own bedroom. Okay. Fantastic. You have a lock on the door. Your own bathroom. Your ensuite. There is. Oh, right. One on your floor. How many floors are there? My goodness, are you living in a hotel or something? On your floor? Are there floors above you? They're on an extension. They've got an extension. And this is just somebody who does the telephones. It's unbelievable how they afford these things nowadays. Me, slaving away over a hot stove and a hot microphone, you know, and I don't have 2 bathrooms. I don't even have an upstairs. But I quite like that idea. No, who wants to do stairs? Goodness sake, it's not served you any purpose, has it? Do you have a lift in there? Have you got a Stanner or something like that? A chairlift. I watched, when we went to Winter Wonderland the other day, we were watching all these rides. It was so expensive. The most expensive ride, £8. And I didn't go on anything. It was I had those churros, which are quite nice, actually. But that was, for 2 of us, that was £15, which it seems like an awful lot of money. Years ago, you know, you get a portion of chips for 20 pence or something. Now, £4 or £5 up there for a portion of chips. So I ended up buying a gun that blows bubbles. And it's great because you pull the trigger on it and it's got four batteries and it lights up and it sends out a stream of bubbles. So I put it in a bag, meaning to bring it in for my friend Rich. And unfortunately it tipped over, so I had a bag full of bubbles and it's all sticky and horrible. So I had to wash my hands about 3 or 4 times to get rid of the smell of bubbles. And otherwise I'd have brought it in for him. So I'll have to bring it in next week. But I'll have to remember, actually, exactly how to do it. Somebody says... your producer not really my producer, he's more Matt Stadland's producer. He should enjoy Malta. I visited Valletta, its capital, 1 August, and I would blow dry and straighten my hair to a lovely gloss. The second I went outside in the heat, it all fell apart. I know, Brian, it's so awful, isn't it? Once you've sort of blow dried your hair, I felt sorry. But anyway, good luck, which is quite nice. And as a Saturday boy, at Woolworths in the mid-70s, there was a tin dog food from South Africa in a blue tin that contained whale meat and said so on the label. It always sold out very, very quickly. See, I've never even eaten whale meat. I've got no inclination to eat it. I've seen what they do to these poor creatures, and they don't know what's happening to them. But there again, somebody could criticise me for saying, oh, you eat meat, because I had steak yesterday. And you think, yeah, well, you know, it's a bit different than going into the oceans, isn't it, and start attacking things. I mean, I don't think cows really know where they're going to. I don't think so. I think they just think, oh, it's a holiday. It's like chickens. Oh, look, upside down. Here we are. We're on a merry-go-round. Wee. Oh, God. You know, the one in front. Wait a minute. Where's their head gone? And that's what they do. They get rid of them very quickly. It's a bit distressing, actually. Let's not talk about that. Let's find some good stories in the papers today, which I'm sure we will. Or not, as the case may be. LBC News Time, it's 5:30, and with the latest headline, it's a collection of food, honestly. It's like you've been handed it as a handout. They go, here we are, have some... Yeah, I bought the donuts yesterday, because ring donuts. I quite like it. We were watching people at Winter Wonderland playing hoopla. And, of course, you know, it's nigh on impossible. The hoop has to go all the way over. And unless you drop it vertically... What? What is that cup? Where's that from? Is that Harry's cup? You've got your own cup? Made of bamboo, is it? Oh, wow. Good Lord. Never seen one like it. Where'd you get things like that? Well, you bring it in. You bring your own... It's a Christmas present. A bamboo cup. Who hates you that much? We bought you a bamboo cup. Why would somebody buy you a bamboo cup? Go on, tell me that one. Did you put it on your list? It's a nice pattern, I agree, it's a nice pattern, but it's an odd Christmas present. Are you short of bamboo cups or something at the moment? Did you break one? You didn't have a sink, so now you've got one. One bamboo. Who bought you that? Do you think she's listening to the programme at the moment? She might be. It's a lovely present. We adore it. It's really good. We all want one. Can't believe a bamboo cup. Actually, I'm sure that when we were in Hong Kong, we probably had bamboo cups, I would think, but I can't remember. I can only remember certain things. We had a lot of bamboo stuff, I know, in the flat. I remember that. In fact, most of the furniture was bamboo, I think, all put together. And, of course, all the scaffolding in Hong Kong was bamboo. Women bringing in bamboo poles and tying. It was amazing, actually. Amazing. Steve, with today's epiphany, perhaps flamed gold will you recognise an actual hair colouring. Also is Matt Stadland, super producer, running contraband in his suspiciously large case. It's full. It is absolutely full. We haven't opened it quite clearly, but it's very interesting. I saw something else. I was watching, you know, we like going to YouTube and we like nice stories. And this is a story of a supermarket. And what they do, well, they don't do it. This bloke comes in, and it's obviously done. It's filmed for a TV programme, and there'll be somebody standing at the till, and they're putting all their goods through, and this bloke will just walk past and go, "I'll get that for you. Happy Christmas." And they go, "What? Has he just paid for this?" And he's sort of like the mystery shopper. He pays for their food at the checkout. It's the most wonderful thing to watch. You know, even if it's only cost a couple of $100 each time, or $100 or whatever it happens to cost, it's well worth it. Well worth it. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And somebody says here, a lot of people talk about Epiphany. I can't remember what Epiphany is, actually, but it's obviously some religious festival, and I'm obviously missing it. All I know is it's 12th night, isn't it? Tonight is 12th night, so your tree's got to be down, or at least turn the lights off. I think if you turn the lights off, that kind of covers you from getting sort of a year's bad luck. Although some people might say, what do you mean a year's bad luck? Noel Edmonds, as I say, is so crushed. I don't know why, actually. His house is gorgeous. He's selling it for $2.65 million. And anywhere else, this would be a £13 million house. Looks absolutely gorgeous. Also, the ex-lover of David Beckham's sister, Joanne, told last night how he was hit in the face with a TV remote control during a blazing row. Oh, dear, honestly. People in their rows. And then this poor man here who was killed on a train the day before his birthday. And we don't really know why. We really don't know why. It's really, really disappointing. Bake Off's Paul Hollywood is putting it all about. And here is the gift that he gave to one girl, a £5,000 watch. It comes with a lid as well. How bizarre. That's the oddest thing, isn't it? Is it for soup or something like that? Is it a soup mug? But it's quite a big thing for hot drinks, isn't it? I mean, I've had big things before in my hand, but that seemed... No, it doesn't. Look, I consider that big. That's quite big. And then you've got... yours is twice the size of mine. Twice the size, and it comes with a lid. Where would you get where would your grandmother, such a wonderful woman, where would you get something like that from? Is there a... Oh, Lakeland. Oh, I love Lakeland. It's my favourite shop. They have the best customer service. Lakeland. Ask James O'Brien about Lakeland. He's a big fan of Lakeland too. Dave. Well, I mean, I'm calling him James just in case, because his family are getting very confused. What do we call him? We call him Dave or Daddy. They don't know. Nobody's got any idea at all. But no, it's quite. No, he's a big fan of Lakeland. We were both saying about it years ago that if you phone them up and you say, "Listen, I ordered this item, it didn't arrive," they'll send another one out. They don't argue. They're very good. Very, very good. You can only do it once or twice, though, just in case you're telling porky pies. My mother often moaned about having to eat whale meat because of food shortages. Oh, says Dallas. I'm not doing the joke. It's too dreadful for words. Too dreadful. Debbie says, Simon and I were wondering how you keep liquid in a bamboo cup. We've not got holes in it or anything like that. It's a solid cup. It's nearly as big as he is. It's quite pretty. Is that a pattern on it? Is it painted or something? Or no, you couldn't know. I know, it doesn't matter really. Did you have a guess when you saw it wrapped up at Christmas under the tree? Did you sort of think, I wonder what that could be? You know, and then all of a sudden you open and you go, oh, a cup in bamboo. 84850. Sean says, why does Steve have someone answer the phones on his show with no calls? What's got to do with you? Mind your own business, Beaky. What's got to do with you? Mind your own business. It's up to me how many people I have on the... I might have another 6 on the programme by the time we get to tomorrow. When I was little, we used to use jam jars for cups, says Mel. Really? We used to use those for tiddlers. You go out getting tiddly fish and things like that, and you tie a string around the top of the jam jar, and then you go crabbing or something like that on the beaches, which was lovely, actually. Steve, must be costing thousands of pounds or dollars to have a small portion of that tuna. Yes. Yes. He doesn't export. There's enough people in Japan who would pay serious money for a piece of bluefin tuna. And because it's so expensive, it's like, what's that? Oh, the people that kill these, they carve these fish, but if you eat the wrong bit of it, it will kill you. There's a name. You eat the meat of this fish, whatever it is, and it tingles on your tongue. And it's got to be cut by an expert chef to actually, so that you don't get the poison sac of this fish. Never heard of that? Yeah, it's very famous. And so people will bring in this chef. There's quite a number of them who can cut this fish, but they can't remember what it's called, and I can't remember either. What was it they were doing earlier on? They were doing something else, and... Oh, that's right. Somebody was talking to Matt about 240 pennies in a pound, and Matt said, I don't think so. And I'm thinking, of course there were 240 pennies in a pound. That was pre-decimal. 240 pennies in a pound. That was the 1D. That was 1D. That's right, yes. It's called what? Fugu. Yeah, fugu. It's got a dangerous poison sac in it, and if you eat it, it can kill you. What it's supposed to do is put a tingle on your tongue, which is okay. It's very, very skilled people that carve them and feed them to people, but it's the tingling sensation. I get the same actually, but not from fugu. You know, if you get that little tingle on the tongue, you like that. Another one says, Michael says, if paying for somebody else's shopping is so great, you can come and pay for mine. It's tingling on the lips, isn't it? Yes, and but it's supposed to be just enough for it to just tingle, as opposed to, They did a whole programme on Eva Braun the other day, who was Hitler's girlfriend, and they decided that they would both commit suicide on this particular day because it had all collapsed. He was quite clearly a megalomaniac who was seriously sick. And they'd had various assassination attempts, but they decided that they would get married before they committed suicide. So in the morning, they got married. And then in the afternoon, they committed suicide, and then they were set on fire. They were cremated outside. They'd left instructions with people that after they'd committed suicide, that they were to be taken outside and burnt, which is a shame, really, because to see him hanging would have been much nicer for everybody. Doris and me went to Popeye Village on Malta. And we came out, the place was empty. All the staff, everybody. Sounds quite nice. I've never been to... I don't think I've been to Malta. No, I've been to Gibraltar. Never been to Malta at all. Steve, bluefin tuna for the size normally cost 100,000. It's the New Year tradition to put an extra high price on. Tuna King won't make a profit from it, but made a huge advertisement. Exactly. I've been a big fan of Buddy Greco's recording of The Lady is a Tramp, but hearing yours, pretty darn good. She gets too hungry for dinner at 8. She likes the theatre, but never comes late. He doesn't bother with people. That's why The Lady is a Tramp. I mean, also, I feel a bit cheated, Richard, that Robbie Williams is going to do an album of swing songs, because it's the easiest thing to do. It means that you've literally run out of everything. Kevin, the lorry driver, says, talking about laid back, I'm going to have to buy myself a kilt. Off to Scotland again. Who was he was talking to? Matt Stadler was talking to somebody who was a lorry driver. He said, what's it like? I thought, well, you sit behind the wheel of a big thing and it drives down the road. I don't know. What do you mean, what's it like? I couldn't quite understand what my answer would have been to that at all. Lovely. I love it, actually. Right. There was a bit which we did the other day, the statue of Cristiano Ronaldo, which is in Madeira. It's been openly handled in the downstairs department. He's standing there in a pair of shorts, and women are photographed holding it. And, in fact, so much so that the bronzed groin has been worn off, and it's now burnished gold. But mind you, over at Madame Tussauds, lots of people are touching Kylie's bottom, because Kylie Minogue's in there, obviously just a model. They're very good, though. And so people are photographed holding Kylie's bottom. Bit of an achievement, I suppose, for some people, because let's face it, the sort of people who do it wouldn't get within a million miles of her. But I was watching, that's right, I was telling you about, I watched the Bros film again, because I just wanted to reassure myself that it wasn't a spoof. And it wasn't a spoof. And it was very interesting because the one person with so much angst was poor Matt. I couldn't quite understand. Luke was terribly chilled about everything. Matt was having the Queenie fits of all Queenie fits. I've never known anybody have so many breakdowns on a programme. It's called a blowfish, says Alan. Well, yeah, the Japanese name is fungi. Fungi, I think. So, somebody says, I got my daughter-in-law bamboo tights made from the fibres. Lots of things are made. I know, I've got pillows made of bamboo, which makes you feel like it's hard, but it's not. It's woven bamboo. Are you really? Honestly, do you know, honestly, your life never ceases to amaze me. Harry's got bamboo socks on. Lovely, isn't it, really? Harry's going home in a rickshaw. You know, that's all that sort of kind of thing. Harry is embracing the Chinese culture today. That was one of my favourite songs, actually, which we played on the programme before, and it's called the Ding Dong Song. And you'll probably find it on YouTube. It comes in various versions. It comes in an English version, and it comes in the Chinese version. No, it's not that one. It's not that one. So you need to put up. It'll be a Chinese woman singing it. Chinese woman singing. Wait a minute. You'll probably need to go to YouTube, because this is the Ding Dong Song, which isn't the same as my one. There you go. Chinese version. This is Cai Chin. And this song was so famous. This was like when we were in Hong Kong. This was the big song. And it's basically... Here we go. Sounds even better in Mandarin. Here we go. Each time you say... It's so cute. This is so cute. Have you got it in Chinese? Have you got it in Chinese, please? Just so you can hear Cai Chin singing it in Chinese. This could be the one. I love it in China. We had it as a 7-inch record. I never stopped playing it. And I tried to learn it in Chinese. And I wasn't doing too badly. So it's Ding Dong Song in Chinese, I think. Is this the one? It's taken from the world of Susie Wong, which, if you haven't seen it, is great. This could be in Chinese. I'll let you know in a second. Nope, she's still in English. She's still in English. It definitely comes in Chinese. Intro into Andrew Castle's Breakfast this morning. So, we were playing the Ding Dong Song. Now, it comes from a Chinese film, I think with William Holden in. And it's the world of Susie Wong, which also, surprisingly, Lionel Blair features in as a dancer. He's a sailor in a bar. And it's about a guy going to Hong Kong. And for me, it took me back years and years, because they go on the Star Ferry, which we knew very well. They go to the fish markets at Wan Chai. They go to the New Territories. It's filmed in and around the island, and it's absolutely fantastic. But this song, the Ding Dong Song, featured in it. And so we finally found it in Chinese. And this is still sung again by Cai Chin, okay? So it goes back many years. And now, terrible jokes about poor old Cai Chin singing the Ding Dong Song. And in fact, the last time we actually played it, I think somebody went out there to try and buy it, to push it up the charts again, as if it was ever going to happen. But it's lovely. There'll be loads of Chinese people going, he's playing Chinese music on the programme, and why not? I'm a redhead, Steve. The bonus is that instead of grey, my hair has faded to a beautiful blonde, the envy of many, worth all the years of teasing. Oh, same for Harry. Same for Harry. I mean, eventually that ginger will turn to sort of a beautiful blonde. Be a bit of a shock, isn't it, really, because you're quite pale. He's a bit paler than I am, so I look even worse. When one time I thought I'd have my hair bleached, so I looked like Billy Idol. But unfortunately, if you're pale skin, you're not dark skin, and then you bleach your hair, it just looks like you're a milk bottle. I looked absolutely ridiculous, so I sort of gave up on that one. Steve, my daughter's a redhead. I think she looks lovely. And she's had her hair styled as Ed Sheeran the other day. Hilarious. Yes, I mean, he's a famous redhead, isn't he? Rula Lenska, a famous redhead. So I'm a big fan of the redheads. My sex life's on ice. This is a pussycat doll. There's something the matter with the pussycat dolls. They've got that sort of word desperate written about them, because here she goes, is my sex life is on ice, no fella for 13 years. And probably not likely to be, I shouldn't imagine. I mean, the pussycat dolls, you won't have any idea who they are. One was called Nicole Scherzinger. They used to dance at the Viper Club. She went on to sort of advertise yogurts. And now we've got another one, and she's called Melody Thornton. And because she has a sexy image, well, she kind of looks at one of that sort of, can you look sexy? So what they generally do is wet their hair, and they have to stare lovingly into the camera. It kind of works for some people, and you have to push your boobs out quite a lot. There's no point in not pushing your boobs out, because otherwise people would go, that's not very exciting, is it? And so then they've got the other celebs. And now tell me how many of these people here are celebs. Didi Conn is a celebrity. Why? She was Frenchie in Greece. And she's, that was 1978. She's still going, which is great. I think she could do very well on this one. Sara Aalto, a Finnish pop star and X Factor runner-up. Never heard of her. How's that a celebrity? It's not a celebrity. Wes Nelson, former Love Island contestant. It's not a celebrity. Gemma Collins, the Towie star dubbed the GC, the one who talks like a 3-year-old. Richard Blackwood, he could go back to EastEnders, so you know him from that. James Jordan, horrible when he was on the Celebrity Big Brother thing. It's a nasty little piece of work. Brian McFadden, 90s faded pin-up from Westlife. I mean, dear God in heaven. Famous for, used to be married to Kerry Katona. Syra Khan, Loose Women's star. She's just a panellist on there. She's not a star at all. And former Apprentice runner-up. She has the air of desperation about her. Ryan Sidebottom. I didn't even know who he was, but you probably know who he is. You're both heterosexual boys. Just both. Footballer. Cricketer. Former England cricketer, footballer. I mean, useless you are, honestly. I thought you'd know that. You're supposed to do the butch sports. I do hockey, needle, over 35's nudist leapfrog, you know, stuff like that. Mark Little, do you remember Mark Little? Is that before your time? Before, oh, don't. He was Joe Mangle from Neighbours. Jane Danson? So did you get out at all? I mean, where have you been? Where have you been? She's in Coronation Street. She's Leanne Battersby. Oh, far too busy playing on our bikes to actually watch anything like that. Going out, you know, sort of pretending we're in E.T. or something. Woo, woo. Go and find some hills and dales to go up and down. Also, when it comes to the battle of the sexes, both packed a punch this year. We were treated to the ghastly Bruno Tonioli wearing a pair of tiny budgie smugglers. I mean, what is that about? I mean, only if you're a Russian weightlifter or you've got no money do you wear Speedos. Nobody wears Speedos in this day and age. It looks ridiculous. They had a programme on the television. I don't want to shout it too loud. They had a programme on the television the other day, and it was called My Beautiful Penis. Seriously, it was on Channel 3 or 4, and it was an American bloke. Apparently, the latest technology is you can have it made bigger. And we were treated to the side of this bloke lying down and the doctor measuring and I'm thinking, what is going on in the world? Why can't people be satisfied with what they've got? Don't understand this. All of a sudden they're not happy with it. He wanted bigger. Who doesn't? Me. You know, but there's loads of people out there, and they don't mind going on television to embarrass themselves. I mean, seriously, I ask you, completely ruined my afternoon. I was doing quite well up until that moment. I was going to have sausages, but I thought, no, not anymore. Can you Adam and Eve it? Footy legend suit mocked. This is Tony Adams ridiculed for appearing in a baby blue suit. They're quite fashionable baby blues. Have you got a baby blue suit? He did look I have to be honest, he did look ridiculous. But there again, I remember seeing somebody in Kingston walking around in a onesie. You know, I mean, how ridiculous were onesies? But I bet you've actually got one, haven't you, Henry? Have you got a onesie? Yeah, I knew you would have. Yeah. Is it like pyjamas? Do you wear it like pyjamas? Oh, is it? Oh, I thought it'd be nice and warm in this weather to wear to bed. That'd be quite nice. Oh, right. I'm just so horrified that somebody would, because the bloke who was... No! I'm surprised they do one for you in your size. I'm not so much... They do in different animals. Oh, right. Oh, I don't know. Don't know. What's your one? A zebra. I think that's probably wise. Do you know why? Stripes. Stripes always make you look thinner. You know, so... No, that's good. I mean, it obviously must be very helpful for you because it's kind of, you know, boosted you up a little bit. A Chelsea football fan's been banned from matches until 2022 for shouting homophobic abuse. I thought that went out with the ark. I seriously did. You know, whenever you hear people shouting homophobic abuse, you think to yourself, what century are you from? This is George Bradley, thrown out of Brighton's Amex Stadium after he was heard yelling at the players. He was fined £800. He comes from Greenwich. You're a bit of a prune, aren't you? You're a little bit dated, dear. Oh, dear. £165 cost. He admitted using threatening, abusive or insulting words as Chelsea beat the Seagulls. In God's name are the Seagulls? That's Brighton, is it? Why can't they just call them Brighton? Why do they want to call them Seagulls? We've got Seagulls in Twickenham. You know, we don't call our football... We haven't got a football team. But we don't sort of worry about things like that. Fancy shouting out... Is it because people are drunk that they shout out homophobic abuse? I mean, and what's the point? I should imagine most of the players in Chelsea, you know, would be heterosexual. Although I'm always open to offers. You know, there could be surprises there. I should imagine there's probably quite a number of Premiership players who might ride side saddle on their bicycles and would probably enjoy every bit of it. But, of course, you can't come out. If you're a footballer, you can't come out because the fans can make your life absolute hell. I can't begin to tell you what they shouted at Dale Winton when we were out in Leicester Square one night. It was... We unfortunately... I don't know what we were doing in Leicester Square. Oh, we wanted to go to the cinema, that's right. And so we ended up in Leicester Square. And there was a load of football fans, that, I think all bar one. Once they saw him, that was... Oh, God, that was it. That was it. The abuse... The abuse, which I can't even repeat on the programme. Far too rude, I think. I'm Greek Orthodox, Steve, and the Epiphany is an important event in our church. It's a religious festival celebrating the baptism of Christ, and also when the three wise men popped up. Do you think the three wise men did? Do you think so? I don't know. Bella says, do you remember the film in the 60s, The World of Susie Wong? It was with Nancy Kwan. I've got it. I watched it literally less than 6 months ago. Less than 6 months ago. Loved it. Loved the film because it was so good. Because she was, oh, for goodness sake. That's what she said all the time. For goodness sake. Because her English wasn't brilliant. And she played basically a hooker. She was a girl who worked in a bar. But it's a super film. It really is. If you've been to Hong Kong or you were stationed over there, as indeed lots and lots of people were, then you're like, for goodness sake. She'd learnt this expression. And she was like the most beautiful girl out of all the bar girls. And it's a really good film, Meghan's posh coat is no shell-out. This is her pricey Christmas Day Victoria Beckham coat. Has failed to sell out. The trouble is, I'm not too sure about the Victoria Beckham clothes. I don't know how much they cost. I really don't know. I mean, she's worn other things and they've sold out. They have to be at the right price, though, because people... 2,025 quid for Victoria Beckham coat. News coming up at 6 o'clock. Look at that. Quick there, pushing the buttons today. You've got to be smart off the mark. Very quick, very quick. Dancing on Ice starts this evening. Is it going to be interesting? I've got no idea. No idea. I'm not even sure I shall be able to watch it. I shall be fast asleep in bed. The celebrity diet DVDs, there's one of them come out because they've got a 2-page spread. My advice is please don't waste your time and money. Go to the doctor, get a diet sheet, get an exercise sheet. It won't cost you a penny piece. It'll be fine. The buy-to-let fraudster ordered to pay $3.5 million. And Rod Stewart has built up his model railway and he's so pleased with it, he's made a film about it. Mind you, he's over 70, isn't it? It's coming up to 4 minutes past. Is it 4 minutes? No, 3 minutes past. I can't even read the clock now. I've decided, actually, there's no point on a Sunday, because most people are in bed. It's warm, it's cosy. You don't want to get out of bed. It's all warm. And then when you get out of bed, whoever is in bed with you, if you're lucky enough to come to your bed, all of a sudden they move on to your side, because your side's warmer. We've all done it. Oh, yeah. Are you going to get up soon? Yeah. No. So as soon as the door closes, whoa, in the kitchen, cup of tea, then back straight into bed again. I love it. You can't... My bed was so warm and cosy last night, and I've got one of these memory mattresses. I mean, it's got its work cut out at the moment, because it says it moulds to fit your body. Well, it's got it, as I say, it really has got its work cut out. But it was absolutely lovely last night. I sort of climbed in, and I felt it enveloping me, which is... I hear the cakes are going down. You'll have to find them. I'll tell you where they're next to. They'll be next to Phil Chrysikos. That's where they'll be. If there's enough. Only little. They're tiny. They're tiny little pastries. Tiny little pastries. Ridiculous-sized pastries. I would never question your wisdom, Steve, for I'm but a mere regular spiker, but it's pronounced phonetically fugu. Yes, the royal family are forbidden to eat it, because unless you get it because it's easy to poison somebody. I've never tried... I wouldn't want to do anything like that. I seriously wouldn't want that. Two of your favourite subjects on TV yesterday, Cheryl and Peter and his wife on Michael's show, and Cheryl on The Greatest Dancer, says Jackie. I mean, Peter on... I mean, I just... I don't know where he goes really. All he's getting at the moment are like little guest spots. They can't put him anywhere else, can they? The tickets weren't selling for his concerts. They had to reduce the prices. And, this is Koi Sakamoto. This Koi Sakamoto, Sukiyaki, is a one-hit wonder. Have you ever heard it? We used to... This got into the charts in this country. And it was Koi Sakamoto's only hit single. So this is Sukiyaki. It's ever so pretty, and it just, for some reason, we were going through a phase of being obsessed with anything that was Japanese or Chinese. I love China. I downloaded a while ago from iTunes some Chinese albums of music, just general Chinese music, and it's so lovely. So lovely. And in fact, Patrick in the Docklands says, your Susie Wong song made me think of the 1963 Japanese hit Sukiyaki by Koi Sakamoto, which I'm sure you remember from 8 Seconds In. I remember it from the beginning. You only have to tell me the title of something. Malta is great. How on earth did the producer contain his unbridled joy upon receiving a bamboo cup? Oh, he's very grateful for anything, really, aren't you? Seriously, he's very easily pleased. Seriously, you only have to produce sort of a... What? Did you bring the cakes in? Or have they all gone? What do you think? I'm getting them. How am I supposed to go and get them? No, you have to go and get them before they go. They're gannets out there. They're terrible. Really? The coffee's... I don't know. I saw the organic coffee. We had proper tea bags the other day in a foil little thing, the Typhoon, which is gone. We don't have... Yes, they've all our lot vanished. They were so nice. I was... Go and get the cakes. Go and get the cakes, honestly. The more you run, the less weight you'll be. So cruel to him, but there you go. Cruel to be kind, honestly, for goodness sake. They're being paid. What else do we have here? Oh, yes, so this Victoria Beckham pricey Christmas Day Victoria Beckham coat has failed to sell out, unlike many of the other things. The Meghan effect. Why is it that people see somebody wearing something? Actually, I don't know. I've just said that because I know exactly what it is. If somebody says to me, oh, have you seen this so-and-so? I don't know. And then I try and find it. I go, oh, I want that. But, to spend 2,025 quid on a Victoria Beckham coat is just too much money. I don't care what anybody says. I've got a nice coat. It was under 160 quid, which I think, to me, that's about the maximum. I wouldn't want to spend any more. Linda Robson, something not right about Linda Robson. I said they were small. Go on, try it. Try it. They're quite nice. They're nice, aren't they? Are there many left out there, or are they sort of... Oh, is Christian getting through? Oh, that'll be typical, won't it? Needs its strength, I'm told. So, anyway, Linda Robson, police raced to her house amid concern for her well-being. Friends and family were fearing she was having a meltdown, so they were called to her home at least twice in the past 2 weeks. She has spoken about anxiety and recently shocked viewers with a dramatic weight loss. You're now said to be on the road to recovery. Thank God for that. Apparently it got a bit too much for her over the festive season. I can understand that. I could understand people getting stressed out. They put a family on the television the other day, and they've got 21 children. 21 children. And they don't receive benefits, apart from what they're legally entitled to. They don't not work. They both work. They've got a bakery. And for Christmas, they had... What? Why are you laughing? For Christmas, they had 40... It's what? You had what? Oh, right. There is somebody called Chris. Oh, there is, of course, Christian, yes. Yes, it is called Christian. The tall boy at the back. The tall boy at the back? He's sitting at... Yes, that's Christian, yes. Goodness sake, honestly. I thought you meant he was a Christian. Yes, it's Christian, definitely. We have two Christians. And he's one of them. But he's in... I think he's reading on Classic FM today. Well, it's mad round here, I tell you. Over Christmas, it's been completely doolally. Nobody knows who's coming in. They all think they know who are coming in and all the rest of it. Then, of course, we're always surprised when the wrong person turns up, which is always entertaining. Always entertaining. I love it. It's so good. If anybody ever tells you they're bored with their jobs as they were the other day, do you remember? 2 out of 3 people were not satisfied with their jobs, and they would like to change to something else. I don't know. I can't think of anything else that would give you as much satisfaction as this. I seriously can't think of anything at all. I'm sure there must be something, even sort of piloting Concorde or, being a sailor, or I can't think of anything that I would be remotely interested in doing. Did you watch Columbo yesterday? That was about fish, says Alan. I love Columbo. I think Sakamoto died a few months ago. My father bought the single in the 60s. Still reminds me of happy family times, says Peter. Yes, me too. In fact, even the producer, bless his heart, not quite old enough to remember these things, but he thought that was quite nice, which makes me think that he's strangely drawn to things Oriental. I don't know, you've got a bamboo cup, you like Koi Sakamoto, you like the world of Susie Wong with the Ding Dong song, that's 3 things we found already. Is your girlfriend Oriental? She's not. OK, so she's going to be changed. OK, so we get somebody Oriental in. Hope she's not listening at the moment. Like they'll be sitting around the radio going, He's started this morning. But, Steve, was it the same Sakamoto that David Sylvian teamed up with to make a great track entitled Forbidden Colours? I don't know anything about David Sylvian. That was Ricky Sakamoto, apparently. I never saw the film Merry Christmas, Mr. Lawrence. This was with David Bowie, and all I remember was he executed in it? Or something like that. Oh, right, there you go. So you live and learn. I didn't know that, actually. Steve, Ruby the Cabochon, totally loved the world of Susie Wong. Gonna have to download it. I think you should. And Steve, I'm in a hotel room overlooking Torquay Harbour. It's ever so mild. Actually, it's sort of mild here, sort of mild in London. But they've said it's going to get colder and colder. I'm quite lucky, actually. The coat that I've got does up around the neck. So that's always very good. And also, here we go, Keith, same as me. He says, I've always loved Chinese girls since watching Wei Wei Wong in Pan's People. And I've had a Chinese girlfriend since the late 60s. Wei Wei Wong she ended up becoming a presenter. You couldn't miss her because she had very long hair. I was strangely drawn to long hair. I don't know why. Saw a brilliant picture, a film, before Christmas on Talking Pictures called Ring-a-Ding, with Helen Shapiro and loads of great musical stars and DJs like Alan Freeman and Pete Murray. Ha ha. I've stopped playing with my model railway collection, Steve. I kept going on strike. I love it. And Joe again. Oh, there's something the matter with you, Joe, isn't there, really? It's a bit sad, really. We've tried to help you out, but I can't do anything. You need to get medical help. Medical help, I think, would be better for you, actually. Much better. Lara says, my brain's going mad trying to think about what film had that poisonous fish in it. It featured a millionaire who brought in a specialist cook. Well, you have to have a specialist cook to actually slice these things. Much easier. I've always enjoyed the Dayton family version of Cliff's Travelling Light. Feels very summery, says Paul. And I've got 2 grown-up sons, says Janice, who are ginger. One loves it and the other one hates it. I think they're both very handsome. Absolutely. I never understand why people want to change things. Why would you want to change things about yourself? You know, you see people who become obsessed with having plastic surgery and things done. And I always think, why would you bother? Why would you bother? We got some puzzlers here. What was I watching the other day? Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? And this woman, who really wasn't the brightest penny at all, who managed to... I can't watch anybody doing blood on the television. It makes me feel quite ill. When they're sort of doing a blood sample, you have to... You prick your finger, and then you push the blood out, and then you've got a little machine. Well, I'm watching Tom Watson making breakfast as well, but just before him, because he now runs and cycles, because he's obviously worried about how short life can be. So people... He's lost a lot of weight, I know. Well, let that be an inspiration to you. No good mentioning it to me, because with my slim, svelte body... Yeah, have a word with him, say, what is your... No, because Steve said, I'm in danger of ballooning. You know, I think you have to... God, far away from the TV. I think you have to sort of... Because you're the right age. You are absolutely the right age for losing weight. Absolutely. And the reason being that once you get beyond it, it then becomes more and more difficult to lose the weight. Yours. And it is. I mean, how often do you go out running and jogging? Don't sit there and fib, please. No, cycling's useless. All that does is give you legs the size of sequoias. Yeah, you don't play football. Yeah, you got released from football. OK, maybe not for Henry. OK, do you want to stand in goal, Henry? OK, we get you a chair. OK, so... That's what you do, sit down there. Everybody does that, though, doesn't they? On a Sunday, you get all these blokes who've been out to the pub the night before, and they go, yeah, we're all going to play football on Sunday, and you watch these people with their hands down the front of their trousers, you know, sort of playing football. And I always think, what do you want to do that for? Better to stay in bed. Much nicer. The Serious Fraud Office has axed some of its own staff for fraud. Believe it or not. The dodgy employees are among dozens disciplined by the organisation in recent years. 29 workers have been wrapped. Not so good, is it? And Singleton's looking for love in the new year. There's people for everybody here. There's Chris Wedderburn, who's a stripper and an American football player. Slightly dated. Cheryl, who's a single mum from Newcastle. Tony Knight is a divorced London executive. He's a good 52. Samantha Scott is a lovely 46. She's a psychic medium from Swindon. So there you go. Somebody's got to be. And Sinead Jones is an executive PA. She dislikes men who cheat. Yeah, I would think everybody would probably go for that one as well. So what they're actually doing is trying to match people up in the new year so that you don't start the year being by yourself. People don't like being by themselves. I don't know why, actually. If you live at home with your parents, I should imagine you must be an absolute nightmare. But also, they've got Pimp Your Kit, accessories for new gadgets. All sorts of great things here. Some of which I'm finding out what Andrew Castle's doing this morning for breakfast, won't we, in a minute? Yep. Thank you. I just remembered that, actually, because I don't know if he's in at the moment. Steve, 2 shows for me next week. A show at the Leicester Square Theatre on Monday, and on Friday, Snow White at the Palladium. I'm doing the first show. I'm definitely doing the Leicester Square Theatre tomorrow. And Paul says, so Harry has... all of a sudden, Harry is now famous. He's got a bamboo cup and socks, and let's hope not to go on bamboo boxers. I don't think... But you can weave bamboo. You strip bamboo and you can weave it into anything. I mean, you could make clothes out of it. If they can make pillows, I've got pillows, and they're not bits of bamboo in there. It's woven as a fabric. There you go. Somebody says, Happy New Year, and we had a perfect Christmas at home, then fell victim to horrible, debilitating colds, which we're only just getting over. Touch wood, somewhere, please, around here. I missed out on the colds and the coughs and everything else. Which is great. All this talk of Hong Kong and China, Steve, is getting us very excited for our trip to Hong Kong tonight, en route to Oz. We'll still be tuning in despite the time difference. Thank you very much indeed. Oh, if you were staying overnight in Hong Kong, I'd love to go back there. One of these days I might actually make it just to go and see. I'll have to stay at the Peninsula. Don't know why. I just fancy that. Today is Orthodox Christians' Christmas Eve, so there'll be those holding their breath and using their lovely cups, which is lovely. And somebody else says, why don't you run around and flap your arms when the lights go out in the studio like Nick Abbott? Because my lights don't go out. His lights go out next door. The reason being, if you sit there totally still, then the light things do it. I'm always moving. Like that. And if you move, then the lights stay on. So I never have that worry. But next thing, cyclists do lose weight. No, they don't. They don't. I've got a producer who cycles, OK? Let me tell you, you do not lose weight. You just gain muscly big legs. You never lose weight. I mean, the people who are thin, they weren't fat people and then they got on a bicycle. It doesn't work like that, OK? So people in the European, boring. Another one here. No, if it's not interesting. Somebody the other day, they said, oh, why don't you read all of it out? Because it was dull, very dull and boring and very uninteresting. You know, if you're that boring, you're not featuring on my programme, thank you very much indeed. So it's poor Guinevere and Trelawney and Ascot who are watching, you know, their health get worse and worse. Because once one gets it, you all get it. You all get it, and there's nothing you can do about it. But I've luckily avoided it, which is great. Steve, I remember back in 1989, Westbourne Grove petrol station. I was in the queue, and Matt pushed in front of me. Didn't say sorry, so even issues back then. Is this Matt Goss? There was something about this, and you have to watch the documentary because all of them said he's quite clearly round the barmy. Not the arms. That's the sort of the way that he comes over. It was very odd. He's just an ordinary boy, but pretending to be terribly cultured, and it just didn't really work at all. It really didn't. Jonathan in Wapping says, of course people wear Speedos and Aussie bums, the Oz equivalent, are on every European beach and on cruise ships. Awful. Why would anybody swim in shorts with pockets or spend time on the beach that leaves them with a tan line above their knees? We know you're not a holiday person, but even swimming in the local chlorine pit is full of Speedos. I've never seen that. Never seen that at all. I've never seen anybody wearing Speedos at the local swimming pool. And had to ditch my memory foam mattress, Steve. Sport the atmosphere every time I invited a lady to stay the night by shouting, "Who the hell are you?" whenever she'd get into the bed. I like the idea of these memory foam mattresses. It's sort of really sort of taken off in a big way. You can get memory foam pillows, and you can get memory foam slippers, and all sorts. And I quite like that idea. The older I get, the more I'm looking at Scholes, and I'm thinking they look really comfy. And you start buying things. And you know, if they made elasticated waist trousers, I'd be the first one to buy them. Liz in Kent says, I saw a bamboo bra on sale in a catalogue a while ago. Oh, right. Shout out, big happy birthday to my dear dad in London, who's 66 today, says Miriam. Oh, a child. And Ian says, I've heard that Lizzie Cundy could be going off to Radio Shropshire. Best place for her, I suspect. Winnie says, talk about give him the old bamboo. Yep. See you tomorrow. Absolutely. It's a nice... I haven't even been in the theatre yet. I've got no idea. So tomorrow, when we do, it'll be the first time that I've actually been inside it. But as long as you've got a stage and a dressing room and a jacuzzi and, things like that. They always look after me, so that's quite nice. But we can give him the old bamboo. I see no reason why we shouldn't. The Daily Mirror today. Tom Jones, my guilt over death of wife. He shouldn't really have. And Leonardo DiCaprio is back on the beach again, in shorts. In short. Everybody wears shorts on the beach now. It doesn't matter who you are, whether you're from, Towie or made in Chelsea. They all wear shorts on the beach. But he's now 44, 19 years since he starred in The Beach. And he's got a new friend. He's put on weight. That's the trouble, you do put on weight. And if you do put on weight... I mean, some people are naturally thin. Some people are naturally... And they could eat whatever they wanted and it wouldn't make any difference. Other people, I don't want to mention any names... Wouldn't mention any names. They only have to look at a small cake and on goes a stone. And that's the, thing. What do you mean? You're not equating yourself the same size as the producer, surely, Henry. He's thin. You're not. I mean, you both don't put on... What's... Hello? Are you mad? You're much bigger than he is. Much bigger. I know. It's awful, really, because he's sort of... Is he older than you? Are you older than he is, or... He's older than you and he's slimmer than you. You can't lose it now because I mentioned it to you 4 weeks ago and you've made no effort, have you? And I was doing it to be kind. I was doing it, as if to say, listen, if you lose that weight, you'll be attractive. If you don't lose the weight, you're not going to be attractive. Nobody likes a fat lardy, do they? Buying a gym membership will not help because you have to have the inclination and the foresight to actually go there. It's no good joining and then you walk past it going, I'll do it tomorrow, or something like that. Or I'll just go to the fish and chip shop first, have a portion of chips or something. You have to be, it's like giving up smoking or drinking. You have to want to do it. It's no good going, once I've finished these 2 bottles of vodka, then I'll stop drinking. Or once I've smoked this packet of cigarettes. You have to want to do something. And obviously you don't want to do it. No, you don't. No, you don't. You're going to say, no, what you want is a magic wand to be waved and all of a sudden you to go back to being slim. But I should imagine you're probably a fairly chubby child. I should imagine they'll probably pick... You see, that's where it stems. So you in your eyes, you've lost a bit since you were at school, but your school friends, they're still the same fat little bullied kid that you were before. Because everybody bullies the fat kids. If you were fat or ginger, you weren't the fat... There were other kids who were fat. No. Yeah. It's just now, isn't it, that it becomes a little bit difficult. And you will find it difficult, I promise you. That's why all these people, they go, I'll do anything to lose weight. Anything. Even if there's a cash incentive. Are you in a relationship at the moment? Are you sort of... Are you with... You're in a relationship. And she's all right with that, is she? She is. Have you ever asked? Oh, does she make comments like... Oh, look, another love handle, or, oh, look, another set of luggage we can take on holiday with us. Is that what she says? When she dishes up... She's not living at the house, is she, as well? Is she? Oh, right, you used to live together. Oh, right, you don't now. Oh, right, uni. Oh, uni. Uni's, of course, totally different. That's where you go from being a boy to a man. And all of a sudden, I'm drinking and my parents don't know. Woo, woo! And then your parents phone you. Oh, God, I'm all right. Oh, she used to give you half portions. Oh, God. Mind you, she's probably got used to you. How long have you been going out? Probably a little while, hasn't it? Just under 2 years. Oh, she's probably used to you now. I don't want to go down that route, I've just decided. Judging by the size of bicycle saddles, says Richard, riders must have very small bottoms. I wouldn't say that. But you definitely don't lose weight on a bicycle. It might make you fit, but you're not going to lose the weight. My late dad... Oh, no, I have to do... Oh, no, I'll do it now. My late dad, Bill, says Paul in Manchesterford, was stationed in Hong Kong. When he returned over here, he brought a stack of records with him. Amongst them, the original Mandarin version of Rose, Rose, I Love You by Miss Huey Lee. If you put that into YouTube, you'll know it straight away. Rose, Rose, I Love You. Can you find that one? Rose, Rose, I Love You by Miss Huey Lee. Rose, Rose, I I Lobe You, which is lovely. I Lobe You, by... No, it's not Huey Lewis and the News. It's Miss Huey Lee. Miss Huey Lee. Let's see if we can find it. Oh, no. Oh, there we are. Second one down. I don't think I know this one. You think I'll know this? Down the various versions of the Ding Dong song, there's one which accompanies a film of a trip around Hong Kong in the 60s and 70s. Like you, my dad loved it. I've got cine footage of me. When we arrived in Hong Kong, my dad paid a rickshaw runner. They used to run barefoot. And he said, all I want you to do is put my sons in the rickshaw, run up and down the road, and my dad filmed it. So you've got us getting into the rickshaw and the man running up and down the road, and then my dad paid him. Seriously, it's poverty like you've never seen before. Amazing. All right, we'll take a short break. We'll flip our screens back, because I've still got the lovely picture of a turntable. I'm going to tell you, though, it's 6:30, the LBC News with Philip Chrysikos.
Police are continuing to question a 35-year-old man on suspicion of murder after another aged 51 was stabbed to death on a train. Lee Pomeroy was says and greater mental
by the award-winning
warranty minimum
accepted for a B. I'd love as of teaching experience.
A couple of cleaners. I want to got this. You in the middle. Tears. The Dan Squint.
For weekend breakfast at 7 o'clock this morning, the vegan bus ads causing outrage. What is it about vegan bus? Every time I read about the word vegan, it's accompanied with sort of people protesting or something. I've never had this problem before. I've got friends who are vegetarian. I've always said, if you've got friends who are vegetarian, don't ever go round for dinner, because they won't cook you meat. You'll have to eat what they have. Whereas if they come to your house, you have to cook what they want to eat. So it's a bit one-sided. But anyway, they'll talk about that. Also, the partial shutdown of the US government continues, and the yellow vest protesters keeping up the pressure on an unrepentant Macron. God, they don't give up, do they? I can't even remember what they're protesting about. What are they going on about? Was there something they didn't like? See, nobody knows. They're just sort of yellow vest protesters. And then fuel prices. But, I mean, these people don't look as they can afford cars anyway. All that and more with Andrew Castle. It's in France, isn't it? Whereas in France, they've had all sorts of problems before. Farmers burning sheep in the streets, and we've had all sorts of things in the past. Not so good. And Andrew... Oh, pardon me, indigestion. Andrew Castle will unravel the stories from 7 this morning. Somebody says here... sorry I missed it. What was the advantage of wearing clothes out of bamboo? Well, there isn't any advantage. I think it's just that you can make clothes out of bamboo. You can weave them. You strip the bamboo fibres, and then you can make it into material. I mean, it's so versatile. So versatile. And in fact, I told you before, when they were building in Hong Kong, when we were there, which was back in the 60s, I was very young, all the buildings were scaffolded with bamboo poles. So there wasn't an ounce of metal anywhere. I'm led to believe it's not far off today. In France, you have to wear Speedos at public swimming pools, says Noah. Yes, this is to do with hygiene. Have you not heard? Oh, you won't be going to France in a swimming pool anytime soon, Henry. Won't be for you, really. You'll have to sort of sit there with a towel round your waist in the dressing room going, I haven't got any Speedos. Oh, lovely. I won't. Yes, I think everybody else would object. I don't think it's a case of you object. I think it's how other people would object. And, Steve, I've got a bamboo coffee mug. I'm saving the world from the disposable ones. It's got Hero written on it, and I chose it myself, says Les in Teddington. And, Steve, I was lucky enough to purchase the last 2 tickets for your show tomorrow evening. I gave them to my dad, Ron, for his birthday on the 23rd of December. Looking forward to seeing you. Yes, me too. It's going to be a nice little gathering. It's about 400 of us. I can't believe it either. I'm always in much... You have to be nice to me. You know that Jamie Oliver was going to supply little bits and pieces, and Jamie wrote to me and said he thought it was Friday. And so I wrote back to say, no, it's Monday. But, of course, he's in New York. He's flying off to New York either today or he's flying off tomorrow. So I said, don't worry about it. We'll do something next time around, which will be great. How is mince pies? Lovely. Delicious. I love a mince pie. They've got to be warm, though. They were really, really nice. Did you have a lot of mince pies over Christmas? Yeah, I thought you might have done. Oh, see, I hate brandy butter. It's the only thing I can't bear. If I'm going to have anything on a mince pie, it's going to be either squirty cream, which I quite like, cream in the can, or double thick cream, or custard, or ice cream. It goes with any of them. Chocolate ice cream? Oh, no, not really. I do like chocolate ice cream. Given the choice out of vanilla, strawberry, or chocolate, I would have chocolate. But I used to buy a Neapolitan bar, which is all 3 colours, and then you slice it, and it's delicious. Absolutely. Mind you, I like Arctic roll as well. Anything like that. But chocolate ice cream. Chocolate. We could have a chocolate ice cream now, couldn't we? No, we couldn't. Where are we going to get a chocolate ice cream from? I think they should sell them in our canteen here. We have a canteen upstairs. They should have a freezer with chocolate ice creams in it. I like banana ice cream as well. Well, that's not... We've not had... Oh, obviously not. There's no pleasing you, is there? A minute ago, easily pleased, but now not. Now not so. Steve, Sakamoto's Merry Christmas, Mr. Lawrence, is simply sublime. And Lourdes and Claire went to see the pantomime. This is the one at the Palladium, the big one, which has got Julian Clary, Dawn French, Nigel Havers, Gary Wilmot, Flavia and Vincent, and colourful and outrageous costumes worn by Julian Clary. 1 week remaining, still shaking with laughter. It's basically catering for adults, isn't it? That's what I think it's doing, which is okay. And my friend's in it as well. Paul Zerdin with Sam is in the pan. He loves it. He absolutely loves it. I'm not a Mr. Ice guy. These are the people in Dancing on Ice. There's a few just desperate, you know, some poor old reject from The Apprentice on there who seems to think she's some sort of celebrity, and then said, I'm going to defy my parents and wear something very revealing. And I thought, it's just showing off, isn't it, really? Not really that interesting. But Jason Gardner has said, I always say give people enough rope and watch them hang themselves. And there's certainly enough people here to hang themselves. I think Didi Con, who was Frenchie in Greece, she's 67, she's the oldest. James Jordan is just smug and irritating. Ryan Sidebottom, I'd never even heard of. Never even heard of. I had no idea he was a former England cricketer. Gemma Collins, again, lots of talk, no action at all. Melody Thornton, youngest member of the Pussycat Dolls, never heard of you. Never heard of you. How many more are we going to have crawling out the woodwork? Jane Danson, we know. Mark Little, we know. He's 59 now. Wes Nelson is sort of a young, talentless person. Early bookies' favourite. He was on Love Island, and for that you don't need much talent. And a Finnish pop artist called Sarah Alto. And then Brian, I can't get a gig anywhere, McFadden. I don't know where he goes in this sort of thing. As if I cared. As if I cared. I shouldn't really be worrying about these sort of things. We're into 2019. You know the big thing to have this year is big families. Big families. You know, anything above 5, it's better. Ian says you need to eat slower and chew your food more. Stop rushing your food. Tell your producer, or is it too late? I don't think it's too late. No, I mean, sorry, I'm calling you the producer. No, it's he's been promoted. It isn't too late. It's just that you're right. If you're supposed to masticate so many times, aren't you? I forget how many. You're supposed to chew your food so many times before you actually swallow. And to be honest, I never thought about it. Yeah, I don't. I've got a friend who guzzles drink. So if he buys a fizzy drink, it's practically gone in one. So which is a bit difficult, and also eats very quickly. Whereas I'm not slow, but I'm certainly a lot better than I used to be. In the 60s, says Richard, I used to go to the Marshall Street bars where you could rent swimming trunks made of flannel. What, rent somebody else's swimming trunks? Years ago, they used to be made out of wool. Your mother would knit you a pair of swimming trunks. Unfortunately, they were great as long as you didn't go in the water, because otherwise your crotch was down by your knees, as the wool would absorb all the water. It's dreadful, isn't it? Russ the Postie, he says, back to work tomorrow, as indeed, Russ, are many people. Many people go back to work tomorrow. Most of us been here all the time. He said, so listen to you live for the last time today until next Sunday, so back to the podcasts. But what can I listen to tomorrow? I don't know, podcasts, because we're back with the free podcast, so we have 2 podcasts. No, we have more than 2 podcasts now. We have the main show podcast, we have the In Conversation podcast, and Steve Allen's Little Bit Extra. So I have quite a lot of podcasts. Quite a lot, which are all terribly popular, as you can well imagine, as we sort of, set the world to rights. And Maz says, bamboo pillowcase. I bet you have a rubbish sleep. No, seriously, it's woven. It's not hard. It's just woven. It's quite nice, actually. I mean, I don't know whether it makes any difference. Dave Gardner in Romford says, I sent you a copy of the Ding Dong song in 2015 and you said you played it in the car. Also, Susie Wong, I was an extra on the film. I was in the Royal Artillery. I was in a white shirt and shorts alongside William Holden getting onto the ferry. I got the DVD. I was in it. But I do remember getting a copy of the Ding Dong song because I love it, because my thing in the car, I can't push an individual CD in. It's got to go into a box in the glove compartment. It's very annoying. It's very irritating, but quite nice, because I do like listening. At the moment, it's all full of Christmas tunes. All Christmas tunes. So what I need to do is change over the course of this week, have a look through the chart, and see what I need to buy. And it'll probably be something, you know, like one of those Now greatest hits or something, you know. It's songs I've never heard of. And I've been round the radio stations in this building countless times, and I'm none the wiser. I've heard a few decent ones coming out of Capital the other day, because I only catch it out of the toilet. And I remember hearing something, it sounded like a little bit of reggae, which was very good. John in Kensal Rise says, pistachio is the only ice cream. Is that the one with the little red and green bits in it? Pistachio. It doesn't beat chocolate, John. It does not beat chocolate. Actually, you're lucky where you are, Kensal Rise. You've got a great cemetery. You've got it's a very famous cemetery. It's got lots of famous people in it. Kensal Rise Cemetery is very famous. And I used to work for an agency which was right next door to the gates of Kensal Rise Cemetery. They're friends of Kensal Rise. They take you around and show you all the old Victorian tombs and everything else. But I used to work for an agency that used to sort of farm me out to DJ in clubs and pubs and things like that. And they had a booking one year, and it was for a thing at Aldgate East. And they would arrive in the morning, set up the equipment. I would then turn up and DJ, the idea being to bring people in. Well, it failed miserably. And I remember sitting there. There was nobody in the bar. There's just two barmen and a manager. And the manager said to me, "You're going to start talking." I said, "To whom? There's nobody here. I'm just talking to two bar staff. I might as well turn the music down and go and lean up against the bar." Anyway, he was paying, so I did it. And it was I only went there once. I don't want to go back again. It was far too far to go. Miles the other side of London. But when you're sort of taking off in the business, you just love that kind of thing. You'll do anything, really. Speaking of ice cream, ginger ice cream with lumps of crystallised ginger is incredible. Yes, I quite like crystallised ginger. I do. Also, love the music. Do you know if there's a station that plays any music from before the 60s? Not really, Christine. Not before the 60s. You get gold stations. We have a gold station here, and it's all 60s, 70s, 80s. I think that would be it. My job is cool, says Jane. I was back at work on Boxing Day. I know. Somebody asked me the other day. They said, "So did you have a nice Christmas?" I said, "I worked," and which they obviously thought meant that I didn't enjoy working over Christmas. I said, "No, I absolutely adore working over Christmas. It's the best time to work. You get the most gossip." Oh! Gosh, you get gossip in here. It's fantastic. There's always something to talk about, and that's the nice thing, actually. There's also a couple in the paper today. In fact, there's two couples. One is a couple who lost 28 stone because they were told you couldn't try for a baby without losing the weight. So they've lost. Sharon, once the UK's heaviest woman, says, "Could I give up chocolate and cake if I had a small bundle of love?" But she's carrying quite a bit of weight. And also, Rabea and Rukalia, born joined at the head. I mean, these joined twins, they're 2-year-old girls pictured in Bangladesh that have a series of ops in Hungary to separate them. It is quite amazing. I've seen people, there was a very famous couple, they both died, sadly, as a result of separating them. And they were, I think, a pair of Iranian twins. And one of them had a boyfriend. How does that work out? That must be slightly odd, mustn't it, really? A little bit. 84850. Andrew Castle rails at parents of obese children who don't promote exercise and healthy eating. It's because he's fit. It's because he's all right. He's fit. He's one of those people, he's been playing tennis for such a long time, it's automatic for him. But for people like, you know, bless his heart, next door, you know, he's not a fit person. You know, he'd like to be, but, you know, do you think Andrew go to the gym with you? I shouldn't think so, no. Don't think you can start that kind of thing. That sounds like HR to me. You can't start inviting Andrew Castle to the gym. He plays tennis. I mean, you, I should imagine, would struggle to lift up the tennis racket and the ball at the same time. You used to be quite good. Yes, I've noticed that. You used to be quite good at a lot of things, didn't you? You used to play football. You used to do this. You used to do that. I'm seeing the word used to quite a lot. And then I know, takeaways are fatal. In fact, if we never had takeaways, that would solve an awful lot of problems. If there was no, you know, I'm sure they're lovely, you know, odd times. If there was no things such as KFC or Spudger-like or pizzas or chicken or kebabs or stuff like that, we'd all be a lot healthier. But because you have a skinful, maybe on a Friday night or something like that, and you go, let's get a takeaway. Let's phone up. Okay. Hello? Happy Rickshaw? Yeah. We'll have two portions pancake rolls. Thank you very much, Lee. Sweet and sour chicken, chicken in black bean sauce, and quarter of crispy duck. No, make it a half. Make it a half of crispy duck. Okay, how much is that? I'll get the credit card. Thank you. Then you just wait. Yeah, they always go, sorry, we recognise the number. I walked into my fish and chip shop this morning as I was coming in, because I wanted a sausage and batter, but that's another story. And and the bloke said to me, I said sausage and batter. And he said, do you not want fish like last night? I said, I wasn't in here last night. He said, yeah, you had fish and chips last night. I thought, don't tell me I've got a double. Don't tell me there's two Steve Allens wandering around Twickenham. That's all we need. With In Conversation. And In Conversation this week, if you missed it, it's another opportunity to hear, because it's the beginning of the year. And unfortunately, a few things this week have all fallen apart, mainly because I'd forgotten that because I was doing my one-man show tomorrow evening. On Tuesday, they booked me a screening and 2 interviews. I think I'd be lucky to make it through the programme, to be honest with you. But anyway, we have Sally Field. Sally, of course, a stunning actress, one of my favourite actresses. Loved her in Still Magnolias. I've loved her in so many different things. But what she talks about is very serious. She talks about the fact that she was abused as a child. She's written all about it in her book, and we'll talk to Sally Field. So I hope you join me at 9 o'clock this evening for that. And also Nish Kumar as well is going to be in. So an opportunity to hear two great interviews. Steve Allen Show, Happy Rickshaw, literally lolled this early in the morning. What's lolled? Laughed out loud, I suppose. Lidl did mince pie ice cream over Christmas. That was pretty nice. Yes, that sounds... And all you do to make mince pie ice cream, don't you just buy vanilla ice cream and then stir in some mashed up mince pies, and that sort of gives you mince pie ice cream, I'm assuming. Tributes pouring in for the dad stabbed to death on the train the day before his birthday. This is Lee Pomeroy, a loving and devoted family man. We've got no idea why. No idea why. Steve, another one here, says Holland and Barrett sell non-alcoholic ginger drink. Oh, right. And talking about Arctic Roll, when you get 5 minutes, check out Kay's cooking on YouTube. Like that idea. 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. Another one here. Also, talk about the Happy Rickshaw. I couldn't resist it. It's an old line, actually. It's been used before. The Mail on Sunday, The Ultimate Betrayal. This is you have to read this story. I'm going to leave it for you to read later on. This is a devoted father who's revealed he discovered the 3 sons he'd raised for more than 20 years were not his when doctors told him he'd been infertile since birth. Now Richard Mason's ex-wife has been ordered to pay him £250,000 following an extraordinary legal case that has allowed her to keep the identity of the real father a secret. Mr. Mason never doubted he was the boy's biological dad until 2 years ago when he was diagnosed with cystic fibrosis, an inherited disease which prevents male sufferers from fathering children. DNA and other tests proved a little bit later that he was not the father. Suits You, Meghan. Apparently Suits, the programme, want her back to finish doing something else, Meghan Markle. And then they said the Queen, we're not sure if it's been confirmed or not because the National Theatre and the Palace have declined to comment, has she handed her the perfect role as patron of the National Theatre? What for? What for? She's not been in the business long enough to qualify as an actress. And Beatrice doesn't really sort of look after herself that much, and her new love spotted together for the first time on the same island where he proposed to the mother of his child. I mean, honestly, can't they find people who haven't been around the block 300 times? Make it so much easier, wouldn't it, really? Also, the student who fled the Savoy after ordering a birthday drink costing £1,750. And the guardsman to resign in disgust over the unwanted starring role in the Snowflake Army poster. Imagine the army taking a photo of you and writing Snowflake in massive bold letters above your head. I'd be signed straight off. And then he wrote, "Don't worry, I am." So he's not very happy with that one at all. And another one here. Her evasive reply, after he'd said, "I can't have children," she then said, "In spite of what you think, I'm very sorry you've been caused an emotional upheaval. Of course the boys are yours, no matter what the science might suggest." Proving that, you can't help some people, can you, really? Also, you might have thought the most innocent, innocuous item somebody could wear, a simple black T-shirt bearing the dictionary definition of woman as human female. But a young mum's been barred from her local pub after a complaint that the word discriminated against transgender people. Seriously, you have to read it. So she's been barred from her local pub for wearing this T-shirt. It's really the most honestly, people are being barred left, right and centre nowadays. They don't I think we're going to bar you. Also, ITV bosses are furious that Cheryl Tweedy starred on Michael McIntyre's big show on BBC One in what's claimed to be a ruse to keep viewers watching The Greatest Dancer straight afterwards. Of course it is. Of course it is. It's called pre-publicity. But it doesn't really matter. Listen, I don't think anybody's remotely interested in a dance programme. I seriously don't. I really don't. I don't think it's of interest to anybody at all, with or without Cheryl. She certainly has proved that she doesn't actually generate an audience, because they tried that before, thinking it would work, and of course it didn't work. And then, this is something, sometimes I have to sort of ask the question, I don't know who these people are. Don't know who they are. To revive his drooping fortunes, Vince Cable has hired ex-political journalist and ITV's Good Morning Britain star, Clodagh Higginson, as his press secretary. Clodagh is ideally placed to help the Lib Dem leader avoid gaffes. In 2011, she described the then business secretary as blundering for saying debt-laden Greece couldn't cut its way back to financial health, while the coalition here was doing exactly the same thing. I've never even heard of her. Clodagh Higginson. And there you go. Apparently she was a star. We bandy the word around very loosely, very, very loosely in this day and age. And we've been listening to you for about 15 years on and off. We think we could be good acquaintances. I think not. Fairly straightforward, isn't it, really? Which I like. And then woke up to hear you talking about Hong Kong. Steve worked at the Peninsula Hotel as manager of an outlet, Exclusivities, selling wine, chocolate and luxury teas in the 80s, and loved hearing you talk about places I visited. My dad was based at Sek Kong with the RAF. We were Kai Tak, well, Government House, really. Your early life sounds very similar to us. Cyprus, Hong Kong and Yorkshire. Yes, Rosemary. Well, I mean, it was really Egypt. And then we sort of moved around a little bit all over there, ending up in Yorkshire and then ending up in Brentwood, which is where we came from originally. But no, Yorkshire was lovely, a little bit colder than some of the other places. And I always say the one thing I remember coming back from Hong Kong is going to my grandmother's in Ilford, in Kentview Gardens, and being able to turn the tap on and drink from the tap. We'd never been able to do that in Hong Kong. We had to, you had to put the water into a saucepan, boil it, and then take it on from there. You couldn't do it any other way. So when they came here, people were saying, you just turn on the tap and drink. And so we did. And I remember it took a long while to get used to that, without having to put it into a saucepan, boil it up, and then you were able to drink the water. That is just about it for this morning. Coming up very shortly, it'll be the news at 7 o'clock, and then Andrew Castle will be with us. So let me just remind you that he'll be talking about the vegan bus ads, partial shutdown of the US government and the yellow fraudster ordered to pay back $22 million. He just made up names. But apparently he's not broken any rules, which is slightly disturbing. Plus, one of the last Dunkirk heroes has died, aged 98, and Busted, they're a group, in case you had forgotten, are planning to re-record some of their biggest hits. And if you can name any of them, you're better than we were. We didn't do very well at all. Fleur Reese shelves her musical career, but nobody ever thought that was going anywhere. She's going to be a fitness instructor on This Morning, because apparently after they saw her in the jungle doing fitness, they've now decided she's a fitness instructor. They obviously couldn't find out anything else for her. Soap bars are making a comeback, and what else did somebody come? Oh yes, Frank Bruno is in the papers today, blasting the racist trolls who branded him a monkey online. I mean, you go to the police, Frank, with that. Don't faff around with the newspapers. Go straight to the police. Mind you, talking about faffing around with the newspapers, Noel Edmonds had a go at The Sun the other day after they printed a story on Sunday about him going to New Zealand and selling up the house. He said the house has been on the market for 2 years. He said, I'm not going to New Zealand, and I've already told them I'm not going to New Zealand. And I've got no idea why they ran it. So he named the journalist and said, he said, I spoke to the journalist the other week and I told them I'm not going to New Zealand, so why would they print a story like that? Because it's journalism. 84850, and Jim says, a big up to you for giving Sally Field free rein in what was a brilliant interview. I think because of the subject she was talking about, I knew nothing about it. Secondly, for the first time, I saw the love of your life, Gemma Collins. I think the love of everybody's life, isn't it, really? At first, I thought she was a ringer for Billy Two Rivers, and then she opened her mouth. Oh, my God. I know, it's like listening to a 5-year-old. Also, looking forward to the show tonight, says Donnie, going to Pizza Express beforehand. bit concerned about an email. You can only bring small bags in. What am I going to do in my work bag? No, I don't even know if they've got they must have dressing rooms. I don't know. I've never been there before. I know where it is, but I've never actually been in the theatre. I've had a look at the interior. Can you show me a picture of the interior of the theatre? I'm tempted to say, can you show me a picture of the dressing room or something? Because I don't know, actually. Have a nice rest this afternoon, says Noreen. It'll be nice seeing people I've met through you over the years. Yes, well, there's 400 of us crammed into the... Oh, there you go. That's quite nice, isn't it? That's quite nice, actually. It's a lot bigger than I thought. It's much bigger than I thought. Nice red plush seats. As long as the bar looks all right, you should all be okay for that one. And there's an upstairs as well. Oh, it's a different theatre. I was going to say, where have they managed to find the upstairs from? The answer is there is no upstairs. Oh, it looks quite nice, doesn't it, really? Very nice. Oh, dear, I tell you. If you don't clap your hands I shan't come on. It's as simple as that. I want lots of hand clapping tonight when they finally admit... Is there a dressing room there? We're not sure if there's a dressing room. I can't see a dressing room. Let's have a quick... Oh, there might be, actually. They've got a museum, it says. Can't have a museum, can they? But dressing room, no. There's a building site as one of the pictures, which is very exciting. Oh, I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure it'll be lovely. Dave O'Brien's got one. I don't know if I think he's after me. Dave's doing his one-man show, I think. But I think, is he after? Yes, I think he's after me. I'm pretty certain. But, a lot of seats. Looks quite nice, doesn't it, when you've got all the seats there? I quite like that one. Look at that. Looks quite nice. When you dim the lights down. Looks quite nice. Be 400 people sitting there going, so that's what he looks like. Of course, there'll be about 100 of you there, or 200 of you going, we've seen him before. We've seen him before. It's quite nice. It's a nice venue. Because before we used the Hippodrome, but they've got Magic Mike, and I cannot compete with gyrating, half-naked men. I mean, God knows I would have tried, but it's just totally wasted, I'm afraid. I'm not a gardener, says Mike, but I do talk to plants. Normally when I'm face down in the flower bed on the way back from the pub. But apparently plants respond. They've now got evidence that plants... But I thought that was they've done that before. Matt says you should try the foot-long sausage roll, which you can get in Morrison's. Great with... We don't have a Morrison's. Not anywhere round my way. I can't think of where the nearest Morrison's... There must be one in London, I suppose. Must be one in London. But no, I haven't managed to sort of... I think there must be one in Kingston. I seem to remember I've been to Kingston, actually, before now. And Arnie says the sick are forced to work because the medical assessment parents rejected every sick claimant. I'd rather do life than go on universal credit. See, I don't even know what that is. I've got no idea. I'm assuming it's some sort of benefit allowance, is it? Never, the new benefits. It's never going to apply to me, is it? Well, I don't think so. Unless all of a sudden something happens. South Wimbledon. I'm not going to South Wimbledon, for goodness sake, honestly. My time of life. That's a bus ride and everything to South Wimbledon. And Shane says, I forgot I had the UK prison TV series Bad Girls. Rewatched it again, thoroughly enjoyed it. Well, that sounds nice, doesn't it? I never saw Bad Girls. I never saw it. I wished I'd seen it. There are so many good series on I fell asleep in front of the television yesterday. How bad was that? And you won't believe it. I tipped my plate of food all over myself again. I've decided I am accident prone. I've decided there must be things, because did I tell you about the other day with the sausages? Did I tell you about the sausages? I bought these new frying pans a short while ago. They're these stoneware frying pans, which you can't scratch, you can't do anything with. And so I thought, if I pop one on the hob, turn it up full base and all the rest of it, and cook some little tiny cocktail sausages, which if you heat them, they go. And it's quite a big frying pan, this one. It's a good, I don't know, 20 inches, whatever. It's a big frying pan. I should have used a smaller one, but I didn't. And I was sort of happy. And I was looking at the sausage and shaking the pan, put it on there, and then because it's on top of the oven, and the oven was half open. Okay, so the door is half down. Don't ask me why. I've got no idea. And as I move towards the sausages, my hand knocks the frying pan handle, which in turn knocks the frying pan off the hob, misses my foot by inches, but comes to rest on a plastic bag. The plastic bag promptly melts around the frying pan, and all the sausages empty themselves into the oven. So I pick up the frying pan, which is now covered with a plastic bag, which has moulded itself onto it, so that was completely ruined. And the sausages were completely, just useless. Because I had to pick them up off the... Oh, it was ghastly. Dreadful. And I thought then, as it was happening, I was sort of thinking to myself, am I really accident prone? And I think I must be. Yesterday, day before, I come in here and I spill the tea down as I'm trying to open the door down my new jacket. What is going on? I mean, if I make it actually onto the stage this evening, without tripping over, that'll be the next thing. I haven't burnt myself. I don't think so, no. Phil Vickery says, you and Cooker, Steve, not a good combination. You're up early this morning. 4:10. Good grief, what are you doing at 4:10 up? You must be doing something on the telly if you're up at this time of the morning. Lovely time, though. It's actually it's quite mild out there. Nice walk. Do you know I saw two people walking through Twickenham the other day, Twickenham, mind you, in green wellies. And I was thinking, if we were in the countryside and it was Henley, then I could understand it, but not in Twickenham. We're not exactly sort of Richmond or Richmond Hill or something like that, or walking through Richmond Park, but they were both wearing matching green wellies. Never seen anything like it in ages and ages. Can you speak horse? Not like that, but I mean, can you actually communicate with horse? Like, no, nay, I can't. Very funny. That's why he's that side and not this side. But actually, do you remember there used to be that woman years ago, and she would pat the horse's thing, and then she'd blow up its nose. I mean, she like that, and the horse go. I mean, quite clearly, it was quite traumatic for the horses. But I think she was sort of a horse whisperer, because I've seen horse whisperers before, and what they do is, and I thought it was quite clever, I've never realised before, they turn their back on the horse and walk away, and the horse follows them. The horse follows them. I've seen some lovely horse whisperers, very clever actually. Steve, looking forward to later. Watch Dancing on Ice. Arjun Ola in the audience cheering the GC. And also James Jordan was on there. God, he's a bore, isn't he? But he did better out of anybody. Still don't like him. And the GC, as I say, can't be long, can it, before her and that overweight boyfriend sort of depart this mortal coil and go and find another show to bore. Is Anne Widdicombe coming tonight? I'm not allowed to mention the names of people who might or might not be coming. Amanda in Kingston says, I'm bringing my mum along to the show tonight. Really looking forward to it. Yes, I mean, I'm looking forward to it myself, actually. And, do you know what Phil Vickery's cooking this morning? For this morning? Jam roly-poly for Harry Redknapp. I could eat a jam roly-poly now. With some nice... Is it with... Are you supposed to have it with... Are you having it with custard? Or would you have it with ice cream? See, I think it has to go with custard. Custard and jam roly-poly go really well together. Although I told you the other day I had fruit. Mandarin segments. God, they were nice. Ate a whole pot of them. I poured the juice off. I didn't want to eat the juice. And so I poured that off. But mandarin segments. I kept trying to kid myself that they're actually good. Lee says, when one plant is sad, what do the other plants do? Photosympathise. Oh, God, I'll ban him immediately. Oh, is it a woman? I can't remember if this was a woman. This might actually be a woman. We've been confused by this one before. I'm pretty certain, actually, that Lee is a woman. Either way, we don't want that kind of standard, thank you, on the programme this morning. Also, as I said, the most common name for criminals is Daniel. So if you know a Daniel, then the chances are they might be a bit of a team. Oh, steamed roly-poly, not baked. And it's custard. Custard, how lovely. Steamed roly-poly. Oh, that sounds quite... I could eat that now, actually. What can I really eat now? What can I really eat now? Jam roly-poly. It's got to be a steamed pudding. My mother used to do good steamed puddings. And I thought you were ambidextrous, Steve, in that you can do knackle with both hands. Ambidextrous. Does ambidextrous mean you can do it with both hands? What? Oh, you can use both hands. Well, I've been always using both hands, but I bet you can't write with your left hand. No, you can't. Why is it we can't do that? I can write with my right hand. Try and do it with your left hand. It looks like you've sort of got some sort of dreadful... But ambidextrous people... My father wrote backwards. You ever heard of that one? He wrote backwards. So he was left-handed. He started on the right-hand side and moved back in again. Do you know what I mean? So if he was writing a check out, he would start with the surname and so it went like that. And also I know people who do mirror writing. In other words, they write and then you hold it up to a mirror and you can read it, but you can't read it normally. You ever heard of that? Have you been out before? Where have you been? Where have you been, honestly? I thought you'd know about things like that. And ambidextrous means you can use both hands. Oh, what a godsend that could be. How fantastic. What? I'm just merely pointing out, you could be sort of painting with one hand and pruning roses with the other. What a brilliant idea. Oh, I want to be ambidextrous. Why can't I be ambidextrous? Why is it only certain selective people are ambidextrous? I might use that as my theme tonight. Oh, no, Lee is a male truck driver. Oh, have you got lights in the cab? You know last year, don't you? Oh. And James says, when you say there's a Morrison's in Kingston, do you mean Kingston upon Hull? Of course not. Kingston upon Thames, down the road from me. Huge place. Big shopping centre in the middle. Lovely. One of my friends... no, I can't tell you. I just realised. I can't tell you because somebody could be listening. What else we got? What else? Noel issuing his statement. May in Brexit blast Tory rebels. And there are new prison rules allowing drinking and sex in cells. I thought they've always been allowed to do that. They've always shown us pictures, haven't they? Here's us in our cells with our little tiny phones and all our booze and syrup and everything. It's like a holiday camp in there. Kevin says, why don't you invite all the Kevins as your guests on your show tonight? Oh, Lord, no. I hope there's nobody called Daniel in the audience. That'd be embarrassing, wouldn't it? Daniel, the police will be there straight away. I didn't want to mention Wayne Rooney, nicked for boozing in America, because I think he's got enough disasters in his life as it is. But he said he was taking medication. He was coming back on a private plane from Dubai, I believe. And then he gets nicked because he started becoming a little bit leery. Because sometimes if you've got medicine that you're on, it doesn't quite work with alcohol, and so he had some alcohol. But in America, he was done for this thing. He was released almost immediately. They take them in, and then what they do is they fine you $25, I think. Donny says, is there an interval tonight? I don't think so. No, I don't think. Normally we run straight through. Thank you, says Mary, for your reminders to go see 42nd Street. Managed to get to it on Saturday afternoon, the next to last performance. It was truly wonderful. I'd give my right hand to be ambidextrous, Steve. Thank you. Stop it. Don't encourage people. Makes them worse. Oh, time check. Look at that, honestly. I was only looking a minute ago, and I'm sure it only said 10 past. But now it says, because loads of you are back to work today, so no excuses. You need to get up, get yourself, like Phil Vickery, get up, get ready. And so, can you imagine, honestly, all the Fern's upstairs, and there's all this crashing and banging in the kitchen? And what are you doing? Jam roly-poly. Oh, God. Day, back to work. Yes. No. Please. Oh, yes, you've got to go. You've got to go. Joe is in chilly Lapland, hoping to see the Northern Lights this week. We saw them every night. I didn't have any problem seeing the Northern Lights in Lapland because you're inside the Arctic Circle. And it's lovely to watch. It really is lovely, but it's I can't remember what it is now. Is it gases or something? It's gases in the atmosphere. Anyway, it's lovely. It's lovely. Ian says, do you remember when the TV soap El Dorado was touted to be the next big thing? Yes, I do. Polly Perkins was in it, and they built a set, and everything. I interviewed a few cast members, and it just didn't work, did it? There's been a few. Albion Market was another one that didn't take off either. There's been all sorts of soaps over the years. I mean, I quite liked El Dorado. They had somebody in a wheelchair. There was a girl in a wheelchair who really was in a wheelchair. She was an actress who happened to be disabled, and it was hailed as being sort of quite groundbreaking. But any of the plots, I can't begin to tell you. Richard from Awesome Bath. I don't know if that's his bath is awesome or Bath itself. Says, listening whilst in the gym in Kenya. Kenya? Good grief. Do you know, I was watching, that song, which is the Ethiopian, is it the Baba Yato Yato? And there's a load of people, actually, and I think they're from the Mormons. I think they're all singing, some lads over there. And it's really good, actually. This is the Soweto, I think, choir on this one. There's no end of versions of it. Serious waiting lists for tickets for tonight. That's a bit appealing, isn't it? I hope it... Well, I don't know how that's going to work, but anyway. Did you watch the programme about the French girl murdered in Twickenham Green, says Paul? No, I didn't. Unfortunately, I was in bed. And also I knew all about it anyway, because I knew the person who owned the bar where she'd been drinking. Steve, green wellygogs in Twickenham. Bother boots, the more de rigueur for that area, aren't they, says Mike. Well, no, dainty shoes, I think, for Twickenham. No, I've never seen anybody walking through town in wellies before. Unless they've come from a farm somewhere. I couldn't think how that was it. How did that American do the throwing a pack of cards at a shop window and the chosen card was stuck to the other side of the glass? Yes. I know. It's clever, isn't it, really? There's another one. I like the other magician who puts his hand into he's in a jewellery shop and he puts his hand straight through the glass to pick something up for this woman. And then and the glass reheals itself. I like watching things like that. Very clever. I also like the other one where they've got the bloke with his head and all of a sudden his head drops halfway down his body and he's holding it in his hands. That's quite freaky. I like stuff like that. So how many begging letters do you get if you win 114 million? Hundreds and hundreds. And they basically said to them, just burn them. The trouble is you've got all your other post, which is in with it. So you've got to kind of sort of rescue your post and then sort of sort out all the other... I mean, the begging letters. I mean, I can't imagine why anybody would ever write to anybody saying, listen, you've just won 114 million, could I have some of that money? So you have to ignore it. You have to ignore it. I can remember one year, I told you, we gave away turkey vouchers. We had vouchers for a butcher, now long since defunct, called Dewhurst. And they gave us books and books to give away on the programme. So we gave away... and I think each voucher was worth 150 quid. And you could go into your Dewhurst and you could have steak or sausages or a turkey or all sorts of things. And we had people phoning up, sort of saying, I've never had turkey for Christmas. And they had to be quite ruthless on the phone and say, well, you're not having any this year either. Because we had a certain amount to give away, but it was terribly popular, terribly popular. I think the Mormon show was Uganda. Yes, I live in Bath, says Richard in Kenya. Have the best day. Oh, I hope so today. Loads of people going back to work. A few people back in here who've been off since Christmas. Tom Swarbrick was back last night. Seemed in a fairly good mood. Ian Dale and Farage back today. Wow. God, everybody's back to... Of course, we've been here all the time. But other people had an extended break over the festive season. But I think as well, in the high street, there'll be a lot of people probably going back to work for the first time, which is okay. It's okay. It'll take a while to get back into it, though, if you've had this much time off. Soap bars are making a comeback. Oh, yuck. Oh, yuck. Because it's you don't have to worry about the plastic and squirting. Because I haven't used soap in the best part of 45 years. I use liquid soap. You know, if you're having a shower gel, you don't use a bar of soap, do you? I mean, I can't remember the time I actually stood under a shower with a bar of soap. You'd end up with nothing in your hands apart from mush. So we automatically use shower gel. And it's much easier to wash your whole body in shower gel than anything else. Chris Tarrant, back on track after his stroke. He did seriously think, he did think to himself, this is it. This is it. And Busted, planning to re-record some of their biggest hits. So I don't know any of Busted's hits. I just know that they sort of jumped and Matt Willis is in the group and then Charlie left. And that was it. Steve, Gemma Collins... So funny, says Dorman Don. And Steve, I remember being brought up on a diet of soaps as my mother insisted on watching every one. Take the High Road, The Sullivans, and Crossroads, which at the time was as big as EastEnders. Oh, it was. The sets that moved in Crossroads. And Amy Turtle, would you like a tea now? The whole thing was just... And sometimes she forgot her lines. And they just sort of all stood there. I think Acorn Antiques was based very much on Crossroads. Very funny. Very funny at the time. Anyway, so we take all your texts and emails. If you saw The Greatest Dancer, was it worth watching? Or was it another disaster? And if you watch the Dancing on Ice thing, how slowly really were they going? And is it speeded up? Also, I've got the secret to living a healthier, happier life, which is, I suppose, what we can all hope for. And the grandmother fined 50 quid for having a dog lead that was too long. Because I've heard of these before. These are you hold it and it sort of comes out sort of like one of those tape measure kind of things. And, yes, if you speak hoarse. Plus, the NHS says we will save 500,000 more lives every year. Good. I always have every faith in the NHS. I never understand people who knock it. I have every faith. Certain newspapers think it's great to knock the NHS, but until they're ill, of course. Do you think Cheryl looks very thin, says Jackie? She's always looked like that. Always looks like that. She's sort of emaciatedly thin. And also, she just doesn't say anything, does she? She's no interest to anybody. I'd rather listen to Jason Gardner than I would of her. And Lee says, my father always told everyone I had my hair cut at Dewhurst after my mother had butchered it. Oh, God honestly, it gets worse and worse. My mother used to do my hair years ago with a bowl. She put a bowl on your head and then cut round it. So we all looked, slightly odd. Little Julie says, I've taken the day off today. Can't bring a large bag into the theatre later. So hopefully I won't accidentally buy something I see in the sales. Yes, I don't think they have the facility. I don't know, actually, because, as I say, I've never played the theatre before, so it'll be a bit of a turnaround for us, won't it? 4:30 is Listen to Ladysmith Black Mambazo. Oh, I know them very well because they backed Paul Simon with the diamonds on the soles of her shoes. Very relaxing. Love your show, says Shane. Thank you. And Kevin says, I remember back in the 70s when I slipped on a bar of soap and hurt my knee. My mum says, that's life, boy. Thank you. And Jack says, I watch both dancing shows, Steve, both boring. Just my opinion, though. Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know why they actually think that anything with Cheryl in is going to rate. I've got no idea. And also, all we've heard about from the dancing programme is two people. As far as I know, there's nobody else on there. It was James Jordan they were talking about because he actually did very well on the first one. But there again, he is a dancer. All he has to do is learn to do it on ice, and he obviously did. And Gemma Collins, who quite clearly is just fit for nothing at all. I seriously don't know why they book her. Do they book her because she gets loads of coverage in the papers because people are laughing at her? Which is a shame. Eddie says, where do you get your energy from at this time of the morning? I'm a regular early riser for work, 4:20, but lately I've been struggling. Winter makes it harder. Does it? Oh, well, there you go. I don't know. Depends what time you go to bed. I mean, you can't go to bed at midnight and then get up and bounce your way through a programme. Well, I don't think you can. I haven't. Although tomorrow I'll be trying to disprove that theory. I'm going to be in such a state tomorrow, but never mind. It'll be fine, actually. And Philip says, up early, practising getting used to early shifts for my job next week. Been off work since April last year. Oh, my God. Oh, you've got to climb. You've got an uphill climb, really. Because it's not, if you're not used to getting up early in the morning, or in my case, last thing at night. So I was up last night. What time did I get up, actually? In fact, later than usual. I was a lot later. I got up about 11:30. And then had a little lie. I like to have a shave and then a lie down on the set. I had a little lie down in here as well. I didn't feel very well when I woke up. I don't know why, only just sort of briefly. Perhaps it's nerves. I don't know. Wayne Rooney, front page of a lot of the papers because he enjoys a drink. His hair is so funny. I don't know what it is. Is it a weave? What is it? What is it? It's a bit like Davy Boy Beckham's hair, isn't it, really? But he was arrested by armed police for being drunk at Washington Airport. Well, they're all armed. They make it sound like, get on the floor, straight. It wasn't anything like that at all. He downed booze and sleeping tablets on a flight from Saudi Arabia. His spokesman claimed the drink and pills left him disorientated. Well, I can understand that. I'm erring on the side of caution. Seriously. Also, what's this one here? This one here. Oh, this. I mean, they've done pages and pages on him. His struggle to keep clean sheet off the field and all this kind of... It's only a $25 fine, for goodness sake. There's not a lot going on. He was on a private jet coming back in, and then obviously somebody said something and he kicked off. That's the way it goes. Also, a Saudi teenager in all the papers today being detained at an airport fears her family will kill her if she's returned home. She has renounced Islam. She fled from relatives last week while on a trip to Kuwait, detained in Bangkok whilst waiting to fly to Australia and claim asylum, due to be sent home today. An official said a Saudi woman seeking asylum had been denied entry to Thailand and was being held at the airport. Human Rights Watch Asia said Rahaf openly says her father will kill her. What's so hard for UN agencies to understand? Oh, God. If it has the word religion in it, all sorts of strange things happen, don't they? Cheryl's new talent show. It's not Cheryl's new talent show. It's not the main presenter. You couldn't ever risk her being the main presenter. I feel a bit sorry for the father of Jamie Bulger, Ralph Bulger, who's branded Detainment, which has been tipped as a potential Oscar winner, offensive, and claimed it was too sympathetic to the pair who attacked his boy. I mean, they didn't even ask him. It's in the public domain, so I suppose you don't really have much choice, really. Fleur East, obviously, she's famous for nothing. Not famous for anything. She didn't win, did she? I don't think so. She didn't win she was on, Inch Loss Island she's doing for ITV's This Morning, and she says, I'm getting whisked away and be following This Morning viewers on their weight loss journey. Why do they always put somebody who's never been fat on there? It's sort of, they don't quite understand what's sort of going on. But she was friendly with Harry, So Holly Willoughby back with Pip Schofield for the first time since she co-hosted I'm a Celebrity. Well, it was ridiculous. They've just done the Dancing on Ice programme together. But it'll be interesting that these people going to Inchloss Island will be taking on a number of challenges: kayaking, zipline challenge, float fit and aqua aerobics. Obviously her singing career's bottomed out completely gone. So they've got to think of something else for her so she can earn money. Also, a man with skin cancer has got to wear a mask, put on Factor 50 sun cream and cover up fully just to go outside. Needs £100,000 for private treatment. He's raised $63,000 so far. Perhaps that nice couple in Ireland. No good writing. They'll just burn the letter, which is a shame, really. And also 3 stars from Ian Hyland for The Greatest Dancer, which isn't particularly brilliant, actually, is it? And what else do we have? This is Hugh, Lily James, Noel Edmonds. Incensed, he said no deal to Brexit, his own, that is. I like Noel. If you ever work for him, he's great fun, seriously. He's a radio person as well. Steve, roll on Christmas again. Roll on Pancake Day, Easter, Mother's Day. I think Gemma Collins says Frances would make a great Diana Dawes. Not sure about the acting. Yes, I don't know. And the American lady from Greece. Yes, she could. She's certainly the oldest there. Certainly the oldest. Regarding The Greatest Dancer, says Jackie, I don't know what Cheryl and the others were doing there as the audience decided. One of the panel kept madly jigging about. One of the contestants was awful. I think he was only on there as he fancied Cheryl. And he had a partner. Yes, I mean, to be honest with you, it was interesting. I couldn't care less what programme she turns up on. She's not particularly good at it. And Tom says, do you agree with me that many people with tattoos are chavvy and common? No, obviously you can't do a sweeping generalisation. 99% of them, of course. I agree, Cheryl, says Joanne, very boring. Thank goodness she's beautiful. The cold tap's not working, is it, next door? Does he know that? Did you get the cold tap working? No, it doesn't work. It's broken. The cold tap round there's working. In the other kitchen, which is shorter. I can't believe... Yeah, great. That nobody voted for that amazing ballet dancer on the dance show. Also, Cheryl kept it quiet. She went to the Royal Ballet School. Yeah, she was just a day girl for about 3 years from the age of 9, so it doesn't really count at all. Really doesn't count, which it doesn't really matter. She was on there and she's... woo-wee. Look at this. Cold water? Is it cold? Oh, it's nice. Do you know, I imagine this must be like being in the desert, you know, where you haven't had anything for ages. And then all of a sudden you get, all of a sudden you get cold water and you go, water! It's like, you know, oh, delicious. Oh, it's lovely, isn't it? I should be off to the toilet in about 2 minutes. You watch, you count how many minutes it goes. Steve, this series of Dancing on Ice is utterly addictive viewing. It can only be a matter of time before the cracks beneath Gemma Collins and she plops into the pond below. Oh, if only we couldn't be that lucky. They keep going about, oh, she's lost all this weight. I've not noticed it. There's a lovely picture of the attention-seeking Beckhams again. He looks as though he's caring for her. She's looking thinner and thinner. They're doing sort of a kissy picture, which is staged, as you can tell. And they say it was a very public display of affection. No, it wasn't. No, it absolutely wasn't. They managed to find them sitting in front of a red rose in a vase. It's so stagey. She's looking like an old woman with these dreadful outfits. And he just looks so he hasn't bothered. He's wearing, well, in my paper, it could be wrong though, isn't it? It looks like he's wearing a vest. All these tattoos up his neck and everything else. Poor souls, honestly. Never mind. Steve, I remember back in the 70s when companies like K-Tel or Ronco would bring some crazy gadget ideas like the Buttoneer. One item was advertised to save pounds on haircuts. I remember it. It had teeth on it with a razor blade. I used to use it all the time. But the first time I used it, it took out half the hair. So I stopped using it immediately because I thought, oh no, don't want that. So I remember it was like a sort of an off-white plastic with a razor blade in it, and you apparently combed your hair, and as you combed, it thinned your hair out. It was terribly naff. But we all bought it. I bought Buttoneer, I bought the record cleaner, I bought, I bought everything. How about an in conversation with Gemma Collins, Katie Price, Peter Andre and Victoria Beckham? How about you go boil your head? You know, let's all come and watch that. Far more entertaining, I think. All these people, why would I want to do an in-conversation with Gemma Collins? She can't speak. Katie Price, she really can't speak. Peter Andre is just naff. Victoria Beckham, I've done before anyway, so, you know. But I love it when people sort of suggest things. Oh, what was the one the other week from that peculiar person who went, oh, why don't you take phone calls? And I thought, well, you don't contribute anything to them, so why would we bother? Why would we bother? The GC will stay really close to her partner, says Andy, mainly because she's so big, she has her own gravitational force. Well, I think, he's the expert, isn't he? He is the expert, and it's his, there's no way she's going to win it. All this, I'm going to own it because I'm like the GC. It's like listening to a 3-year-old. It was like watching the other day. Roman Kemp and his dad were on, with Stephen Mulhern and, who else was on? Larry and George Lamb were on it. They're always very good value. And then they had some naffo from the Essex programme, and it was Mark Wright's sister, claim to fame. She's Mark Wright's sister, the most boring person on the programme, who dragged her poor mother Carol on there, who must be about 70 by the look of her. She looked a bit like Nanny What's-It, who sort of passed over some time ago. I don't know where you get bad skin from, but she was wearing the wrong makeup. You'd think, actually, seeing as her daughter cakes it on, and they didn't really contribute very much at all. I think they'd obviously peaked when they were on Towie. Shane says, just had hot cross buns and I've still got a Christmas pudding left. Could you believe it? I could, actually. I like the idea of Christmas pudding. A little bit of Christmas pudding. You don't need much, though, do you? Very, very filling. Christmas pudding is, really, really filling. And if you are going to... Oh, look, nice picture. This is Kate, out in the cold. She was wrapped up in a blue £3,000 Catherine Walker coat. How can a coat be £3,000? Ridiculous. They went to Sandringham. She previously wore it in Oslo last February. She always looks gracious. Oh, they're still running with that story that I did yesterday. They think the Queen is going to make Meghan Markle patron of the National Theatre. What she knows about the National Theatre, I've got no idea. Did you know K-Tel is a Canadian company? I wasn't even aware it was still going. Is K-Tel still going? What do they make? They are still going. Heavens above, you see, you learn something new every day. I know a Daniel, Steve. He's my arthritis physiotherapist, and he's gorgeous. Yes. Oh, right. Do you know they were filming something the other day on the television? And I suddenly realised where it was they were filming. They were filming in Twickenham. It was I can't remember what it was, actually, because they filmed down by Twining House, which is on the little road that runs parallel to the river. And I went, oh, and then it cut to somewhere else. But because I knew where the first place was, I thought, oh, that's interesting, isn't it? They do a lot of filming in Twickenham. It's very popular, very popular. Doubles up for all sorts of places. They've even filmed Little Britain down there as well, which is very nice. But you can tempt me with a hot cross bun this morning. I could definitely go for that. 14 minutes to 5. The filming, you notice, was the programme called Manhunt. I've got no idea. I was looking at it thinking, I wonder what that is. And then all of a sudden I thought, oh, I know exactly what I've spotted that. I've used that little cut through loads of times. But then it went into another road, so I was never too sure. So if Tracy says it was Manhunt, then it was Manhunt. And if it was round the Twickenham area, that is the place. My old Dewhurst butcher was a gambling man. Oh, I'm not doing that joke. That's so old, I can't even begin to tell you. Is spit and polish an actual style, says Jim. I don't know, actually. You've asked something none of us know. Spit and polish. I thought it was a look. I didn't realise it was an actual style. I don't know. Now you've asked us. That's something for Dave O'Brien, isn't it? He would know that. Spit and polish. I thought, was that... Wait a minute, isn't that to do with shoes? Where you sort of spat on them and then sort of polished it up, isn't it? I could only guess on that one. If you know the answer, then help us out, and then Jim will be a much happier person. Apparently, Gemma Collins has taken a tumble in training. Mike says the Isle of Wight is about to be engulfed by the resultant tsunami. Yes, she has admitted she's fallen over, but she said, I didn't need the ambulance. And I thought, oh, she's setting her stall out, isn't she? Lemon curd, roly-poly and custard, very nice, says Ian. I think I got it from M&S. Never seen it in there. Lemon curd roly-poly. Oh, you like the sound of that, do you? Oh, right. Producer's gone big style on that one. And Donny says, you've been to the Sky Garden in Fenchurch Street. Well worth a visit. Excellent views of the city. No cost to get up there, but you do need to book. No, I haven't actually. I don't think I've ventured to Fenchurch Street at all. There you go. Spit and polish, says David. Cleaning army boots. That's what I thought it was. And then Paul and Wayne say, if you took calls, your show would be too slow. The pace and rhythm is just perfect. It is for getting up at this time of the morning. You know, if you're one of those sort of people suffering with, I can't get up in the morning. Some people are terrible at getting up. Because once you're in bed, you've got the duvet. And how many people use sheets now on their bed? Hardly anybody. You use sheets? Oh, do you? Oh, right. Oh, I thought everybody had a duvet. I thought nowadays, duvet, much easier. Oh, sheet underneath, obviously, duvet on the top. Yeah, but, I mean, you haven't got actual sheets on your bed, like, you know, a sheet over the top of you. Oh, right. Because that's what we had when we were little, and your mother would make the bed. But nowadays, you just straighten out the bottom sheet and then throw the duvet over the top. Yeah. It's quite nice, actually. I remember the first time I got a duvet. I'm old enough to remember that, you know, duvets came in my lifestyle. And people were saying, they use these in, where did they say? Norway and places like that, and Sweden. And I remember thinking, how lovely. And then I got my first duvet, and it was just, like, so easy. You just threw it over yourself. And then I bought, we had this argument before, didn't we? The Siberian goose duvet, and people said there's no such thing as a Siberian goose. It could be something else, I don't know. Whatever it is, it works for me, and it's not very heavy. Spit and polish. It's just a way to shine your shoes or boots to a high-gloss finish, says David and Brentwood. Yeah, it's polishing Royal Navy brogues or army boots from the Dell man. Thank you. I thought it was that. I seem to remember hearing it. My dad would. But my dad used to do his shoes with a mirror shine on them, and so he would melt the polish. He would melt the polish in the tin. I mean, who uses polish now? Does anybody use polish? You either use that squirty stuff, which comes with a little sort of spongy thing at the end of the thing, or you've got one of those big things which is impregnated with some sort of shiny stuff. Nobody uses. I mean, we used to have a shoe cleaning box years ago, which had brushes and kiwi shoe polish for brown shoes, for black shoes, for everything. Not anymore. It's all gone out, isn't it, really? All disappeared. Fiona Phillips is giving you 21 ways to make you feel 10 years younger, and look, it can't wait to devour this one. And it's everything from mindset matters to social networking, memory loss, mental workouts. I can't do mental workouts. I can't do, is it Sudoku? I can't do that at all. I've got no idea how that works. Seriously, anything that's got the word money written into it, I'm just absolutely blooming useless. Absolutely useless. I could never use, the one thing we used to have at school was a slide rule. And I had one in my little pencil case. But to be honest with you, I had no idea how it worked. And they'd go, you can add up and multiply and do all... And, right, okay, fantastic. Steve, my DAB radio display has a running ticker. It's still showing Darren Adams broadcasting at 4:50 a.m. It's playing havoc with my OCD. Oh, see, I can't control things like that. Somebody says, where's Scottish boy? Scotland. He's in Scotland at the moment. He's staying up there. Another one of his mythical Christmas visits. You know, the Christmas visit where we go up there. It's not Christmas, but he calls it Christmas. So that's what it's like. Sort of, where is Scottish boy? Where is Tory boy? You know, things. It's roughly akin to that, isn't it? Really? No, he's in a fairly good mood this morning. Yeah, I was to say, difficult to tell really. He's sort of roughly the same day in, day out. Didn't get your hair cut, did you? No, back needs tidying. You know, I'm just sort of saying. You know. It's the only bit you never see. I don't know why they ever show you the back of your hair in a hairdresser. They go, the front, you go, yeah, it's fine. Then they take the mirror and show you back. When have you ever walked out the house and gone, the back of my hair. God, I hope it's all right. Because people see you. If you're sitting on the bus, they're sitting right behind you. I sat on a woman's handbag the other day. She wasn't at all happy. And somebody wanted to go and sit down, but I got the seat first. I've decided I don't care now. I've decided I'm allowed to be Victor Meldrew. I can get very grumpy. It's great. You're not going to believe it, says Connie, but this year, on your birthday, me and my family are going to the O2 Arena to see Blue Planet 2 in concert. I love the theatre. Blue Planet 2, that sounds nice, doesn't it? That's just like going to a cinema, isn't it? And it's just you seeing it on a big screen. They're not going to bring a whale in, are they, on Blue Planet 2? Are they? You could probably do it in a hologram. You could probably create a hologram, I should imagine. Oh, how fabulous. That sounds lovely, actually. Anna says, my first husband, ex-army, used to polish all our shoes till they were mirror-like. Yeah, that's what it is. And also, says Monica, time to shout at people, reminding it's just a normal day. Very lazy today. I know, the trains have been beautifully empty. Beautifully empty. I love empty trains. I really do. Eric Cantona has bizarrely claimed his infamous kung fu kick on a fan wasn't me. Oh. The Frenchman launched into the attack on Crystal Palace supporter Matthew Simmons after being sent off. He was later banned for 9 months by the FA. And then he said Cantona said at the time, his victim had said, F off back to France. They're getting worse, these fans. There was a Chelsea fan banned for ages for using homophobic language to some player who wasn't even gay. And I couldn't quite understand in this day and age. You probably get the same at Crystal Palace. You probably get people shouting things, don't they? The ref. It happens, doesn't it? Have you ever shouted at the ref or anything like that? Nothing illegal. Well, what would you shout at the referee? You're rubbish. It doesn't really work, does it? It doesn't. Along those lines, it doesn't actually sort of demonstrate how sort of angry you are, and so you're going to be going, well, that was terrible, referee. You made the wrong decision. You know, that doesn't work. You've been to a football match, Scottish boy? Have you? He's come back, by the way, from Scotland. We just got him back again. That was very quick. He's using time travel. Brought his own phone box with him. And you've been to a football match? What, Hibernian? Does he support Aberdeen? What do they call? Do they have a nickname? I've just thought of something really rude. The Dons. Oh, right. Oh, that's quite nice. The Dons. Why? Why are they called the Dons? Ah, the River Don. The River Don. You see, I thought it was maybe their mafia connections. You know, the Don. As it, they call the mafia head the Don or something? I don't know. So they call the Don because it's on the Don River. Well, that is just amazing. What do they call Crystal Palace? What are their nickname? The Eagles. And they're called the Eagles because... Oh, he thinks they nicked it from another team. That's all you need, isn't it, really? They nicked it. I'm not sure. I mean, I don't know. Who are the... Oh, the Parrots. Not Parrots. No. Sorry, I'm seeing green and yellow. The Canaries. That's Norwich City. That's Delia Smith's team. Ah. And Stephen Fry's team as well. But doesn't she own them? She's the chairman. Right. Oh, right. There you go. You live and learn something every day, don't you? I've never been to a football match. I've also never been to a rugby match. I've never been to polo. And yet I have been to swimming galas. I wonder why that would be. Because I don't really like swimming. I'm not a great swimmer. I can't dive. I'd love to be able to dive. I would kill to dive. But in fact, even watching people climbing up to the top board, I feel physically sick. I can't do heights. And then they go, just jump off, and you go, listen, just supposing the water vanishes as I'm halfway down and I hit concrete. That's not going to be a happy ending, is it? There'll be all sorts of bits of Steve Allen all over the place. But there you go. So here's Gemma Collins wearing, as I say, she looks like a giant Christmas tree decoration. She fell. She got 16 out of 40 points, which actually is pretty bad. But there again, and she's been doing this for weeks now. So she quite clearly, she'll be out shortly and we'll all be able to rest. The monster freeze is back. The polar vortex to batter Britain with icy winds. So you have, although this morning is really mild. Oh, look, here's Rhiannon Sugden in her underwear again. I thought you were giving that up, dear. Aren't you a bit old for that now? She's 32. You know, only claim to fame, she sets people up and made her name that way, which is not so good, is it? And a council has spent thousands to reopen a public footpath closed by a wealthy landowner. I'm not sure if I like footpaths, actually, but some people deliberately go tramping through them, don't they? Because they can, I suppose. News coming up at 5 o'clock this morning. It's Monday morning. It's the day that you're all back at work. In fact, the whole country should be back at work today, which means packed trains. Everybody's going to look miserable. Everybody looks unhappy. James says, I've heard spit and polish was a hairstyle. No, definitely not. Definitely not hairstyle. No, it's shoe cleaning. Boozy Wayne Rooney nicked in America, got fined $25. That's okay. How smutty can Pantos be? The answer this year, very, very smutty. It must go over the kids' heads, because it certainly would get the audience. I think, what was it that Julian Clary came up with at the Palladium? He said, I'm hoping next year to meet another wicked queen. That'll be Paul Burrell, who's a very wicked queen. Ever think of things that you can't do? And one of them is you can't lick your elbow. or pat your head and rub your stomach at the same time. Although I actually have no trouble with that one at all. But licking of the elbow, I don't know why. I mean, if you're sitting in a car, for God's sake, don't try it, or driving a bus or something. But you can't lick your elbow. But there must be somebody who can lick their elbow, mustn't there? But you just can't. You can't kind of get near it, which is it's ridiculous, isn't it, when you think about it? But there you go. Just one of those things we worry about on a Monday morning. All my shoes and boots are leather, so I still use tins of polish and shoe brushes. I have saddle soap and leather dressing for my riding tack, and that works well with leather footwear, says Dallas. I should imagine so, actually. I should imagine so. Dennis in Banbridge says, back when I were a lad, we had sheets which were homemade from flour bags, free from the grocer. They were boil washed with the added blue bag. We had blankets which were so heavy you couldn't sleep on your back as the weight hurt your toes, topped off by a homemade eiderdown or a homemade patchwork quilt in the summertime. Thank God for duvets. I've got 2 on in the winter, saves on the heating. Yes, I haven't got the heating on at all. And so just the duvet, just one thin duvet, because it seems to cover most eventualities, is very nice. I was in Card Factory yesterday, Steve, and they're still trying to sell their Christmas cards with 50% off. I thought, God, how cheapskate you must have to be. They're only 99p at full price. Yeah, but you know what they're saying? I saw a guy in a garden centre the other day loading up a trolley with all the decorations. They were all at half price, and they've said in the January sales, go and buy your Christmas decorations, provided you've got somewhere to store them, and then you've got brand new Christmas decorations next year, but they'll be half price. So you've saved a lot of money. Producer's mum buys her Christmas cards in Clinton's in January. He thinks it's mega tight. See, I think that's just... Oh, do you? I think that's really good. I think that's good. I've got some Christmas... Actually, if she wants some Christmas cards, I bought a big box of Christmas cards from Costco, and I'm not going to use them. So do you think she'd want those? Would she want second-hand Christmas cards? Handmade, they're lovely cards. I'll bring them in. I'll bring them in tomorrow, you see? I like re-gifting, because I've got loads of these cards, and I think, what am I going to... And each year I think, I'll save them for next year. Crystal Palace were originally known as the Glaziers, but the former manager, Malcolm, Big Mal Allison, changed the name to the Eagles, and they've been flying high ever since, says Richard in Wapping. Have they? I don't follow football, so I've got no idea. I think that's that's a tentative wavering. I'm not sure whether or not they're still going to be jumping up and down. Christina Rianoff jumps up and down, provided you pay her. She's selling dance and yoga lessons at 14 quid a time. She's advertising the classics on her Twitter account. One shocked fan posted, "This really the best Christina can line up." Yeah, it is. That's why she's doing it. Mind you, James and Ola Jordan do the same. They're offering dancing lessons. Get the same thing from them. Which is, if you like that kind of thing, it's fine. We're obsessed with dancing. Mind you, come Wimbledon, we'll all be obsessed with tennis, which is good. Yeah, Christina Rianoff, if you're looking for your children to learn dances like they see on Strictly Come Dancing, check out My Classes Below. So she's got a load of young children, and there's never any boy. There's one boy. It's all girls apart from one little boy. She does kids and adults in Northamptonshire. #children, #dance. It's all a bit tedious, really, isn't it? And the website doesn't work, so we're just... So there you go. You need to sort that out immediately. Need to sort that out. What else we got? This is Steve McFadden turning up for Panto on an electric bike. I keep meaning to buy one. I keep seeing them advertise them on the television, and I keep thinking, should I buy one? Should I buy one? And then I thought, where am I going to keep it? I can't, there's nowhere to keep the blooming thing. Somebody will pinch it. And they're about £600. And we've got an electric bike shop in Twickenham. And I keep looking in the window and I keep thinking, should I buy one? I think, what for? What for? Because I think you just get on it and then you just push a button and off it goes. But it's not like that. I've been sort of fooled on a few occasions. What else have we got here today? This one says, I still use a sheet between me and the duvet. A bit daft, really, since I'm always too hot. Yes, you don't need the sheet and then the duvet on top. You have a sheet on top, then an eiderdown, but you don't have... We used to have... What was it called? We used to have a tumble twist rug in the bathroom, and what was the stuff that went on the bed? Well, it was ghastly. We had them on all our beds, and it sort of went over the top of the sheets, and it all looked very nice, and it was neat, and it was like sort of a thin sort of material or something. Can't remember what it was, but I wasn't a fan of it. I really have to be a fan of Steve Coogan, because I want to go and see this Laurel and Hardy film. because I've seen little clips and it looks absolutely fantastic. So I've decided that is the one for me. And then I suddenly thought, when am I going to fit this in? It's trying to fit in things at the moment, which is the big problem. In the paper today, what was Liam Fox schmoozing celebrities in LA for? It's a crucial Brexit vote to be won at home and countless countries to pursue deals with abroad. So where was the International Trade Secretary at BAFTA's Golden Globes tea party? What for? What is it with these people? Oh, dear me. And the grandmother with the dog lead. I think she's got one of those leads which pulls out. You let it out and the dog can feel as if it's not on the lead. And so Maureen Sanders, 80, was strolling around Bootle Cemetery, obviously looking for a place to rest. And no, seriously, she probably wanted to sit down and sort of contemplate things. Well, she's 80. Come on. But anyway, she was stopped by two wardens. She was told the dog lead had to be less than 2 metres long and handed a penalty notice for breaking the rule. I mean, she's in a cemetery. It's like they've sort of, attacked her. I wouldn't mind, but she's waiting for a hip replacement. She's got difficulty walking. She's refusing to pay it. A company called NSL, formerly NCP, is understood to be responsible for penalty notice for Sefton Council, the local authority which rules people must walk dogs on a lead of not more than 2 metres in length. Neither the council nor NSL responded to requests for comment. She's 80, leave her alone. What is it with these people? I mean, she's waiting for a hip replacement. Mind you, if you leave her in the cemetery, she might not need the hip replacement. She might just sort of expire there. Fancy giving up. Wait, it doesn't say how much the penalty note. Oh, 50 quid. £50. She's 80. Where do you think she's going to get 50 quid from? Some people... That's so awful, isn't it? That's dreadful. Steve, happy belated New Year. If anybody could lick their elbow, my money is on Gene Simmons. I don't think it's anything to do with how long your tongue is. Candlewick bedspreads. That's what I was thinking. We had them all over the place. Candlewick bedspreads. Candlewick bedspreads. Yes, Gene Simmons got a very, very long tongue. And he could... But you can't. Can you reach your elbow, Popsy? Can you... No, it doesn't... Oh, it's not bad. That's not bad. It's closer than we got. Not for us. Just wanted to see if they could do it north of the border. Just sort of testing, really. I thought the LBC frequency got tampered with when I tuned in to the year 3000. My favourite ever busted song, says Tracy and Broccoli. It's amazing, actually, isn't it? I mean, I sort of... We do things in the morning. All of a sudden, people go, this programme is just so adventurous. Honestly, you never know where we're going. Have the Christmas cards turned up, says Nora? No, they haven't. There's a story here, isn't there? I don't think it's not physically possible not to have any Christmas cards, but they didn't seem to make it this year. Steve, the band Busted are in a movie called Just My Luck with Lindsay Lohan. Good movie, says Steve. When you watch that song on YouTube and the video, they were so young and so really brilliant. Hey, guess what I bought the other day? Easter eggs. I bought a box of Cadbury's cream eggs. I bought them here. They are. Oh, somebody just said the same thing. A sad morning in the Hammond household, for not only did I sleep through the first half hour of the Spike, but the Christmas decorations have to come down. I should have known doom was foreboding when I saw Easter eggs. I bought them. I came home with a box with... You see, here, there's only 5 in each box. I've got about 50 in the box. I don't, I couldn't resist them. I saw them in Costco and I thought, Easter eggs. Got to get them. There's 50... It's quite... Are they for shops? Well, they're for shops, but now they're for Steve Allen. And you're very lucky, because I might bring some in this week. We could have a Cadbury's cream egg. Well, I can't, because it's all fondant, and I'd be up on the ceiling with a feather duster, wondering what the hell I was doing. I can't eat any of them, no. Actually, the funny thing is, I'm not really into... Oh, and did I tell you the other thing I bought? I didn't tell you the other thing I bought. Come closer. I go to Costco. Now, obviously, every so often, they have a clear-out. And so I go into Costco, and I'm pushing my trolley around, thinking, what am I going to get? Hot dog sausages. And... I saw one member of staff loading up his trolley with packets of Cadbury's chocolate. A box like this big by that big with 4 big bars of chocolate, each different. And I thought, oh, perhaps they're just clearing out old stock or something. It's been there for Christmas. No, it was on special offer. 50p. So I bought 10 boxes. 10 boxes of all these chocolates. And so we got that, and we got the Cadbury's eggs as well. I tell you, they always say the same to me, oh, you're going to enjoy yourself, and I have to say the same every time. I have to say, well, actually, I can't eat chocolate. I have eaten chocolates, but I'm not particularly fussed about it. Trying to lick your ear is harder than trying to lick your elbow. Don't even go there, please. There's no way you could get your tongue round your ear at all, actually. Steve, you've now got me practising, see if I can lick my elbow. You'll never do it. It's not physically possible. Will Dave O'Brien be in attendance tonight, says Donny? I don't think so, no. I don't go to his shows, he doesn't go to mine. I mean, we have done shows together before, but we did a double one. In fact, we've done quite a few double ones. Perhaps we should do another double, because it all started with Nick Ferrari doing his one-man shows, and then somebody said, why don't you do them? And so I said, oh, yes, all right. And so we went to the same promoter, and we put the first one on sale. It sold out in some ridiculous time, like 2 hours. It sold out. It was unbelievable. And so it gathered momentum. So we booked some more one-man shows in, and each time they sold out. Hornchurch, I think, was our fastest seller. I mean, they went literally in minutes. Cream egg or creme egg? What does it say on that thing? Does it say creme egg? Is that CR? You think it's creme egg? Why isn't it cream? CREME. Creme. Why? It's a fondant. Why didn't they just say fondant egg? Because that's what it is, isn't it? Where does the yellow bit come from? That's what I want to know. Because if you bite the top off, it looks like yolk in there, but it's obviously not yolk. So it's creme egg. God. Steve, are there pre-nibbles and drinks for the spikers prior to the show? I don't think so. There would have been. Jamie Oliver's gone abroad, though. I don't know who's going to... Seriously, I never know who turns up to any of these shows. But just be warned, I do put the lights up at the beginning. I do sort of say, let's have a look at you. Because I like to know who listens to the programme. You know, and you're a fairly good indicator. In some ways, says Ian, we're all on a leash. Oh, I've just missed it, haven't I? I'll do the travel first, and I'll come back to that one. 5:15, the LBC travel for the roads and rails and seeds of dogs we were discussing during the break. I'm happy to make a few beef and cheese sandwiches for tonight, says Donny. I think not. When you're describing a box this big by this big, now you've got a multitude of listeners, Steve, trying to guess how far apart the arms were. It's the Americans. They can't spell cream egg. Well, they can, because they have light and heavy cream, and I think that's spelt in the normal way. Well, I say the normal way. Robin Hatfield says, when I opened one of our Christmas cards, a Yorkshire pudding dropped out. Then I realised it was from my Aunt Bessie. Barred immediately. Eider down is just another way of saying duck down. So what's the difference between an eider down and a duvet, says Liz? I've got no idea. I just know that I don't have an eider down. I've got a duvet. A duvet. Actually, I might go and treat myself to another duvet. I don't know how long they're supposed to last. I mean, how long do duvets? 10-year guarantee. Oh, God, I've had mine a lot longer than 10 years. Is it a cheap one? It's got a 10-year guarantee on it. Is it big enough for the bed, though? Because sometimes your feet fall out the bottom and you sort of go, oh, bit of a pain. Duchess of Cambridge wrapped up against the chilly weather in this £3,000 plus coat. It's a Catherine Walker coat, obviously they're very expensive. And then wandering on a beach, because she doesn't seem to do anything, Beatrice and her boyfriend, Eduardo Mapelli Moza, in Kenya. Because I say, I mean, you know, the day she does a day's work will be a miracle for all of us. I think her and her sister don't do anything at all. They apparently have jobs. They're just not sure when they turn up for them. It's all very odd, isn't it, really? What's this one here? Oh, yes, cold snap this week, bringing an end to the unseasonably mild weather, which it certainly is this morning. When you go outside, you will notice the difference. England will remain largely cloudy, patchy rain in the north. And I got the car washed the other day, so I don't really want it to rain just yet. But they've also issued a yellow warning for Scotland, which is yellow, be aware. They reckon gusts of up to 75 miles an hour, which will cause delays to air and ferry transport. Have you ever seen planes coming into the airport when they're sort of coming in and there's gusts of winds? Have you ever had a double yolk cream egg, says Ian? No. Do they exist? Or do they do it deliberately to put it in there to sort of make... Oh, right. I find it quite funny that you can buy these things all year round now. There's no sort of set time. It used to be for Easter, but nobody sort of worries about Easter anymore, do we? I think because nobody knows what it's for. without it being a religious festival, people just seeing it as, oh, it's Easter egg time, which is a bit of a shame. A supercar driving lawyer has been ordered to pay back $22 million to the taxpayer after his firm faked thousands of legal aid claims. John Blavo's company took so much public cash, the legal aid agency ranked it the second highest earner on the system. Yet it was cooking the books on a breathtaking scale with 23,000 fraudulent claims. Oh, you old crook. Honestly. And so, I mean, it's amazing. In 2 cases, the fictitious male and female patients were given exactly the same life story. Both were said to have moved to St Albans in 1965, despite the man's date of birth being given as 67. Oh, dear, honestly. But, so, despite the judge's ruling, he's not been convicted of any offence. It's strange. Scotland Yard's fraud team are reportedly investigating but declined to comment. So, because he's the managing director and sole shareholder of Blavo & Co., he's got to personally repay £22,136,071 pence. And 71 pence. Oh, goodness me, honestly. Honestly, I'll tell you, this country is just falling apart, isn't it, really? I imagine Aunt Bessie and Uncle Ben as a couple and raising their kids on just rice and potatoes. The result? Gemma Collins. Ta-da! Yes. I mean, I don't believe she's lost any weight at all. As I say, if she falls again on the ice, she'll be out. And that's what she's obviously looking to do. I'm not big on duvets, Steve, but I can tog along with them. I told you, get rid of him. He's got to go. He's got to go. Steve, Happy New Year. Don't you think Dancing on Ice is the worst programme ever? No, not really, no. I don't. I mean, to be honest with you, why they brought the blooming thing back, I've got no idea. I really don't. Because they can't find any celebrities. You know, I mean, you know, if Brian McFadden is a celebrity, I'll eat the studio. Ridiculous. I've just lost you, says Dom, on FM, and have now had to change to the app. As I'm at Tame on the M40. I've got a continental quilt, Steve, not a duvet. That's different, isn't it? A continental quilt is not the same as far as I know, it's not the same as a duvet. Try a cream egg, says Ron, in North Yorkshire. Obviously very specific about North Yorkshire. Stick one of those massive cocktail sticks in the bottom of one of them. Put it in the freezer overnight. Oh. He said, don't tell my Slimming World lady. So you basically frozen it, and you're eating it like a lollipop. Oh dear, I don't think that's a good... I mean, what he does say here, oh my God, they're gorgeous. Bulletproof, though, so watch your teeth. Oh, you can freeze bananas. Did you know that? I nearly bought a machine a short while ago because it said it was making ice cream. And it wasn't. What you did, you froze things like bananas, you put them into the machine and it mashed them all up. And I thought, well, I'd like banana ice cream. And then I thought, oh, this looks like, to me, something that's going to need washing on a regular basis. So I kind of left it. I didn't buy it, which would probably just as well, because you know me on things like that. Stuart Manning says your In Conversation at the weekend was great. I like that idea. He says, not only did you learn something about the guest, but you led us into your life also. Stuart, wish you happy New Year, because I don't think we wish people a Happy New Year up until now. So I thought we would do it. What's this one? Somebody who's off... Who is this from, actually? Oh, it's the Scottish boy who sent me a text this morning. And then he says, Steve, Beth sent me a message late last night to say we have an interview with James Purefoy at 8:30 today. That okay? And then he signed it, best wishes, Thomas. How sweet. No, there weren't any kisses, but it was sort of the best wishes thing. Yeah, and kind regards to you too for sending it. You don't send best wishes to somebody you know. Not to somebody you know. I'm just trying to educate you. I know No, seriously, I'm just nitpicking, but please don't write that ever again. You don't do. It's like saying yours sincerely, Thomas. You know, that would be equally ridiculous. So best wishes, no. You just leave it. Go, all the best, mate. On second thoughts, not that one either. That's another one that annoys me. But no, you just sort of sign it, Thomas. That's it, because we know each other. Although, to be quite honest, after that one, I'm not sure that we do. Best wishes. When I read it, I thought it's come from a stranger. How sweet. He's gone all miserable now. So I have to put up with this. I'll tell you, in between keeping all you lot happy and the producer happy, now we've got to look after little boy as well. She's not good, is it? Are you all right? Give me a smile. Give me a smile. Come on, give me a smile. Give me a smile. A little smile. Yeah, there's a waiting list to work on this programme. It's a waiting list with just you on it. Have you ever had a Kit Kat with the wafer missing? Wouldn't be a Kit Kat, would it? Would it just be a bar of chocolate, I would think. I don't know. I'm not a sweetie eater. I know that seems a bit odd when you think of some of the things that I eat, but I'm not necessarily the sort of person who goes for sweeties. Occasionally, if there's an R in the month, I might have a tube of Smarties. I might. That's it. And over Christmas, I had a few Frosé. But that was about it, actually. Stephen Enfield said, did you know that there is a white Cadbury's cream egg worth £10,000 if you find it, so start unwrapping them all? Oh, God. Is it? Oh. Is that still running then? Oh, right. Because apparently they're made in Scotland and in Bourneville. In Scotland and in Bournemouth, even though it's an American company, Kraft. Eider Downs are so called because they're traditionally filled with down feathers from the eider duck. From the eider duck. There is such a duck, is there, called an eider duck. I've never heard of it, Barry. I've never heard of it. An eider duck, which provides, so it becomes an eider down. Is it true? Oh, for goodness sake. I mean, how ridiculous. Does that mean I have to apologise? Do I have to apologise? Is it serious? Is it really? There is actually a duck called there is an eider duck, and the down from it makes eider downs. Is it? Please tell me that's not true. It can't be. It can't be true, unless I'm on another planet. It's true. Oh, for goodness sake, I give up now. I give up. Jamie Oliver's just bought a new house. Well, I say a house. He's bought a manor. Actually, we're very similar. Well, we're not at all. I can't cook, and never would want to. But it's a 16th century Essex mansion with a 70-acre estate. Lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. My sort of place. £6 million, a bargain. And it's got a mega kitchen, and so he could film shows in there and hold masterclasses. Wow. They've got one near Hampstead Heath they spent £8.9 million on, which sounds like... This one I like the look of better. It's got age, so built in the 1500s. Built in the 1500s. How lovely. How lovely. Well done. Very impressed. Very impressed. Another well-known chef has got a kitchen worth £500,000. How can you have a kitchen worth $500,000? Isn't that just a wee bit too much? Just a wee bit too much. We're talking about property and birthdays. We've got a couple of good birthdays for today, including Butterfly to work for the first time today. I bet you're really struggling, aren't you? And somebody actually raised a very interesting question. When is the cut-off time to stop wishing people a Happy New Year? It's now the 7th of January, and I'm still getting New Year wishes. At what point do you say, stop, it's no longer a New Year? Well, probably now, but of course, bearing in mind a lot of people will be coming back, you know, from work, from some sort of holidays, and so they won't have seen you, so they'll then be going, oh, you know, Happy New Year. And you're right, actually, I don't think it should go on as long as the 7th, so I think cut-off time is now. I think after today, nothing at all. Nothing. Busted were touring with a follow-up band called McFly, and they toured as McBusted. Grandson Harry follows Busted, then 4 years younger sibling Charlie followed McFly. Clever young men writing their own songs, says Jan. Yes, I remember them touring as McBusted. I mean, I quite like both of them. I didn't have a problem with anything like that. They were just sort of a bit of a breath of fresh air apart from assembled girly bands or boysy bands. Greek people have real eggs at Easter, but so do Polish people. Polish people dye them different colours, which I think is quite a common thing to do. And Pat says, what are you doing with all that chocolate you bought from Costco if you don't eat it? I'll bring it in here. Seriously. He puts his hand up. Oh, it's me. Please, me. Best wishes. Please, please, please. I'd love that. That's not nice. I can lip read. Very rude, honestly. Well, no sandwich for you this morning. Or chocolate. Or no. Not until you've got on your bended knee and apologised for using I don't know where you get language like that from. You've been hanging around with Gemma Collins or something. Very inappropriate. What price do you put on a kitchen at One Hyde Park, says Ian? I wouldn't want to live there, thank you. I don't think there's anybody in the building. I've only ever seen 3 lights on. Eider ducks sounds like Frankie Howard. Giraffes can lick their own ears, says Roger. And so the point is, giraffes can... After sort of something very rude, actually, which I can't do. Steve, the kitchen may be worth £500,000, but does it have a halogen oven? Don't talk to me about halogen ovens. When I was growing up, says Val, before duvets were introduced, we had sheets, an eiderdown quilt, and then a candlewick bedspread. Toasty in the winter and sweltering in the summer. By the way, the Sky Garden is a definite Must. And strawberry ruffles. Vegan too, a month of strawberry ruffles. I heard some vegan the other day. Who did I hear? There was somebody shouting at somebody. It might have been Matt Stadland. Some bloke was shouting on the radio. He was obviously, I assume he had some sort of problem or something. Shouting, and then some vegans were getting very, very uppity about, you know, this kind of thing, and meat's murder and all this kind of stuff, and they make mistakes and animals go to be slaughtered. And then a farmer came on, and I'm listening to both arguments. And to be honest with you, it's going to go on. I mean, there's not even 1 million vegans in this country. So I think we still have the upper hand. And then people are phoning up saying, well, I shall still eat meat and I shall still do this. You know, if you want to do something, do it. If you don't want to do it, don't do it. The Voice drowns out the new BBC dance show in a rating battle. Not by many. It's just a few 100,000, which isn't a lot in televisual terms. Pictures of food all over the place. Boiled eggs with spiced asparagus soldiers. Not really big enough, are they, to dunk, I don't think. Poached eggs with mushroom and spinach looks quite nice. Spicy baked beans on sourdough toast. Looks terribly complicated. Spice stewed breakfast plums. Oh, I love plums. I'm big into plums. Lemony roast chicken. Vegan Rogan Josh. You just skip the potatoes, the white rice, the naan and the chapati. Simple soy salmon and stir-fry vegetables. How lovely. So what days do I... They're talking about fasting. You know, coming off food. I don't know, I could manage it. I seriously know, do you need to take vitamin supplements? How long should you spend before... All the answers in the Daily Mail today. There we go. This is Gemma Atkinson. Lots of sort of tedious interviews everywhere. And basically, she was a contestant. She's an actress. She lives in Manchester with her partner, Gorka Marquez. So she met when she was dancing. And she's brought out a DVD. I've said you don't need to buy any of these so-called celebrity DVDs. You go to your doctor, you say, I need to lose some weight, or failing that, the doctor will phone you and tell you need to lose some weight. And they'll give you a free diet sheet. They'll give you an exercise sheet, everything. Won't cost you a penny piece. There you go, I've saved you 18 quid. Just send it to me in a cheque, thank you. I can touch my nose with my tongue, says Pauline. OK, yeah. And Keith says they've got very strange Kit Kats here in Hong Kong. Green tea and the new one, wasabi flavour. We have things like that. I don't remember those ones, but I do remember one year they did Kit Kats in all sorts of different flavours. I remember thinking at the time, oh, that sounds quite nice. I never got round to buying them. I just sort of looked at them and thought the bits and pieces look quite nice. 14 minutes of action and a 70-minute tedious Cheryl show. It's not her show, it's other people's as well. And Sandra Redknapp says she didn't tell husband Harry off for running over her foot because he suffered more than me. They're both 71. There was a picture of her the other day. My God, she was airbrushed within an inch of her life. You must be delighted. But he's pined for his wife of 51 years. He says, I know people might think it's silly, but I've only got to look at Sandra and I couldn't argue with her. Probably wouldn't dare. There's a model in the paper today, and she's apparently going out with Leonardo DiCaprio, mainly because he's famous. You wouldn't go out with him any other time, would you, really? Louise says, I don't think I could be a vegan, but I'm currently trailing the flexitarian lifestyle. What the dickens is that one? What's that mean, flexitarian? Flexitarian. Oh, Scottish boy's seen your picture now. Look at him. Look. Is that... Oh, right, you could be vegetarian. Oh, right. Well, we've all had days like that where you think, I'll just eat a salad, or I'll eat a... And then sometimes you change your mind, don't you, halfway through the salad, and you suddenly have a craving for a Big Mac. That would be a pescatorian. And then occasionally you might go for something else with meat in it. You know, but far be it from me to pick on people like that, people who are indecisive. Talking of indecisive, Dave Beckham kissing his wife with his eyes closed. A little bit dated now, dear. You got 5 children. But as I say, she's sort of puckering up. She just... It looks as though... It looks like the final kiss, doesn't it, really? She's sort of... They're not even kissing on the lips. Bit embarrassing, as they have been married for some time. She was in a grey suit with a satin blouse. So shopping. Sorry, shop worker. A satin blouse. They're the only people who wear satin blouses, aren't they? And Brooklyn was there with his little girlfriend. That's sweet, isn't it? Brooklyn doing a very passable impression of the Hovis lad, pushing a bicycle. And a fiery pheasant has got a foul temper. I'm not a pheasant plucker, I'm a... And so it goes on. And here he is. He's been dubbed Phil. He pecks at windows looking for a scrap and waits for locals to leave their homes before pouncing. So posties squirt vinegar spray to fend him off after high-pitched sensors and gun noises fail to work. Vinegar spray? Is that the right thing you should be doing there? The RSPCA says there's not much the postman can do other than stay out of the pheasant's way. I weren't aware that they were aggressive little creatures, but this one certainly is. Certainly is. Mind you, as I'm driving down the motorway, so what did I see the other day? Going back on the 316, 2 dead foxes by the side of the road. Oh, I have to avoid things like that. And then if you go down the main motorways, pheasants all over the place. You know, if you seriously stop the car, you could be having quite a meal going on, I think. After the GC, Steve, had her fall, has anybody checked and seen if the ice is okay? I don't know. This is the start of many things. This is the start. This is how it works. This is how she's done it before. Remember, she did it on I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of It. I can't do it. And she sort of, you know, all her makeup ran and everything else. I mean, she's such a drama queen. Actually, they're both drama queens. They both had sort of meltdowns, haven't they? Eider ducks nest on a UNESCO-protected island. Only a few people go there each year after the eggs have hatched to collect the down stuck to the nests, which is the world's lightest, warmest and most expensive. I don't think it's most expensive. I've got Siberian goose, and that is certainly way more expensive than eider ducks down. I mean, how many do you have to collect? Resulting bedding is carefully hand-stuffed and costs thousands. Really? Oh. Is that eider downs? Find me an eider down on Amazon, see how much we're actually going to be spending on one later on today. Steve, I heard that discussion between the farmer and the vegan. The vegan was saying that when cows are artificially inseminated, it's rape, says Jan. Oh, I didn't hear that bit. I heard a lot of heated debate. Apparently, Steve, Brooklyn Beckham's girlfriend, looks like his mother. She does look a bit like Victoria, slightly younger, more sort of the eating version of Victoria Beckham. So that's good, isn't it? So here is... There you go, a Rose Garden eider down multicolour double, $29.99. There you go, $29.99. It's, I mean, to be honest with you, it looks really horrible. Really does. Can we have something better than that? Can you find me? Oh, I do beg your pardon, £35 for king size. Have you got something that looks better? Something that looks really, you know, I'm trying to find one here. This is Belliani Duvet eider down quilts. Thank you. And, $159.99. We've sort of jumped up, but we're nowhere near thousands. And that's an eider down. I'm not sure if eider is a protected word, and you're supposed to see that before you buy it, like buying, you know... Oh, that's a nice one. That's a Catherine Lansfield one. I like that one. Oh, there's one here. European luxury bedding, premium eider down light dovet, Euro twin, Pandora, de Balthazar, £6,328. You're having a giraffe. You're having a giraffe. There's another one here. Oh, they're getting cheaper. Canadian white goose down luxury dovet. Super King, 13.5 togs. £968.24. Or I've got it in, Super King as well. 636 or 815. Not very, very exciting, actually. Oh, there's one here. This is, good grief. £630 on Amazon. This is Hans Kruchen, 975.50.068 Royal Luxury Down Dovet. Warm. 100% goose down. It's not eider, is it? Not eider. It's still a lot of money. It's still a hell of a lot of money. The natural bedding... there's loads of the bloody things. I don't remember how many there were. Pages and pages of eider downs. But the most expensive we found, £6,000. That is so expensive. They do a cheaper version. And this is Pandora's. The filling is 100% eider down, jacquard silk finish. Machine, gentle, wash, dry, easy care. I think so too for 6,000. 6,000, give me indigestion now. 6,000, that is a fortune. Usually dispatched within 1 to 3 months. Whilst they go to this island protected by UNESCO, I should imagine, and sort of try, and then they tell you all about it. I'd want to know all about it for £6,000. That's one thing you're not getting for Christmas. You'd have to... Morning, everybody. 10 to 6. Charlotte in Wimbledon. Really enjoyed the Sally Field interview. Thank you so much. Thank you. We thought it was great as well, actually. That was a really good one. And Charlotte's hoping to find somebody this year because she's been lost in the wilderness for some time. Flexitarian is defined as semi-vegetarian, says Dan. Isn't that just a normal omnivore? I don't know, because somebody's written flexitarian here equals omnivore equals normal human being. So what exactly is she trailing. I don't know, Monica. I don't know. I get confused by people. I think if you eat all sorts of different things, does that make it, different? I don't know. Dallas says, I can buy a duck-down king-size duvet around here for a maximum of 60 quid, and I always throw mine in the washing machine. Comes out fine. Yes, you're supposed to change them, aren't you? Summer and winter. Dovettes. Dave says, talking about dovets, how much did you spend on your mattress? That's the key to a good night's sleep. I can't remember what I spent on it. It's one of these memory foam things. I remember getting it up the stairs and thinking, God in heaven, this thing weighs a ton. And then you sort of, you cut the plastic that's holding it together, and before your very eyes, a boat emerges, and you have to leave it for so long, and then all of a sudden it just sort of fluffs up. It's very impressive. Very impressive. That's the key to a good night's sleep, apparently. How many togs do you sleep with? I find 13.5 too warm, says James. I use 4 tog all year round. I don't even know what it is. Seriously, you're asking the wrong person. I've got no idea. I come from a state in India called Gujarat. We are vegans by religion, and in the state you won't find fishmongers or butchers, as Gujarati Hindus are not supposed to eat anything but vegetables. But in this country, my kids eat meat, but outside, not in the home, as I only cook vegan curries. Oh, right. So it's flexible. So are you flexitarian then? Well, this is our new word for today. The Siberian eider goose makes a good Christmas dinner, and afterwards you could use its down to fill the duvet, says Andy. There you go, multifunctional. Did you see Gemma Collins' other half, James Argent, on Dancing on Ice? He must be on the same diet plan as Gemma. He was in the audience, taking up 2 seats. Yes, he has put on a huge amount of weight. Well, I mean, the reason is he doesn't work. He hasn't had a job in ages. You can't find anything for him, really, because he's not reliable. And then they were all saying, what do they do over the Sunday papers? They were saying, oh, Gemma Collins, she's got a boutique. No, she hasn't. That folded with debts of 76,000. She didn't know anything about anything. Pantomimes. I don't know if you've been to a pantomime recently. And now you have to take these with a pinch of salt. Okay, these are... Okay, you'll have to decide if these are too rude. Okay. And Mary Poppins producers turned me down to play a chimney. My flu was too tight. Okay? Right. Next year I hope to meet another wicked queen. I hope it's not Paul Burrell. Okay, it's okay. I've got something pink and soft to show you. No, that was from one of the Chuckle Brothers. Well, there is only one left, I'm sorry. And so... Can you get it over the counter? Okay, that one's out. I can't read the next one because even I would push the button on the next one. The next one I would definitely push the button on. But there are all sorts of things here. I mean, they are, to Prince Charming. I can't do it. It's even, whichever way you look at it, it probably, in context, it sounds funny. I mean, there's a very good one here. Les Dennis and Connor McIntyre as the Ugly Sisters. And, I can't do that one either. Because it's just too, but the trouble is, I don't think children, we had this discussion. We went to the Palladium pantomime last year, and we listened, and some of it is very adult humour. And the kids are sitting there laughing, the adults are laughing. And I suddenly realised the kids haven't got the faintest idea what they're talking about on stage. All they see is, that's the princess, that's the Wicked Witch, that's Buttons, he's going to save everything, and the costumes are great, and then there'll be some dancing, and they've seen them on the television, and that's all they know. They don't understand the words. They really don't. I mean, this one here says, I want the prince to casserole me. No, there's an extra bit. There's an extra bit. And it says, and then the other one says, you mean caress you. And then ready for the punchline? The punchline... There you go. I'm sorry. You just never get to hear these things. You'll have to buy the paper. See, I just don't think kids get these. There's an even better one. Something to do with... Oh, have we? Oh, right. Do we only get so many in a programme? Oh, right. Okay. God. I knew that would be a big mistake, actually. Everybody's now going, what did he say? What did he say? But some of them are just that it's... So pantomimes have definitely got ruder, which actually I don't mind, actually. And David Teague has said, I wonder how those 20 quid phones worked out over Christmas. I don't know. I gave them away as presents to people. And I gave them the little cards and everything else, thanks to our friend Jamie, who was down at Robert Dias, who went over and above. There's also another sick video, and I hope they find this one quickly. It's sick video footage. Shows a Year 7 girl, now I don't know what Year 7 is, I don't know what age that is, being beaten by an older pupil. The attack by the teenage girl was filmed in a street in broad daylight. The Facebook video has been shared nearly 4,000 times. The pupils were wearing a school uniform, very unwise. This is the Robert Napier School in Gillingham. The headmaster, Andrew Minchin, said the school was investigating. He urged parents to contact police if appropriate and for people to stop sharing the footage. They'll find out who the person is, and I'm assuming they'll be expelled. Seriously. You can't have things like that. These people are sick. Flexitarianism was shown to me as a plant-based diet with occasional meat. So I have meat once a week and fish once a week. I switch between red and white meat depending on which wine I have in the fridge, says Louise. Seems fair enough. You keep red wine in the fridge? How interesting. I always thought white wine in the fridge and red wine at room temperature. Gary says horsehair mattresses are apparently amazing, but they're expensive too. Hundreds to thousands. Lord, a horse mattress. Oh, lovely. James Argent looked like an overweight penguin, says Dave the trucker. And, yeah, well, put it this way, he's waste of space. Total waste of space. Nobody cares about him. He's an idiot. Last night, Gemma Collins looked like 3 kilograms of sausages in a 2-kilogram bag. Whoever told her to wear that was obviously on a wind-up. Yes, they've sort of trussed her up a little bit like a Christmas turkey. There's not much you can do about it. I've got a wool duvet, Steve. Lovely in summer, cosy in winter and washable, as they are thin in texture. For a very large one, about 50 pines, says Helen. Well, there you go. 50 pines is all right, isn't it? All this talk about veganism, says Anthony. How long before you have people campaigning that plants have feelings too, and we're being demonised for eating vegetables? Yeah, I mean, you know, somebody says here, what a shame radio doesn't have a watershed like TV. Just imagine the fun you could have doing the show after 9 p.m. with no need for filters. Yes, I mean, it has changed a lot over the years. I mean, seriously, it's actually changed a lot over the years. You know, you can get away with an awful lot more now than you probably could years and years and years and years and years ago. But because nowadays people are a bit more, well, some people are still snowflakes and, you know, everything is offensive. So in which case they really should go and get a life, because it's become tedious, as Graham Norton said. You know, when you can't sort of try and do comedy. Although I hear some comedic things coming out of the clubs now. Unbelievable what you can say. Here we go. Silent Witness. I love Silent Witness. I thought it was a great programme, but only the first series. And the latest Geordie Shore includes desperate Talia Chung, who once begged for cocaine on social media. And Andy Hall says here, it really is time somebody put this tired reality show out of its misery. Yes, I mean, to be honest with you, it's just awful. Year 7, age 11 to 12. Well, if this was and they're both wearing school uniforms, they will find the person. They will find them. And, you know, you don't go to school to be bullied by anybody. If it's somebody older and they're bullying and beating somebody, you get them out of that school, you kick their arse out. As simple as that. I'm so sorry. Also, Anton Deck's Downstairs Loos must be absolutely chocker with National Television Awards. Barely as a year gone by without barely working due to the drink driving charge and a trip to rehab. They could be adding another one. They're nominated for TV Presenter Gong at this year's awards, which would be their 18th win in a row. But they face stern competition from a familiar face, Holly Willoughby. Holly Willoughby could get it as well, and so it'll be very interesting. It's the full shortlist announced today by Dermot O'Dreary at the V&A Museum in Dundee. Why Dundee? I've got no idea. But they've also got Holly's work has another chance for success, as I'm a Celebrity was won by Harry Redknapp. Last year, it's up for the Bruce Forsyth Entertainment Award, along with Graham Norton, Love Island, and Mrs. Brown and Saturday Night Takeaway. I don't know. I'm not sure if I want Ant and Dec back together. I quite like Holly doing it. You know, that's the way it goes, isn't it? That's the way. Also, pea and ham soup. I've never had pea and ham soup. That could be the one on the cards for today. Coming up, the news at 6 o'clock. It's Monday. It's the 7th of January. One of the last Dunkirk heroes has just died, aged 98. The illegal aid fraud is back to normal. Everybody's throwing trees out left, right and centre, so they should be down, the lights should be off. I mean, it's only because it's superstitious. You don't, to be honest with you, there's no hard and fast rule about when you take the tree down. The Queen's comes down in February. Must have been dropping needles everywhere since then, I should imagine. But you don't need to worry about it. If you want to take them down, take them down. But, I mean, the pavements of Twickenham are full of trees now, as everybody's taking them. The council come round, then they recycle, and then they put all of that onto the flower beds. So it kind of works out. Filling out the Branston is one headline in the paper today. Tastes like washing up liquid. So they've obviously changed the recipe for Branston pickle. I love Branston pickle. Branston pickle and Hellman's real mayonnaise. Kind of, I can have that on just about anything. Boozy Roo, nicked in America. This is Wayne Rooney. He apparently mixed tablets with booze, and it made him a little bit aggressive, which is, nothing new there really, is it, I suppose, for him. It's this booze thing. He doesn't seem to have much luck with booze. Also, can you learn to speak horse? Noel Edmonds issues a very big statement the other day. He does it on, I saw it on YouTube. And this was after a story appeared in The Sun on Sunday that he was going to sell his house and he was going to move to New Zealand because he was so annoyed and angry that he was kicked out of I'm a Celebrity. And he said, basically, that's a big pile of rubbish. He said, I told the journalist. He said, I had the best time ever and I'm a Celebrity, get me out of here. He said, why would I want to move to New Zealand? What's the point of doing that? He lives here. He said, and the house has been on the market for the past 2 years. He said, this I told him. He said, and he still decided to print lies. You know, but then the papers do that, don't they? If they've got a story that they think they can run, they just make something up. And so they make it up. He said, he was really cross. I'm not surprised. It must be very galling when you go, I've already told you I'm not going to New Zealand. Why would you want to put that I'm going to New Zealand? Because I'm upset. I'm not upset. I had a great time. Then he named the journalist and said, basically, he's an idiot. Which, of course, you know, I suppose it's easy, isn't it, for some of these people. I saw eider ducks off St Andrews Beach. Do you know swans swim in the sea? Yes, Jan, I do. They can swim anywhere. If it's water, they'll just land on it. We've got more swans in Kingston than anybody else has. Loads of the blooming things are everywhere. Talking about veganism, you make me want to eat a bacon sandwich, says Dom, the trucker. And then somebody says there must be so many messages you receive that you read and think, oh, my goodness me, I'd love to read that out, but I can't. No? Not really, no. They're by the time they get to me, they've been filtered through. You know, it was only poor Charlotte, and, you know, we do wish her the best, because she's a bit lonely after Christmas. And never mind, you've got another year to wait till it comes around again, so you don't need to sort of worry, do you? Boxing legend Frank Bruno's in all the papers today. Why? Because he's been trolled. He's been trolled. Racist trolls have branded him a monkey online. I mean, you know, in whichever world somebody is inhabiting, what a stupid thing to write to somebody. The police will find you immediately and they'll have you for racism. It's as simple as that. You can't do things like that. Chris Tarrant's back on track after his stroke. He did worry. He did think, this is it, but it turned out not to be. The most common name for criminals, according to the police, is Daniel. Daniel. See, I think Daniel is a very young name. I don't think it's an old name at all. I think it's a very, very young name. So perhaps the majority of criminals now are, you know, Daniel. I was trying to work out, before we did that story, I was trying to work out if we had anybody called Daniel in the building. Well, there's obviously some Daniels in the building. I don't think LBC's got any Daniels, has it? So obviously we're all good boys around here. So can I give anybody Daniel? Well, apart from the obvious. But, you know, whatever. You know, doesn't matter. No, don't you worry. No, it's fine. Yeah, we had a Dan, did we? Oh, right. Oh, I don't... Oh, right, OK. I don't know him, apparently. But no, we haven't got any Daniels, so we must be really good. I'll have to go round all the other radio stations and check them, won't I, and find out if they've got anybody called Daniel. Excuse me. Soap bars are making a comeback. We did a thing on soap bars some time ago. This is to try and cut back on the plastic usage, but I will only use liquid soap. I don't want to use a bar of soap, thank you very much indeed. The horror of the baby in the car, taken by a thief. Luckily, all returned. Phew, that was lucky, very lucky. 91% of homes sell for a profit. Depends how long you're prepared to hang on, isn't it, really? Because if you're in London, then, you know, houses do increase amazingly quickly. I mean, I told you, a friend of mine bought a place down in Victoria. Victoria Station has undergone this transformation. So you've got, a little theatre which looks like it's something out of a movie. It's sort of stuck in the middle of all these glass buildings. And so he bought a flat there. He had a lovely house which was owned by Jacqueline Dupre, who was a cellist. And in his cellar, the Beatles used to rehearse. I mean, that's how good. This is Paul Savory, you remember, who we used to use on the programme. And so he sold it, and he bought this place in Victoria. And something along the lines of, I think he paid about 500,000 or 600,000. He sold it within a very short space of time, and it went for over $1 million. I mean, seriously, it had gone up in, I think it was less than a year. Absolutely phenomenal. And with the money, he bought a huge place out of town, which came with 6 bedroom, beautiful. It even had a hot tub in the garden, and they put a chalet in there to use as an office. But nice sized chalet. You could have turned it into a two bedroom thing quite easily. The soldier in the paper today who threatened to quit when his face was used in a new recruitment campaign. He did know. His bosses have said that he was told they were going to use the word snowflake. They were just using him as a poster boy, and they have various people as well. And he said it's outrageous and shouldn't have used his picture. He's not a snowflake, blah, 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 blah. But they said he did know. He did know. Felicity Kendall says, stalkers, I've had a few. That's the price that you pay, I think, if you are somebody who's in the public eye. And if you're somebody like her, and we've had people before who've had letters written to them from people who've been following somebody for donkey's years. How many ageing household appliances have you got? This is almost as good as here's the Christmas tree that's been out for the past 40 years, and you look at what Christmas trees used to look like, the fake ones. They were just terrible, absolutely terrible. But people have got all sorts of things: Black & Decker equipment, ovens, televisions. Televisions, the like of which you've never seen before. Some people still have black and white tellies. I used to have a Sinclair Microvision. That was lovely. Angela says, I recently had a new house alarm fitted by a lovely young man called Daniel. Should I be worried? No, all I'm telling you. Mind you, also, was it yesterday? It was traditionally the day that most people die. More people died yesterday than any other day. My friend was in New Zealand last week in Queenstown and had a photo taken with Noel as he was doing a fly-in with his wife and son. Maybe he's moving there. No, he's definitely not moving. Daniel in Sidcup says, my name is Daniel and I'm lovely. So you say. Please say differently. They say Daniel is the most common name for people who commit crime. I don't know why it would be Daniel. I don't know what I thought it would ever be. I didn't actually sort of think you could itemise it down to a name. Colin says, Steve, you're missing out on pea and ham soup. Here in Liverpool, it was part of our staple diet. Your mum would make a massive pan. We called it pea-whack peas. Pea-whack peas, with either a ham shank or a sheet of ribs. What's a sheet of ribs? I've heard of a sheet of ribs, which would be cooked until the meat fell off. Oh, that sounds quite nice. I like that. I nearly bought one of those Go Chef Pro things, because they used to do spare ribs, and it took something ridiculous like 10 minutes to cook ribs, so much so that the meat just fell off the bone. And I love spare ribs. I used to love Chinese spare ribs. You can't get them anywhere. They do them in Marks and Spencer's. They're so tiny. Frankly, I mean, you could swallow the bone if you weren't too careful about the whole thing. Fleur East was apparently in the music business, now obviously not bothered. Now she's a fitness presenter for This Morning, so expect another tedious DVD out very, very shortly. So she's going to be getting people fit again. It's lovely, it only works for the chosen few. It doesn't work for everybody, which is a great shame. And the GC nearly tumbles over on her first night on the ice, because bear in mind, she's been dancing for weeks now. Weeks. So she turns up for this sort of thing, and as I say, the outfits, they must be having a hilarious time putting her in the outfits. She looks like some giant Christmas tree bauble. Also, new prison rules allowing drinking and sex in cells. Oh, that's going to work. I've got no idea. And I've got to find the Branson story, because it's such a good one, because loads of people like Branston Pickle, but the people are now saying that the taste has changed beyond belief. So we'll find that one. Wayne Rooney, typical tracksuit. What is it about sports people and tracksuits? There we go. So Branson's in a pickle. Hundreds of customers complained its tangy brown condiment tasted like washing up liquid. The company has launched an urgent probe. They think into a rogue batch on supermarket shelves, and many says The celebrated pickle left a vile chemical taste. And they check these things when they come out. I saw a man the other day, and he was checking Kellogg's cornflakes to make sure that they were just right. But Jane Nash says, I put some on a baked potato, but as soon as I took a bite, I threw it away. Alex James bought his in Weston-super-Mare, says it tasted like rotten eggs. And yet the sell-by date's 2020, so Branston, which shifts 17 million jars each year, insisted there had been fewer than 500 complaints. 500 complaints? And you think, fewer than 500? You're having a laugh or something? Good grief. But they have tried it. In fact, the Sun reporter and pickle expert says, I endured years of ribbing at school from jokers who thought it was funny to call me Branston instead of Brandon. But now I've always loved the pickle, but I had to spit out a mouthful I tasted from a suspect jar. Seemed okay for a few seconds. I felt like I'd gulped swimming pool water full of chlorine. Oh dear. Check it carefully. If in doubt, send it back to them. They will give you a full refund. Well, I would expect a bit more than a full refund if this stuff tastes that badly. How can that be, though? Because presumably the machine must have been churning out tons of it. They shift that many millions of jars in the year. LBC News Time, 6:15 of January. Traditionally the day you go back to work, but you wish you were still on holiday. So Wayne Rooney said his arrest on a public intoxication and swearing charge came after he became disorientated because he mixed alcohol with prescription sleeping pills. I suppose the big question you have to ask is, why is he taking prescription sleeping pills? He was on a flight. If I was on a flight, I'd probably want to take sleeping pills as well. But he got fined $25, public swearing. Can't even swear in Pugga. They'd have a field day around here. Public swearing. Ridiculous. Steve Daniel is a popular name. So that's why there are so many in trouble with the police. Then again, I would say that, says Dan. In Essex, he says, I'm late for the show this morning, just got home from a busy night's work. What is it about sports people and tracksuits, says Ben. Surely that's their uniform and who they were invented for. I don't know. I don't even possess a tracksuit. Well, I'm assuming, do you possess a tracksuit? No. No, you haven't got one either, have you? You got cycling gear. Oh. I don't possess a tracksuit. Isn't that funny? Perhaps I should get one. I saw somebody the other day. He had everything. It was all fake clothing. He had a sort of a named baseball cap, a sort of a thing at the back, and camouflage trousers in orange, if you please, and a piercing through his nose. So glad I didn't get on the bus with him. I'd not heard the Branston story. I recently bought a jar and had to throw it away, says Richard, as I thought they'd changed the recipe. Last week, I bought a jar of Tesco's Ploughman's pickle for half the price. Yes, I mean, to be honest with you, if it tastes funny, don't just think send it back. Take it back to the store and go, you eat it. Because they don't know. I recently found that Flash smells of coriander, says Liz. Never thought about that. Used to get spare ribs for our German Shepherd when we had a Chinese delivered, but for some reason the dog didn't like the delivery guy, but he seemed to know he was delivering his ribs, so I never quite knew whether to growl or wag his tail, says Anthony. Oh, I used to love takeaway Chinese. Holly says the executor of my will, who is also a substantial beneficiary, is called Daniel. I think I need to investigate and make sure he's worthy of my money. Dave in Hadfield thinks that flexitarians were people who could lick their own elbows, which seems to be odd. It basically means that people will eat meat one day, fish the next, or 1 week, and so they vary. So it's flexible eating. Flexible eating. Linda says, I picked a jar of Branston up the other day. My usual choice, shock horror. It was smooth. It was disgusting. What is it like? It was like thick brown sauce. I'd send it back. Send it back. If it isn't to your liking. But I love the way that they go, oh, we sell so many, and there's under 500 complaints. 500 complaints. I mean, that seriously is worth surely an investigation by Branston. Again, probably another, it's not a British company, is it, Branston? Or does it fall under Kraft or something like that? So many of these companies are companies within companies. I was amazed at how many fell under the Estee Lauder branded name. So many different companies. It's Japanese. Wow, Miscan own Branston Pickle. Oh, right. How unusual, the Japanese own it. Do we have anything that's British anymore? We don't own Cadbury's chocolate. There's not much we're sort of going for. Perhaps Sticks of Rock in Blackpool. That could be classed as British. Steve, my daughter's back at school today. This'll be fun and games, trying to get her up at 7 a.m. Daniel, says Monica, indeed a very new name just since biblical times. Is it? Oh, of course, him in the lion's den, but I don't believe he was called Dan. I think he probably had another name like Ezekiah or something like that. 84850, Mike the cabbie. I don't know, actually. Well, he's not been here for a start. He's not been here. Flexitarian, Steve, meat 1 minute, plant-based the next, then fish. They want their cake and eat it. Well, they're obviously getting it. And here is Isla Fisher. Now, Isla Fisher is married, I think, to one of the Candy brothers. Oh, she's married to Sacha Baron Cohen. Oh, right, sorry, I get it confused. But she's starring. She went to the Golden Globe Bash in Beverly Hills. She's from a film called The Wedding Crasher. No? Oh, I'd never heard of it either. But apparently also there, Olivia Colman, Emma Stone, and Richard Madden nominated for Best Actor in a Drama. We seem to be doing quite well, actually. They like us. They like us, and so they should. Also, TV presenter Julia Bradbury says bosses need to let dads deal with family crises as well as mums. The former country... Is she the former Country File presenter? No, I thought she was still doing it. But she spoke to Hello about her own partner, property developer Gerard Cunningham. She said, he's very caring, loving, and his cuddles are as important as mine. Ah, it's sweet, isn't it? So here's the Branston. They've launched an urgent probe, so they should. Somebody said it's horrible. It's horrible. They shifted 17 million, but insisted there had been fewer than 500 complaints. So what they want you to do, if you've got one of these rogue jars, because it could be all sorts of things, what they'll need to do is analyse it to find out what's in it. Because it might just be a batch. Somebody might have added something. You don't know. You've got no idea. But you send it back to them, and you want to know what's happening. The other day, I went to Waitrose, and I bought my little bits and pieces, and I gave her a £10 note, and what was it, £9 and 5 pence. So I gave her a £10 note, but she put in £20. So, and then she gave me 5p. So I took the change, and I looked at it and went, no, she's supposed to give me 95p. So I went back and I said, You've rung in 20. I didn't give you £20. I gave you £10. So I thought then the till would show £10 short, and there was no apology or anything like that. And I said, you gave me 5p. She looked at me and went, oh, it's 95. I said yes. So no sorry, no nothing at all like that. So I had to go to the front desk to say to the woman, is that okay? Has she done it properly? Because otherwise they're going to be going, your till's £10 light because you put in 20. I made a mistake. And that was all I got. I made a mistake. And how? The Spice Girls UK tour. Apparently, plans for a lucrative US tour have been thrown into chaos because they've turned down big money offers from promoters. They could have banked as much as 80 million. They've sold out 13. My friend Paul's got tickets. He's so excited. But they're now considering a smaller run of shows, but are struggling to make a decision. Because they've all got families. So they did 47 shows on the last tour, which was hard going, resulted in South America, Australia, Asia and Africa being cancelled. They've got families who they all need to consider. They aren't single women who can drop everything and go. And at the moment, they're looking at the possibility of doing a few shows in July and August, so the kids will be on school time. But they still, and they don't want to upset anybody. Well, if the tickets are selling out that fast, but what are they going to sing? Are they going to sing all the usual hits? Would that be it? Or are they going to come up with something new? Because I don't think they've got enough time to start having hit singles. I did hear a couple of their new ones. I thought they sounded really good. Really good. Mark Wright gave Michelle Keegan a taste of life as a US A-lister in Los Angeles by taking her to a party that Drake was throwing in Hollywood club Delilah. They arrived at 1:20 and left at 4. Riveting. How boring was that? God in heaven. And Ed Sheeran, still on his Divide World Tour, but new music is in the pipeline. This is the man who, what did they say he was making? It was something phenomenal. He made 39 million last year. 39 million. That's like winning the lottery every day. And Zayn Malik, 4 years since he quit One Direction. But he's finally, they say, returning to the stage. You see, I don't think he'll be able to do it because he suffers from anxiety. And he says, I can't wait to get on stage. Man's got tunes that bang for days. This is how they talk in the rock and roll business. But as I say, I wonder if he's going to be, what sort of people are going to go and want to see him? He's not been on stage for ages and ages. Did you know, says Mark, in passing, just for interest, did you know that in 2017 there were just under 500,000 children born in the UK and not one was registered with the name Ian? Yes, they were. Yes, they were. Yes, they were. I can tell you now, 630, because I checked it out, 637 people were registered with the name Ian. It's a very popular name. Bisto Gravy Original has been changed, not the same, says Seb. Oh, I used to like that, actually. And Susan in Windlesham says, on your recommendation, my daughter and I went to see the final performance of 42nd Street. What a show. I told you. What a show. I'm going to miss it. I'm going to miss the cast. I'm going to miss everything about it. It's lovely. They might do a touring version. And Eddie says, I'm going to Amsterdam at the weekend. Never been, have you? Yes. Look out for the dikes. You'll see a lot of dikes over there, and Edam cheese, and windmills, lots of windmills, and more dikes, and bicycles everywhere. Bicycles. They're a bicycle mad city, which is very healthy, and they also have pornography, and they have girls sitting in windows, and lots of, for some reason they're selling more red light bulbs over there, and also fluorescent tubes. A lot of people want to sit under a fluorescent tube. I'm assuming it was a tanning salon or something like that. And they have McDonald's, and they have tulips, and yet more dikes. But, so you can go... Actually, to be honest with you, I quite like... You've got Anne Frank's house, which is a bit of sanity and all the madness over there, and they've got cafes where you can smoke sploffs as well. You can go there and apparently do it legally. You can sort of sit there watching the table melting, which is very, very exciting. I went there years ago. Dale and I went. We went for a night out in Amsterdam. Within 2 minutes, we were offered drugs on the streets. We declined them, of course, because we already had our own aspirin with us. And then we stayed in Rotterdam. And we got picked up by this taxi driver who wanted to take us to his home, so he did, and his wife made us a cup of tea. We were looking for the girls in the windows, as you can imagine, and we ended up talking to this bloke's wife over a kitchen table. She hardly spoke any English. We didn't speak any Dutch. And it was another peculiar experience, honestly. We had the most odd thing. We had the same in Cannes. We went to stay in Cannes. Within seconds of parking the car, somebody offered us drugs. The latest on the government's 10-year plan for the NHS, and the 1-year-old girl who was stolen along with her father's car last night. Plus, for the first time in 2019, senior Tory MP Jacob Rees-Mogg will be in the studio with Nick to take your calls. Nick Ferrari at breakfast this morning from 7 on LBC. Former Pussycat doll Nicole Scherzinger is not a fan of TV despite 2 stints as an X Factor judge. And then they sort of dropped her, didn't they? I've often wondered, I mean, they were Pussycat dolls and that was it. I don't think they really sort of... It's like Cheryl. They're trying to find something for poor Cheryl Tweedy. But in fact, there's not really anything she can do. Her singing career has collapsed, and her presentational skills are not particularly brilliant. Although, actually, somebody saw Jeff Brazier presenting on a sport channel and said he was dreadful. But there again, you see, you can be a fan of something and not sort of be any good at actually comment. I could never do commentating on football programmes or football game, because I don't know how they do it. Do they sit there with a list of, that's number 23, 23, 20, oh, that'll be Bergkamp or whatever. Is that how they do it? Because otherwise, how would you know these people? I wouldn't know who any of these people were. I'm not sure even I could bluff. And he's kicked the ball and it's gone in the net. You know, I don't know how they get... I've heard some people, I mean, it's very clever. They get very, very excited. I would never get as excited. It's difficult, isn't it? I would think that would be the most difficult thing. But it's funny, because out of all the art forms to do with sort of commentating and stuff like that, if you're going to do football, you have to know a lot about football. It's one of those rare things that you'll end up talking about it, because all the people who work on sports channels are obviously sport fanatics. You know. Holly says, I put £80 into an account in a building society in Victoria. It was Valentine's Day. The teller had just received a bouquet of flowers. She was over the moon at 7:30 that night. I noticed that my account book had only been credited by £20. I phoned the branch immediately. They were still over there trying to work out why they were £60 over. That ruined her Valentine's Day. Would you remember I had a machine, Barclays, and I tried to get the money back out of the machine. It only put it, and then it took it back inside again. And I went in there to say, I haven't got my money, but the bank was closed at the time, so I had to go back in the next day. It took weeks to get it back. He said, we knew we were over, He said because it tells you on a little printout how much money has been asked for and how much it paid out. He said, and it was 120 pounds. It took ages to get it back. I was fuming. I thought you'd just go into the bank and they'll open up the machine and give it to you then. 84850. Julian says, thank you for ruining my birthday yesterday. Woke up in a fantastic mood with my 2 daughters, only to hear you say the 6th of January is the most likely day to die. Wonderful. I know. We thought we'd cheer you up, makes you feel as though you sort of better get an extra bit of stuff done in. I'm starting a new job today, says Amy, at an agency, rather nervous. Any advice when starting a new job? Say yes to everything. Say yes to everything. Absolutely. That's always been my advice. If somebody says, can you do this? You don't get, oh, they can do that. Say yes to everything. Seriously. It's like being an actor. Can you ride a horse? Yep, absolutely. You might never have been on one before, but that's what you have to do. A lot of companies have changed recipes to get over the sugar tax. Blame Jamie Oliver, says Dan. Oh, I never blame Jamie Oliver for anything. IRN Brew, Lucozade. As a diabetic, it's a nightmare. I would have thought it was actually good if they're actually sort of cutting out sugar and things. But I don't want my Branston pickle to taste strange. Not nice at all. 2 SAS soldiers injured by an ISIS heat-seeking missile are being secretly treated in a hospital abroad, ahead of being flown back to Britain. Gordon Ramsay's wife, looking very happy in the paper today. First time since announcing her pregnancy. I think this is going to be the year of kids. I think there's going to be kids all over the place. The bigger the families, the better. They said the other day, and we did it first. I said, if you've got more than 5, you're on a winner. And there's that lovely couple who've got 21 children, and she's just got pregnant again. Just when she says, I don't think I'll have any more children, ta-da, out pops another one. Some people are just like machines. I think she was definitely like a machine. Health Secretary Matt Hancock insisted he was confident that medical supplies will not be blocked if the UK quits the EU without a Brexit deal. Yes, it's people worrying about, where you get your insulin from if you're diabetic or certain sorts of medicines. So if they've given us that, mind you, Nick Ferrari will do this morning, this new pharmaceutical industry thing, and they'll go inside a factory. There's also this amazing story which popped up yesterday. The millionaire who discovered that the 3 boys he'd raised as a devoted father were not his own. He's going to write a book in a bid to identify the real father. He got the bombshell news 2 years ago. He launched a legal bid to claw back some of the £4 million divorce settlement his ex-wife received. She's since been ordered to pay him $250,000 following a legal case that allowed her to keep the identity of the real father a secret. So, he brought these children up, believing them to be his, and of course they weren't his. They were somebody else's. So he wants his money back. He wants his money back to pay £4 million. Outrageous. He says, I'm just a guy who was there when they were being brought up. But then she poo-pooed the science. And they went, I don't think so. Noel Edmonds denied rumours that he's moving to New Zealand. He was said to be crushed. He was reportedly selling his mansion in Gloucestershire. It's a nice one, actually. Very nice indeed. And he posted a clip blasting disgusting lies. Shaking with anger, he responded to the malicious story. He said, I had a fabulous time. The spokesman said he always had a plan to live part of the year in New Zealand. So what he's done is he'll sell the house here, buy a house over there, and just use it as a holiday place, like people go to Florida. Like people go and live in France. Good Lord. The holidays are over, so prepare for Divorce Day. Today has been dubbed Divorce Day every day's got a name now. Have you noticed? Every day has got a name. I find it absolutely amazing. Also horrific if the film about the killing of our boy James Bulger wins an Oscar. This is the family of Jamie Bulger. Horrified that they've made a film about it. Absolutely horrified. 21 ways to feel 10 years younger and look it too. And it's by Fiona Phillips. And she's 58. And so what she's done in this guide to define the years from your 50s onwards, and there's all sorts of things like don't accept memory loss as an inevitable part of aging. Quit smoking. Smoking, very good to quit. Very good. Go to bed earlier. Any sort of sleep deprivation, even losing an hour a night, can hamper memory. Keep friends close. Having depression can double your risk of developing dementia. If you're suffering from a low mood that's affecting your life, don't just ignore it. Speak to the GP. Mental workouts are very good. Rediscover your inner child. Don't talk yourself old. Stop using phrases such as, I feel ancient, or when you get to my age. I can't remember if I've ever used that. I might have used that myself. And here they are, Express readers telling Alex Lloyd about their ageing household appliances. Everybody's got them. Oh, I had this one back in, the year dot. And there's a lady called Jill Fleetwood from Nottingham. She's got a hand blender, a slow cooker, a juicer and other items from the 1950s and 60s. So it's very good. Brian Morley has got a Hoover Junior vacuum cleaner. George Thorpe has got a Bush radio. How lovely. I used to have a Valve radio. It was lovely. It warmed up. It actually warmed up. Cara Sandy still watches her 46-year-old television. It's round. It's a round I remember these. I had one in orange years and years and years ago. Barry from Yorkshire, Black & Decker electric drill. And Michael has got a Kenwood mixer, which they bought. He's 86. They bought it in 1958. My mother had a Kenwood Chef, and it had everything. She used it all the time. If you were home economising, baking cakes, doing all sorts of things, that's what you would use. You would use your Kenwood Chef. It was a very expensive mixer, and you could buy all sorts of attachments. But it certainly cooked up a treat for us. One of last Dunkirk heroes died, aged 98. Arthur Taylor, one of the 330,000 stranded men rescued from the beaches of the French town after spending nearly 2 days being shot at and shelled by the Germans. He was a radio operator for the RAF. He witnessed comrades standing next to him cut down by fire from Nazi planes and dive-bombing attacks. He epitomised the Dunkirk spirit to rejoin the war effort and played his part in the crucial Battle of Britain 3 months later. So he leaves Vera, his wife, 6 children, 13 grandchildren and 12 great-grandchildren. And a special ensign of St. George that only the Dunkirk little ships are allowed to fly will be draped over his coffin. 98. More and more people living to these fantastic years, aren't they now? Here's a picture of the dreary Beckhams, everything a publicity shot. Everything a publicity shot. Here's dreary Brooklyn. Here's dreary Brooklyn with his dreary girlfriend who looks very much like dreary Victoria Beckham. That's what the papers are all saying. And then there's a kiss, but not even on the lips for the wife. Oh dear. Doesn't look so good, does it really? They found a baby seal in the... How do they find baby seals in gardens? I mean, this one here is 3 weeks old. He was 4 miles from the sea. Well, he can't have walked it, surely. They think he travelled up a drainage ditch. But he's still very thin. He's eating on his own, and then they'll release 4 miles from the water. That's unbelievable, isn't it? Oh, look, a whole page on fun ways to get fit in 2019. Oh, I don't want to hear about that. Thank you very much indeed. Ready for your exercise? Just in case you're going to get a train or a bus or something, you need to get there. Okay, quick, clothes on, out. Stuart Manning says, I've got a shoe cleaning box. It was my father's. I've got very shiny shoes. You see, we used to have one, and you could put your foot on the top of it. It was a wooden box, and it kept everything in it. We talk about, shoe clean. Whoever actually cleans shoes nowadays, does anybody actually put polish on with a polishing brush and then no, it turns out not really. Will Guyett says Costco Christmas cards are great. People always comment on them. I know, I'm going to bring them in so the producer's mother can have them. Also clears up a bit of space that I need. So, not that they are, that big. Charlotte went to Wentworth Woodhouse for the first time this weekend, even though I've lived in Sheffield for 5 years on your recommendation. Fantastic tour from a former student. Oh, dear, honestly, makes my heart weep. That, I'm hoping it's been saved now for the nation, and so that we can enjoy Wentworth Woodhouse. If you don't know anything about it, then go onto Google and put Wentworth Woodhouse in there and have a look at all the pictures of this fantastic house. I mean, it's just really absolutely gorgeous. Joy says, I still use a tray I've had since 1968. It was a free gift with something else I bought. Aha. And Mary says, I have a 30-year-old black plastic boom box. I've sadly had to unplug it due to lack of sockets. I just got one of those Amazon round things instead. Much easier to dust. Exercise? Stephen says, humbug. Except for Pooh's workout book, it's brilliant. My favourite is Pooh sticks. Oh yes, we love Pooh sticks. And Bunny says, all decorations down, but 4 sets of lights still up. They will remain all year round. Inside the door, 20 plus C plus M plus B plus 90. Oh, I don't know. Other initials stand for the 3 kings. Come on, Steve, their names. Oh, no, we did the 3 kings' names the other day, actually. It turned out not to be the ones I thought it was. But, so, listen, I think you could leave your decorations up as long as you want. There's no hard... It's supposed to be bad luck. But the Queen leaves hers till February, and she seems to have done all right. Tom in Ramsgate says the 100-odd lorries today being used at Kent's Manston Airfield to sample a taste of Brexit no deal is a complete waste of time. If we have a no-deal Brexit, there'll be thousands of lorries backing up. It's a totally pointless exercise, as the numbers will not anywhere near be as realistic in the real deal in March. I have to travel past this airfield in Kent every day, and I'm dreading it, as the roads will struggle massively. I'm sure you'll be contributing to LBC a little bit later on today then when they start talking about it. Front pages, The Express, Secrets to Living the Healthy, Happy Life. The Ultimate Guide, Outcry at New Plot to Sabotage Brexit. NHS Mission to save 500,000 more lives. Benefits range from improved maternity care, life-changing stroke therapy, and extra support for the elderly. The Prime Minister has promised an extra £20.5 billion. Wayne Rooney arrested on drunkenness charges. Actually, it looks like he's lost a bit of weight on the front pages of the newspapers for today. Outspoken Felicity Kendall says stalkers. I've had a few. It goes with the territory of being an actress. She's probably right, actually. And home sellers make £88,000 profit despite a slowdown in the market. Cowell scuppers Anton Deck's Screen reunion. And it's interesting. You have to read the story. It's too long for me to read now. But it's basically saying because of something he's doing, it looks likely that they might not get to be doing what they want to do. The Sun, it's Boozy Roo, nicked in America. 500,000 in NHS life save. And Britain's new talent show, The Greatest Dancer, branded a bit of a swizz with just 14 minutes of dancing in 70 minutes. Doesn't seem very good value, does it, at all? This morning, it's Harry Redknapp who's going to be on This Morning, and he's going to be having his roly-poly pudding made by Phil Vickery, which is very nice. We know that because he told us earlier on, so I'm not breaking any sort of confidence at all. Rooney arrested in US for drink-fuelled tirades, say the Daily Mail. Also, the new Fast 800 diet. Irresistible recipes and brilliant tips from Dr. Michael Mosley. A 4-page pull-up, because it's the new year, and every year they do exactly the same. Every year they'll find another person to do a diet, and every year, you know, people write in and say, oh, I lost loads of weight, and it's all very exciting. Because that's what people want to do, isn't it? After you've indulged over the festive season. The Daily Star, Free Slimming World magazine today. The old one, Too Many. Bleary-eyed Wayne Rooney. They always take people's mugshots, don't they? But it was only 25 quid fine. I don't think that's particularly, so he had tablets that were mixed with alcohol. Never a good combination. Fiona Phillips, front page of the Mirror, My 21 Ways to Look and Feel 10 Years Younger. Yeah, all in favour of that one. And another picture of Wayne Rooney. Rooney, US booze shame, held by cops for being intoxicated at the airport. It was intoxication and swearing. Swearing's obviously a bit of a no-no in America, I suspect. Front page of the Times. 1 in 4 Christmas presents bought online is returned. 1 in 4 Christmas presents bought online is returned. What why that is? Although Darren was telling us that he took back something as well. Also, millionaire rip-off drugs businessman given OBE. This is a multi-millionaire businessman whose company's drug prices have cost the NHS £50 million, was given an OBE in the New Year's Honours List. Wow. This man called Vijay Patel, who set up a company that exploited a loophole in health service rules to increase the price of old medicines, for which it was the sole supplier, by up to 2,500%. Well, that comes down to Downing Street, doesn't it? NHS faces £1 billion budget hole despite cash boost. Well, we know where it's going, isn't it? Robert De Niro on Donald Trump. He's a racist, a buffoon, a con man, and a dirty player. Well, there you go. That'll excite everybody in The Guardian today. Plus, May pleads for EU to give ground and rescue Brexit. Also, a fat lot of good is the keto diet. Not another blooming diet, honestly. How many more diets are there? Joe Wicks in the Daily Telegraph, the body coach. They always have to give himself a name, don't they? The Juice Meister, the asparagus looking. But Joe Wicks is the body coach on fitness, fatherhood and going vegetarian. God, not sure I can live with things like that. The gene test for every child with cancer is the story on the Telegraph this morning. Better diagnosis and personalised care at the heart of the NHS plan to save 500,000 lives. And Olivia Colman and Emma Stone are the picture today, both nominated for top awards last night. Trump refuses to back down on wall money. This is the $5.6 billion he needs to build his wall. The largest fish on the planet, the whale shark, is under threat from plastic pollution off one of Britain's most remote island possessions. The tiny volcanic island of St Helena in the South Atlantic is plagued by plastic rubbish that wanders in. It could prove deadly for whale sharks, who presumably just open their mouths hugely. I think whale sharks do, and then they just sort of hoover everything up. And of course, if they're hoovering up plastic, not particularly good. I don't think they can just sort of get rid of stuff like that. Also on the front page, suspect charge over train stabbing and special forces troops wounded in ISIL attack, and how Brian May took his music to the stars. It's all there in the papers for you this morning. I think we covered everything, actually. The Greatest Dancer branded as Swizz. The Branston, as I say, if it tastes odd, it might do, then take it straight back or send it back to them, because they'll offer you, I'm hoping, a full refund and some compensation. God knows what it was that's in there. Also, the household appliances, travel warnings over the strong winds, the gardeners talking to plants, which is okay. I don't mind people talking to plants. The last Dunkirk hero, one of them, dies aged 98. Can you speak horse? We didn't find anybody on that one at all. And May in Brexit blast as Tory rebels. Add to that list Frank Bruno blasting the racist trolls online. And the GC nearly tumbles over on her first night on the ice. Well, in fact, she did. She fell over. But then, of course, you would expect her to, wouldn't you? It's slippery ice. Just thought I'd point that out to some people who maybe don't know it. And Fleur East is going to join this morning as a fitness presenter. Obviously, let's not bother with the musical career. It's a bit like Cheryl. You need to be a job as a presenter now, I suppose. Makes it much, much easier. And that, as they say in the business, is just about it for this morning. I'll be back with you tomorrow morning, but I will be seeing about 400 of you this evening at the Leicester Square Theatre. So we'll have a nice little time there. Eat first, don't take lots of bags, and it will be absolutely perfect. Because I haven't seen it either. I've only seen the pictures online, so I can't wait to see, what it looks like inside. So we'll see you there at 7 o'clock this evening, and then back again tomorrow morning at the usual time. Before I go, let you know it's coming up.